The apocalypse has arrived. Cheng Zhiyu, who failed to awaken an ability, binds with a system that possesses its own separate space. Under the system's guidance, he begins planting, but the things he plants just keep growing weirder and weirder. One day, Cheng Zhiyu arrives at a large survivor base. When the others learn he has a wood element ability, they can't help but look down on him. After all, among all the awakened abilities, wood was the most common and also the weakest, typically only used to catalyze plant growth or something similar. That is, until the base is ambushed by a horde of zombies. Cheng Zhiyu releases a single red blade of grass. The grass is as delicate as a willow in the wind, so fragile that a light breeze could knock it over. The crowd. Is he trying to be funny? But then the red grass suddenly swells, bursts into flames, and transforms into a massive, wildly rolling fireball. Wherever the fireball passes, the zombies are reduced to ash. The crowd. Holy hell, this is a wood element ability. Later, they discover that not only does Cheng Zhiyu have grass that can turn into fireballs, but he also has plants that can shoot ice blades and others that can inflate into balloons to carry people into the sky. The crowd. Our minds are blown. When the apocalypse began, Cheng Zhiyu found a dying puppy. His heart softened, and he took it in. But the dog he raised also turned out to be strange. After all, whose dog grows to be as tall as a person? Cheng Zhiyu. It's great. When apocalyptic nights drop to -30 or 40 degrees, burying myself in big black's long, thick fur is pure bliss. Then one day, he wakes up to find that he's cuddling a handsome, dark-skinned man, his face buried right in the man's pectoral muscles. Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu stood on a 1 meter by 1 meter square of earth. The soil was pitch black, and based on his experience growing up in the countryside, he could tell it was incredibly fertile. It was the kind of fertile soil that, if his parents saw it, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist planting something in. But his parents would probably never see it, because the land beneath his feet didn't belong to any place in the real world. To be precise, his current location wasn't in the physical dimension at all. It all started a week ago. Even now, everything that happened that day felt unreal. It had been an ordinary weekend, no different from any other. As an office worker who had just started his career, weekends were a rare chance to rest. Cheng Zhiyu had naturally planned to sleep in, hopefully until noon. But in the middle of his sleep, he was jolted awake by a loud bang, as if something heavy had been knocked over. The sound seemed to come from downstairs, so Cheng Zhiyu paid it no mind. He rolled over, ready to go back to sleep. But just as he pulled the covers over his head and closed his eyes, he heard a sharp, piercing shriek. It sounded human, yet not quite. Goosebumps instantly erupted all over Cheng Zhiyu's skin. He glanced at the time, 7 in the morning, not long after dawn. He hesitated for a moment before getting out of bed, slipping on his slippers, and hurrying to the window to see what was going on. The apartment he rented wasn't on a high floor, just the 5th, which was high enough to give him a clear view of the street below. A person was standing on the street, next to an overturned trash can, most likely the source of the loud bang. The person was wearing a conspicuous orange sanitation worker's uniform. Their head was tilted at an odd angle as they walked stiffly forward, their posture twisted and bizarre, like a rusted-out machine that had lost its instructions and was moving only on instinct. Why did Cheng Zhiyu think that? Because he watched the person repeatedly walk straight into a pillar in front of them, yet they seemed to feel no pain, simply continuing to bump against it. Cheng Zhiyu frowned deeply, muttering to himself what's going on. His first thought was that the person might be suffering from some kind of medical episode. He picked up the phone he had grabbed and prepared to call the police. But just then, the situation took a sudden turn. Cheng Zhiyu watched in horror as another person walked toward the sanitation worker, only to be bit. A blood-curdling scream that made his teeth ache filled the air. A short while later, the person who had been perfectly fine just moments before began to move with the same stiff, twisted motions as the sanitation worker. Then, the two of them started wandering aimlessly. A chill ran down Cheng Zhiyu's spine. He finally realized something was terribly wrong. He had been dialing 110 repeatedly, but no one was answering. What was happening? Shouldn't 110 be staffed 24 hours a day? He tried calling several more times. During that period, a few more contorted figures appeared on the street below. Those people. They looked like they had turned into zombies. Although he knew how absurd the idea was, Cheng Zhiyu had a strange, sinking feeling that his guess was probably right. His fingers trembled slightly. He immediately gave up on dialing the emergency number and instead called his mother. Thankfully, after a few rings, the call connected. Even though it was only a little past 7, Mother Cheng was already up and busy. She sounded surprised to get a call from him. "Hey you. Why are you up so early today?" The familiar voice managed to dispel some of the bone-deep terror he was feeling. He let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Where are Dad and Jian?" "Your dad's brushing his teeth. He just got up too. Jian's still sleeping. It's the weekend, let her sleep in a little." Cheng Jian was Cheng Zhiyu's younger sister, a sophomore in high school. Hearing that his father and sister were fine, Cheng Zhiyu relaxed slightly. He was just about to tell his mother about the strange scene downstairs and warn her to be careful when a loud banging sound erupted from her end of the line. Mother Cheng muttered, "Who could be knocking on the door this early?" Turning, she called out, "Old Cheng, go get the door." Father Cheng answered with an okay and was about to head over. But at that moment, Cheng Zhiyu yelled into the phone, his voice urgent, "Don't open the door." That sound wasn't knocking. It was more like ramming. In that instant, any shred of hope Cheng Zhiyu had been clinging to completely vanished. The ramming continued, and then Cheng Zhiyan's sleepy voice came through the phone. "Mom, Dad. Who's knocking? It's so loud. Jian. Listen to me." Cheng Zhiyu immediately called his sister over and quickly explained what he had seen that morning, along with his terrifying suspicion. "Brother, are you kidding me? Still half asleep? Aren't zombies just something from TV shows?" Cheng Jian laughed, clearly not believing him. Father and Mother Cheng were also listening, utterly confused. They didn't watch much TV and had no idea what a zombie was. Cheng Zhiyu's tone became incredibly serious. "I wish I was wrong, but Jian, don't you have a security camera installed by the front door? Don't open it. Check the camera first." Cheng Jian's laughter died in her throat. She had a feeling her brother might not be joking. The ramming at the door hadn't stopped for a single moment. And in all that time, there had been no other sound. How was that possible? If it were a person knocking, and no one answered for this long, wouldn't they have shouted by now? There was only one possibility. The thing at the door wasn't human. When Cheng Jian opened the security camera feed and saw the scene outside, all her doubts were confirmed. She was, after all, still a teenage girl. The sight of the zombie, its skin pale and pasty, its face vacant, its body covered in rotting wounds, terrified her. Her face turned white in an instant. "Heavens, what kind of sickness is this?" Mother Cheng's voice trembled. The person at the door was clearly one of their fellow villagers. They had just spoken to him yesterday. How could he look like this today? "Mom, it's not a sickness." Fearing his family's ignorance would lead them to open the door, Cheng Zhiyu forced himself to remain calm, explaining what a zombie was, word by word. "Whatever you do, do not open the door. Zombies have an uncontrollable urge to bite people. Once you're bitten or scratched, you'll be infected too. They aren't human anymore." Hearing this, Father and Mother Cheng thought back to how they had almost opened the door. If they had done so without any warning. A shiver ran through them. They didn't dare to imagine what would have happened. They immediately promised, "We won't open it. We won't open the door." At that moment, Cheng Jian snapped back to her senses. She had a quick mind and instantly thought of Cheng Zhiyu, who was living in the city and in much greater danger. "Brother, what about you?" she asked anxiously. "There must be way more people in the city. It's not like our village, where there's hardly anyone around. And it's fine if we don't go out. We have plenty of food stored up, enough to last a long time. What about you? You probably don't have much to eat. As Cheng Zhiyu spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, terrified that something would happen to her brother in the city. Father and Mother Cheng also began to panic, pacing anxiously. Cheng Zhiyu sighed silently and told a lie. Don't worry about me. The situation here isn't that bad. The government reacted quickly and has already started organizing rescue efforts. His family breathed a collective sigh of relief. What they didn't know was that the zombie virus had struck too suddenly. Many people in essential positions had also been infected, throwing the well-ordered system into chaos. This time, even the government had been caught completely off guard. The Cheng family busied themselves barricading the door with heavy objects. Theirs was a large iron gate, so they didn't have to worry too much for the time being. Next was storing water. The zombie virus had just broken out, so the tap water was still clean. But they didn't know if it would become contaminated later, so they had to store as much as they could. Cheng Zhiyu did the same. He filled every container he could find with water. The problem was, there were very few containers that could hold water in his small rental apartment. Even if he filled them all, the supply probably wouldn't last long. Fortunately, his family's home had large basins and even a huge water vat, so the water they stored should last a long time. Right now, his mind was completely consumed with worry for his family thousands of miles away. As for his own predicament, he hadn't given it much thought at all. As it turned out, his decision to call his family immediately had been the right one. Not long after, the call disconnected on its own. Something must have damaged the infrastructure somewhere, because Cheng Zhiyu discovered his phone had no signal. Without the sound of his family's voices, the world suddenly fell quiet. Cheng Zhiyu let out a long breath, a sense of helplessness finally washing over him. In that moment, it felt as if the world consisted of nothing but him and the zombies. He wasn't nearly as calm as he had appeared. All day, from morning till night, he opened his phone again and again. When night fell, his phone still had no signal. Cheng Zhiyu had no choice but to accept reality. The apocalypse had truly arrived. He didn't know what to do. He could only follow the same advice he had given his family. Don't take a single step outside the door. For now, he had to ensure his own safety and just survive. On the second day of the apocalypse, Cheng Zhiyu finally roused himself and prepared to take stock of his supplies. Although he hadn't done a thorough check, he knew he hadn't bought much. He needed to organize everything to plan for the days ahead. Maybe if I hold out long enough, an official rescue team will actually come, Cheng Zhiyu thought, trying his best to be optimistic. But he never expected that before he could even start counting his supplies, a cold, mechanical voice would suddenly echo in his mind. Ding ding. Plant planting space system is connecting. Connection successful. Detectable host found. Host meets binding qualifications. Does the host agree to bind? Cheng Zhiyu almost thought the stress had caused him to have auditory hallucinations. His eyes widened slightly as he repeated, a system. Did I get up too fast and start hallucinating? Binding successful. Welcome to the plant planting space system. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie gift pack. Please claim it as soon as possible. Cheng Zhiyu was completely speechless. What kind of plant system was this? It was more like a tyrant system, wasn't it? When had he ever agreed to bind with it? Dark lines formed on his forehead. He asked the million-dollar question, I haven't even said yes. Isn't this a forced transaction? Please claim the newbie gift pack as soon as possible. Cheng Zhiyu was silent. Get me a human operator. Either way, there wasn't much to do in his rental apartment. Besides, a system involving planting and a space sounded pretty impressive, so Cheng Zhiyu decided to check it out. The main reason was that if he didn't claim the so-called gift pack, the system would remind him every 5 minutes. His head was about to explode. Left with no choice, he selected Claim Gift Pack. A panel immediately appeared before him. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie gift pack. View contents. Of course, Cheng Zhiyu chose to view it. Newbie gift pack contents. Unidentified plant X1, life status. 20% survival rate. Ordinary shovel X1. Plantable soil 1x1 meter. Looking over the contents, Cheng Zhiyu could basically confirm that this system wanted him to farm. Speaking of which, did it choose to bind with me because I know how to farm? After all, Cheng Zhiyu had grown up in the countryside. He was a sensible kid who often helped his parents with farm work, so he genuinely knew his way around planting. The system's next prompt confirmed his suspicion. The unidentified plant is in poor condition. Host, please plant it as soon as possible. Perhaps trying to motivate him, the system added another reminder. Host will receive a generous reward upon completing the planting. Wasn't this just dangling a carrot? As a freshly minted corporate slave, Cheng Zhiyu was all too familiar with this tactic. He wasn't falling for it. He asked directly, "What's the reward?" The system fell silent for a long time. Just as Cheng Zhiyu thought it wouldn't answer, it finally spoke slowly. Apologies. Host's current clearance is insufficient. The system cannot disclose this information. Cheng Zhiyu had been cooped up with no one to talk to for so long that he was going stir-crazy. Even a conversation like this was a welcome distraction. I'll let the forced binding slide, but the newbie gift pack is so plain, and you won't even tell me what the reward is. I seriously suspect you're trying to trick me into doing free labor. The unidentified plant's life force is declining. Host, please complete the planting as soon as possible. There it was again. Cheng Zhiyu sighed out of boredom and checked the unidentified plant. The system wasn't lying. In the newbie gift pack inventory, the plant's life status had already dropped to 19%. He rubbed his eyes. Seriously? Isn't it declining a bit too fast? It's so fragile, can I even keep it alive? When the system didn't respond, Cheng Zhiyu grew suspicious. You're so shady. If I fail to grow it, you're not going to blame me, are you? The system remained silent. After pestering it for a while longer and getting nothing but silence in return, he gave up on using it to relieve his boredom. He had nothing better to do anyway. In the time he had been talking, the plant's life status had dropped another percentage point. He could only resign himself to the task and choose to plant it. The apocalypse had suddenly arrived, and now he was bound to a system like this. Cheng Zhiyu had read novels with this exact premise before. Maybe this system was his golden opportunity. Jokes were jokes, but he couldn't just ignore it. Things were what they were. It wasn't like they could get any worse. Then, after Cheng Zhiyu selected plant, his vision blurred. When he looked down again, he found himself standing on a 1x1 meter patch of black earth. This had to be the space the system mentioned. Strangely, beyond the area directly above this patch of soil, his surroundings were completely pixelated, like a mosaic. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Zhiyu reached out and touched the mosaic patterns around him. They felt like a gelatinous wall. He could push against it and make it bulge, but he couldn't pass through. He glanced at the soil at his feet and figured the system had designed it this way for a reason. If the plot of land was surrounded by real walls, it would be too small for him to even bend over while farming. With this design, that wasn't an issue. He had to admit the system was quite thoughtful. Seeing that the unidentified plant's life status had dropped again, Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare delay any longer. He thought for a moment and tapped the shovel icon on the panel. The ground was a bit hard, so he bent down to loosen the soil first. It was a tiny patch, so the work was done in no time. He straightened up and looked toward the sky above him. He wondered if the sun could reach this place. In Cheng Zhiyu's experience, after tilling, the soil needed to be baked by the sun to kill any insect eggs. He had no idea if the soil in the system space needed the same treatment. As if it had read his mind, the silent system prompted him again. Sun-dry the soil. Yes, Cheng Zhiyu replied instinctively. The moment he spoke, his vision blurred again, and he reappeared in his rental apartment. Not a single speck of dirt clung to the shoes he'd worn while standing on the soil. If the system hadn't just notified him that the sun-drying was complete, he would have thought the whole experience was a hallucination. Appearing back in the system space, Cheng Zhiyu could clearly feel that the soil under his feet was now warm, as if it had been basking in the sun. He squatted down, complaining to the system as he did, "Hey, system, next time you teleport me around, give me a heads up. It makes me a little dizzy." In truth, he didn't feel dizzy at all. He was just running his mouth. It was just too boring with no one to talk to. Unsurprisingly, the system completely ignored him. Cheng Zhiyu had no choice but to open the panel for the unidentified plant, whose life status was now down to 15%. He selected extract, and a red plant appeared in his hand. Its life was draining far too quickly. Without a second to observe it, he planted it in the hole he had just dug. The system was too stingy to provide water. Cheng Zhiyu thought of his own dwindling supply, hesitated, then grudgingly poured out a small cup's worth. He muttered to himself as he carefully watered the plant. "System, your reward had better be good," he grumbled. "My losses this time are huge. Water is the source of life, and this is a whole cup." He was genuinely heartbroken. A whole cup of water. He didn't even dare drink that much himself. The tiny plant instantly absorbed the water through its roots. To his relief, after being watered, the plant's life status, which had stabilized upon planting, instantly increased by 5%, returning to its original 20%. Once the water was absorbed, Cheng Zhiyu didn't add any more. Although the plant still looked thirsty, he didn't dare overwater it on the first go. Too much of a good thing could kill it. If he actually watered it to death, there would be nowhere for him to cry. Following his experience with growing vegetables, he packed a ring of soil around the base of the plant to prevent the water from evaporating. Only after he was finished did he finally have time to observe the plant. It was a fiery red color with only 2 leaves. There were many plants whose seedlings were red, and since Cheng Zhiyu's farming experience wasn't that extensive, he couldn't identify it. He would have to wait for it to grow a bit more. He hoped it was something edible. If so, at least he wouldn't have to worry about food. At this thought, a smile spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face as he gently stroked the unidentified plant, his gaze softening with affection. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the plant felt warm to the touch. Were there plants that felt warm? Before he could think too deeply about it, he noticed that after he stroked one of its leaves, the plant's life status, which had been stable at 20%, increased by another 1%. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened. "This works too. Let me try that again, hee." He stroked it until his hand was sore, but its life status didn't increase by another point. "No more hee." Oh well, he thought. It wouldn't make sense by the laws of nature if he could just keep increasing its health by petting it. Although, nothing that was happening right now followed the laws of nature. Still, calling it unidentified plant was a mouthful. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment, scratched his cheek, and poked it gently. "How about I give you a name?" "You ray all red, so I'll call you Xiao Er. Because you have 2 leaves, haha." The man, who was terrible at naming things, had no self-awareness whatsoever, and even thought his new name was brilliant. And it seemed Xiao Er liked it too. Its life status increased by another 1%. The plant's steadily increasing life status greatly boosted Cheng Zhiyu's confidence in his planting task. It seemed the system had some conscience after all. Then again, it was a newbie mission, so it was only natural for it to be a bit simpler. What Cheng Zhiyu didn't know was that countless hosts, who had previously bound to the system, had failed this very mission he considered so simple. After repeated failures, the plant planting space system had grown desperate. When it finally discovered someone with a high affinity for plants like Cheng Zhiyu, it bound him without a second thought. Facts proved that it had made the right choice. The system was stunned when Xiao Er's life status shot up by 5% right after Cheng Zhiyu watered it. It remembered visiting numerous planes before, including cultivation worlds. In one such world, it had bound itself to a powerful cultivator who had given Xiao Er countless drops of spiritual spring water, a a treasure other cultivators would flock to, and Xiao Er's life status had only increased by 5%. But Cheng Zhiyu had just used regular tap water. Truly, comparisons are odious. Not to mention, a simple touch or giving it a name could also raise Xiao Er's life status. It was outrageous. As the shock wore off, the system was overcome with a wave of ecstatic joy. It had bound the right person this time. Indeed, all effort paled in comparison to true talent. The exceptionally talented Cheng Zhiyu busied himself for a while longer, but found that Xiao Er's life status remained unchanged. He sighed and muttered, I guess it's still a bit difficult. He had no idea how infuriating those words sounded. For the next week, Cheng Zhiyu worked diligently, spending most of his time on Xiao Er. His efforts finally paid off, and he successfully raised Xiao Er's life status to 100%. Checking Xiao Er's status again, it had changed to growing. Perfect. The growing status meant that Xiao Er, at the very least, wouldn't die. Greatly relieved, Cheng Zhiyu happily stroked Xiao Er's leaves and mumbled, "Grow up quickly, Xiao Er. My food supplies are running low. I wonder if you taste good, hee." Xiao Er, whose consciousness was still hazy, had been instinctively trying to get closer to Cheng Zhiyu. The leaf that was about to nuzzle his finger stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Could you not eat me?" Noticing that Xiao Er seemed to have wilted a little, Cheng Zhiyu tilted his head. "Does that mean it doesn't taste good?" The first thing Cheng Zhiyu did when he woke up today was, as usual, enter the system space to loosen the soil and water Xiao Er. After more than 10 days of his meticulous care, Xiao Er had grown from a tiny sprout only 2 fingers high to a plant that now reached the middle of Cheng Zhiyu's calf. It no longer had just 2 lonely leaves. Now, more than a dozen grew in an alternating pattern, and the leaves themselves had undergone a curious transformation. Xiao Er's leaves weren't the regular shape Cheng Zhiyu associated with most plants. They looked like flames, with 3 protruding peaks, a taller one in the middle flanked by 2 shorter ones. Coupled with Xiao Er's increasingly vibrant red color, it looked like a cluster of dancing flames if one didn't look too closely. Cheng Zhiyu was certain the leaves hadn't been eaten by insects, because every single one of them had the same shape. He also discovered that Xiao Er felt warm to the touch. It wasn't his imagination. The sensation had been faint before, but now, touching its leaves, he could clearly feel a gentle warmth. Xiao Er's various behaviors forced Cheng Zhiyu to confront his suspicions. This plant was probably unlike any he had ever seen. It might not even be from Earth. Fortunately, his ability to accept things was quite good now. After all, the apocalypse was here, he'd seen zombies, and he was even bound to a system. What was impossible anymore? However, Cheng Zhiyu's biggest worry was, can I really eat it? As he said this, his finger was resting on one of Xiao Er's leaves. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt the soft leaf stiffen slightly before carefully nuzzling against his finger. Cheng Zhiyu was floored. Oh my God, has this plant become sentient? No, wait, maybe it was just the wind. Then he watched as Xiao Er carefully nuzzled his finger again. He could even sense a hint of ingratiation in the movement. Okay, I need a minute. Although he had accepted the apocalypse and the system, he was having a hard time wrapping his head around a sentient plant. Perhaps because it had received no response after nuzzling him several times, Xiao Er began to wilt visibly. Before Cheng Zhiyu could react, the system's mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Warning. Warning. Xiao Er's mood is detected to be low. Host, please provide immediate comfort. Host, please provide immediate comfort. Failure to do so will affect the plant's core health. What the hell is plant's core health? Cheng Zhiyu thought wryly. The system isn't even pretending anymore, is it? Grumbling aside, Cheng Zhiyu still followed the system's instructions and comforted Xiao Er. After all, he had often talked about eating it right in front of the plant. It wasn't entirely his fault. How was he supposed to know a plant could become sentient? It was all the dam system's fault for not giving him any hints. But he had to admit he was partially responsible. Xiao Er was basically a minor, and he had really scared the kid. Cheng Zhiyu had absolutely no experience in coaxing a plant. He thought for a moment, then reached out and stroked one of its leaves. Seeing it twitch slightly, he knew he was on the right track and quickly tried to soothe it with words. Haha, Xiao Er, don't be scared. I was just joking. How could I ever eat you? I'd rather pass out from hunger, I'd rather starve to death than eat you. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Er instantly perked up. One of its leaves even wrapped around his finger and nuzzled him. I'll work hard to grow big so master won't starve. Unfortunately, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't sense Xiao Er's emotions. Feeling the movement, he broke into a smile. He had to admit, Xiao Er was pretty cute. Good boy, Cheng Zhiyu said softly. He had a younger sister and plenty of experience coaxing children. A plant child and a human child were more or less the same, right? Sure enough, after he spoke, Xiao Er shyly nuzzled his finger again. A doting smile spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face. He had completely accepted the fact that Xiao Er was not for eating. After chatting with Xiao Er for a while, Cheng Zhiyu left the system's space and began to think. Since Xiao Er was inedible, he couldn't place all his hopes on the system. At this thought, he frowned slightly and walked to the kitchen. In the corner sat a basket containing all his remaining food. Cheng Zhiyu had organized it a couple of days ago, putting all his food in one place to make it easier to plan. Now, he took the items out one by one, trying to figure out how many days he could last. In the basket were 2 large potatoes. If he ate half a potato per meal, these 2 would last him 4 meals. But considering they were vegetables and stored well, Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare eat them at every meal. He would make 1 potato last 2 days, with a day in between to eat something else. Besides the potatoes, there were 3 tomatoes that were no longer very fresh. He had to eat them soon, or he'd have nowhere to cry when they went bad. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment, set 1 tomato aside, and decided to treat himself to a meal of scrambled eggs with tomato later. He only had 1 egg left. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that he knew how to cook. Some time ago, he had seen news reports exposing filthy restaurant kitchens, which had made him extremely wary of ordering takeout. For a long time after that, he had cooked for himself. That was why his rental apartment had some food stored away. Of course, he had other things too. There was half a bag of rice, 2 packs of Luisiphon noodles, and the cured meat his mother had sent him a while back. Cheng Zhiyu hadn't dared to eat his fill lately. If he only ate until he was half full at each meal, his current food supply could last half a month at most. And then there was the issue of water. The taps in his apartment still worked, but Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare drink from them. If the water was contaminated, he'd have holed up in his apartment for nothing. Clearly, simply eating through his stores was not a solution. He would wait 1 more week at most. If there was no official rescue by then, he would have to go out. He could either face the zombies head-on or starve to death in his apartment. The former offered a sliver of hope. As for the latter, Cheng Zhiyu would not choose the latter. Now that he had made a decision, his persistent anxiety actually began to stabilize. Every day, besides caring for Xiao Er, he studied a route to get outside. Rushing out blindly was not an option. He wasn't sure of the zombies' combat capabilities, nor did he know what other ways the virus could be transmitted besides bites and scratches. Therefore, his route out was crucial. He didn't dare take the elevator. Firstly, although the power was still on, he couldn't be sure it wouldn't suddenly cut out like the phone signal had. If he got stuck in the elevator when the power went out, he'd be trapped to death. Secondly, what if there was a zombie in the elevator? The space was cramped, drastically reducing his chances of dodging an attack. Besides, he had no desire to be confined in a small space with a zombie. It would test his nerves too much. So, Cheng Zhiyu planned to take the stairwell. These days, everyone took the elevator. Almost no one used the stairs. This meant the stairwell would likely be free of zombies. Furthermore, Cheng Zhiyu didn't plan on leaving the residential complex to find food just yet. He only intended to go to the first floor of his own building. On the first floor of his building was a small convenience store. Cheng Zhiyu was certain it sold bottled water. Once the water problem was solved, everything else would be easier. If nothing else, the store was bound to have instant noodles. But even though he wasn't leaving the building, it didn't mean there would be no zombies. He had to be prepared for a direct confrontation. This was currently his best option. There were no other choices. He could only hope he wouldn't run into too many zombies. 2 days later, Cheng Zhiyu checked on Xiao Er again. Its status had changed from growing to approaching level 1 maturity. What did level 1 maturity even mean? What would Xiao Er be like once it was fully mature? Cheng Zhiyu had no idea, and the system wouldn't tell him, so all he could do was continue watering and loosening the soil for Xiao Er every day. Although he wasn't pinning all his hopes on the system, he really hoped it wouldn't be too much of a scam. After all, he had used a lot of water on Xiao Er. Even though Xiao Er was quite cute and would even respond when he spoke to it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Water was the key to survival, after all. Several more days passed like this. During this time, Cheng Zhiyu would occasionally sit by the window and observe the outside world. He didn't know what he was hoping to see, but every evening, as darkness fell, his spirits would sink a little lower. Forget an official rescue operation. He hadn't even seen a single living human. However, Cheng Zhiyu didn't believe that all of humanity had turned into zombies. The human will to survive was astonishingly tenacious. It couldn't be extinguished so easily. He was more inclined to believe that everyone else was like him, hiding away. After all, no one knew the full situation with the zombies yet. Hiding was the best option. But it was obvious that he couldn't count on being rescued anytime soon. Cheng Zhiyu returned to his room and put on the clothes he had prepared, trying them on one more time. It was a zippered hoodie. With the hood up, a mask on, and gloves, he checked himself in the mirror. He felt relieved only after confirming that, aside from his eyes, not a single inch of his skin was exposed. He took off the clothes, folded them neatly, and placed them to the side. Cheng Zhiyu went to bed early, preparing to set out the next day. When he woke up, he ate breakfast, making a rare point of eating his fill. There was no telling if he would even make it back from this trip, so he might as well go on a full stomach. If he didn't return, saving the food would have been pointless. If he did, he would most likely have found more supplies, so eating a bit more now wouldn't matter. However, just as Cheng Zhiyu gripped his only weapon, a kitchen knife, and prepared to leave, the system, which had been silent recently, suddenly spoke. Congratulations, host. Xiao Er has reached level 1 maturity. Please enter the space to check as soon as possible. Cheng Zhiyu was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Er to mature at this very moment. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to check on Xiao Er first. For some reason, he had a hunch that Xiao Er might play a significant role in his expedition. With that in mind, Cheng Zhiyu put down the kitchen knife and said to the system, "Enter space." The next thing he knew, his vision blurred, and he appeared right next to Xiao Er. Upon entering the space, Cheng Zhiyu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Er, observing it intently. But after looking it over, Xiao Er didn't seem to have changed much from the day before. If he had to point out a difference, it would be that its color seemed a bit more vibrant. As he watched, Xiao Er rustled its leaves and branches, seeming very happy. It was as if it was saying, "I am finally mature." A smile crept onto Cheng Zhiyu's face. He reached out and stroked one of Xiao Er's leaves, and then he heard a system notification. Xiao Er has sensed the host's upcoming actions and requests to be taken along. Please choose whether to take it. Take Xiao Er with him. Cheng Zhiyu was surprised, but a thought immediately came to mind. Maybe Xiao Er had a use he didn't know about. Wait a minute. Didn't you say I'd get a reward for successfully planting it? Cheng Zhiyu muttered darkly. He hadn't forgotten. So, where was his reward? This time, the system didn't remain silent. Congratulations, host, for completing the newbie mission. The reward has been sent. Please check for it yourself. Huh? The reward had already been sent. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose and grumbled, "You can't blame me. It's not like you sent a reminder." Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. While soothingly patting Xiao Er, who was anxiously shaking its leaves, he chose to check the reward. Reward contents: 1 unidentified plant, life status 5%, warning, critical level reached, please plant as soon as possible. Plantable soil expanded to 2x2 meters. Storage space of 1 cubic meter. When Cheng Zhiyu saw the life status of the new unidentified plant, he completely forgot about the other 2 rewards. Cursing the system for being a scammer, he grabbed the shovel and tilled the newly added patch of land. After the freshly turned soil was sun-dried, he hurriedly planted the unidentified plant, whose life status had already dropped to 4%. Fortunately, once the plant was in the soil, its life status stabilized, just like Xiao Er's had. Cheng Zhiyu then watered it, and its life status increased by 2%. That was much less than the 5% boost Xiao Er had gotten. It seemed this new plant would be a bit harder to cultivate. Cheng Zhiyu sighed with worry. Just then, he saw the unusually lively Xiao Er stretching its red body, reaching out its small, hand-like leaves, cheekily trying to poke the new plant. Unfortunately, because Cheng Zhiyu had planted them too far apart, Xiao Er couldn't reach it, no matter how hard it stretched. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled at its antics and patted Xiao Er's leaf. "Be good, Xiao Er. This is your little brother. He's too fragile right now to play with you." Xiao Er seemed a little embarrassed. It obediently retracted its leaves and gently nuzzled against Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu murmured to Xiao Er, "Since you have a name, your little brother should have one too. What should we call him?" Cheng, terrible at naming, Zhiyu poked Xiao Er. "Got any ideas?" Xiao Er rustled its leaves, as if to say it didn't know. Cheng Zhiyu rested his chin on his hand and looked at the unidentified plant, whose life status was only 6%. He decided to name it based on what it needed most. "Let's call him Xiao Tai," he declared. "May he have a will of steel." He entered the new name on the system panel. On Xiao Tai's individual plant information, the name column changed from unidentified plant to Xiao Tai. Cheng Zhiyu was very satisfied. He gently tapped one of Xiao Tai's leaves. "Grow up strong, Xiao Tai." Then he stared intently at Xiao Tai's life status and watched as it slowly ticked up from 6% to 7%. A smile spread across his face. Looks like Xiao Tai likes his name. With Xiao Tai's condition stabilized for now, Cheng Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his attention back to Xiao Er. "You want to go outside with me?" Xiao Er rustled its leaves affirmatively. Cheng Zhiyu stroked it. "But it's very dangerous out there." Xiao Er's movements became much more vigorous. Though it couldn't speak, Cheng Zhiyu somehow understood its meaning. Xiao Er was saying, "I am not scared." Cheng Zhiyu smiled. He thought for a moment, but didn't agree right away, deciding to check Xiao Er's current status first. Plant name: Xiao Er. Current status: Level 1 maturity attack skill. Fire. Cheng Zhiyu's gaze fell on the attack skill category. If he remembered correctly, that wasn't there when he checked yesterday. An idea struck him, and he immediately asked the system, "Hey system, how do I use Xiao Er's attack skill? Does the host wish to extract Xiao Er?" Cheng Zhiyu blinked. He selected yes. His vision blurred again, and he reappeared in his rental apartment. But this time was different from all the others. This time, Xiao Er appeared with him, resting in the palm of his hand. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened. He reached out and poked Xiao Er. Xiao Er rustled its leaves, looking quite happy and showing no signs of discomfort. Cheng Zhiyu thought of the attack skill. On an impulse, he said to the plant, "Xiao Er, attack." After he spoke, he waited for a moment, but nothing happened. Xiao Er remained unchanged. Am I doing it wrong? Cheng Zhiyu wondered aloud. He asked the system, what's going on? Please select an attack target. It finally dawned on Cheng Zhiyu. Right, he told Xiao Er to attack, but hadn't said what to attack. His eyes scanned the apartment. Recalling that Xiao Er's attack skill was fire, he prudently decided against targeting anything inside the room. He thought for a moment, then returned Xiao Er to the system space and walked over to the front door to look through the peephole. It was still out there. A lone zombie, pacing back and forth outside his apartment door. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know how the zombie had gotten there. He only knew that it had been slamming against his door since the day before yesterday. Perhaps attracted by the scent of a living person, it kept trying to break in. But it had no intelligence, only knowing how to ram the door blindly. After more than 2 days, it still hadn't managed to break it down. Cheng Zhiyu had gone from being tense and vigilant when it first appeared to being much more relaxed now. It was clear that, with its current strength, it couldn't break down the door anytime soon. But it seemed to feel no fatigue or pain. Hoping it would just leave on its own, or wear itself out, was clearly impossible. This meant that if Cheng Zhiyu wanted to leave, he would have to confront it. His original plan had been to swing his knife at the zombie the moment he opened the door. Zombies were slow. As long as he was fast enough, his chances of winning were pretty high. But now, Cheng Zhiyu wasn't planning to face it head-on. He wanted to let Xiao Er give it a try. And this zombie was the perfect target for Xiao Er to practice on. Having made his decision, Cheng Zhiyu gripped the doorknob, summoned Xiao Er, and readied his knife. If Xiao Er failed, he would immediately charge in and attack the zombie himself. With all preparations made, he opened the door. The instant the door swung open, the zombie charged forward as expected. But Cheng Zhiyu was ready. He reacted quickly, shouting to his plant Xiao Er, "Attack it!" The next moment, under Cheng Zhiyu's astonished gaze, Xiao Er transformed into a palm-sized fireball and shot toward the zombie. Almost instantly, the part of the zombie struck by the fireball burst into flames. Cheng Zhiyu never would have imagined that Xiao Er could turn into a fireball. Seeing its attack skill was fire, he had thought it might breathe fire and had even wondered how it would do that without a mouth. But lo and behold, Xiao Er just became the fireball itself. However, Cheng Zhiyu didn't have time to celebrate. From the moment the fireball struck the zombie, his eyes were glued to its every move. He quickly discovered that although the zombie was roaring, it didn't seem to feel pain. Even as its body burned, its movements remained completely unaffected. It was still slowly shambling toward Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. Just as he feared, zombies were no longer human. This thing had no sense of touch. Xiao Er's attack wasn't doing much damage. Could it be that this thing had no weakness? No, everything has a weakness. Cheng Zhiyu forced himself to calm down, dodging the creature while observing its every move. He did his best to lure the zombie away from his rental apartment, his gaze finally settling on its head. The human brain controls the body's movements. What about zombies? Was it the same for them? If the virus wanted to completely control a person, the first thing it would seize had to be the brain. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes sharpened. He immediately shouted at Xiao Er, attack its head. Receiving the command, Xiao Er sent the fireball smashing directly into the zombie's head. The creature let out a shrill, piercing shriek. It began to struggle instinctively, no longer the unfeeling monster it had been moments ago. Phew! It seemed his guess was correct. Listening to the zombie's agonizing screams, Cheng Zhiyu forced himself to remain calm, reminding himself over and over that it wasn't human anymore. Xiao Er's offensive power was limited. It couldn't incinerate the zombie instantly. But Cheng Zhiyu didn't step in to help. He needed to take Xiao Er outside with him, which meant he first had to gauge its combat capabilities. Only then could they truly coordinate their efforts. Cheng Zhiyu waited patiently. Soon, the zombie's entire head had burned to ash, and its body collapsed limply to the ground, motionless. He mentally calculated the time. It took Xiao Er's attack 2 minutes to kill the zombie. That wasn't a long time, but it definitely wasn't short either. Even with Xiao Er's help, he couldn't rely on it completely. He needed to have the ability to protect himself. With this new understanding, he didn't dare linger outside, afraid another zombie might appear out of nowhere. After recalling Xiao Er, Cheng Zhiyu quickly shut the door to his apartment, let out a breath, and smiled at his plant. "Good job, Xiao Er." Xiao Er shook its leaves. It was still full of vitality. The recent attack seemed to have cost it very little. Cheng Zhiyu sat down cross-legged. Despite his composure, his legs were still a little weak. He took a moment to recover, then raised his cup for a small sip of water. "Since we're going out together," he said to Xiao Er, "let's figure out how to coordinate our attacks." Having Xiao Er was undoubtedly a huge advantage. He could now adjust his original plan of action. Cheng Zhiyu pressed his body against the door, his eye to the peephole. He confirmed that after Xiao Er had incinerated the zombie, no others had appeared outside. He was focused on his observation when he suddenly felt something warm poke his ear. Cheng Zhiyu turned his head to see Xiao Er, perched on his shoulder, furtively retracting a leaf, pretending it hadn't done anything. "Why are you so mischievous?" Cheng Zhiyu said, suppressing a laugh as he looked at Xiao Er. Xiao Er shook its leaves guiltily, then rubbed against Cheng Zhiyu's cheek in an attempt to curry favor. Cheng Zhiyu, wearing a mask and a hat that left only his eyes visible, crinkled his eyes into a smile and poked one of Xiao Er's leaves. "All right, let's get going." Xiao Er rustled its foliage and stood up remarkably straight. Though a plant has no expression, it somehow managed to look incredibly serious. Cheng Zhiyu's lips curved into a slight smile. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and cautiously peered outside before finally stepping out with Xiao Er on his shoulder. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. After all, he planned on coming back. The elevator was directly in front of him, but Cheng Zhiyu intended to take the stairs. He lightened his steps, turned left, and walked straight ahead to the stairwell door. Holding his breath, he pushed it open. Thankfully, it was just as he'd guessed. The stairwell was rarely used on a normal day, let alone now. The zombie virus had most likely broken out in the middle of the night, and no one would be climbing stairs at that hour. The stairwell was completely empty, not a single zombie in sight. But Cheng Zhiyu didn't let his guard down. Gripping the kitchen knife, he descended quietly. At every landing, he would carefully peek downstairs before continuing. His apartment was on the 5th floor. The way down was clear, and before long, he reached the first-floor exit. This time, his luck ran out. Before he even opened the exit door, he heard the guttural roars of zombies, and it sounded like more than one. Fortunately, Cheng Zhiyu was mentally prepared. He simply tightened his grip on the knife handle and glanced at Xiao Er, who gave a silent rustle of its leaves. Cheng Zhiyu swallowed hard and pushed the door open a crack. The zombies seemed to sense the presence of the living, for as soon as he opened the door, they shrieked and lunged forward. Instantly on alert, he shouted Xiao Er. In a flash, Xiao Er transformed into a fireball and shot toward the lunging zombie, which let out a pained howl. Cheng Zhiyu didn't relax. He scanned the area outside and saw that, besides the one Xiao Er had set on fire, there were 2 other zombies. They appeared to have been a man and a woman in life. The woman was still wearing a dress. Judging by the degree of decay on their faces, they must have been among the first to turn. Their rotting faces were completely unrecognizable, and one of the man's eyeballs had already fallen out of its socket. Gah! A wave of nausea hit Cheng Zhiyu, but he choked it down, dodging the 2 zombies and rushing past them. Before they could react, he raised his kitchen knife and swung it at the head of the nearest male zombie. With a dull thud, the blade struck bone, producing a sound that set his teeth on edge. Cheng Zhiyu had used nearly all his strength in that one blow, but he had underestimated the hardness of a zombie's skull. The male zombie, having been attacked, started to turn to bite him. The female zombie did the same, drawn by the delectable scent of a living human. With no time to think, Cheng Zhiyu raised his knife again and began hacking at the male zombie's head with frenzied desperation. The first blow had given him pause. Even though it was a zombie, its features were still human, and as a young man raised in a peaceful society, he had no experience chopping off people's heads. But after hacking away several more times while dodging the claws and teeth of both zombies, he simply went numb. The male zombie's movements were becoming sluggish. Before Cheng Zhiyu could finish it off, the female zombie swiped at him with its gray-white fingernails. Panic seized him. He threw himself aside, his back slamming into the wall. He ignored the pain as the female zombie lunged at him again. He was completely cornered with nowhere left to dodge. Just when he thought this was the end for him, a fireball came hurtling through the air. The female zombie's hair instantly caught fire. It shrieked in pain, its attack completely neutralized. Cheng Zhiyu seized the opportunity and swung his knife at the male zombie again. Finally, after dozens of blows, the zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. Only then did he realize he was drenched in a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Leaning against the wall to catch his breath, he scanned his surroundings for any other threats. Fortunately, the lobby was clear. Cheng Zhiyu immediately went to the building's main entrance and shut the heavy iron gate, hoping it would block any zombies drawn by the scent of the living. Killing that one male zombie had already drained most of his energy. If a few more had shown up, he would have been done for, even with Xiao Er. He looked down at the kitchen knife in his hand. The blade was chipped and ruined. It seemed it wasn't just his physical fitness that needed improving. His weapon did too. The female zombie had already been burned to death by Xiao Er. Cheng Zhiyu recalled his companion and quickly headed for his objective, the small shop. The shop was run out of a resident's home. Cheng Zhiyu had worried about how he would get in. If the owners had survived, what would he use to trade with them? But now, the shop's door was wide open. It was clear what had happened to the owners. If he remembered correctly, the shop was run by a married couple. Those two just now. He didn't want to dwell on it. He led Xiao Er into the shop, carefully checking every corner to make sure it was clear of zombies before shutting the door. He had brought a backpack, but even for a small shop, the shelves were packed with goods. One backpack was obviously not enough. Then a thought crossed his mind. He spoke to the system. Didn't my newbie reward include a storage space? Host has a 1 cubic meter storage space. Use now. 1 cubic meter. It wasn't much, but it could hold a lot. Yes, Cheng Zhiyu replied. Storage space activated. Please explore its functions on your own. As soon as the voice faded, Cheng Zhiyu felt a change. A sudden warmth bloomed on the inside of his left wrist. When he looked, a small red mole had appeared there. He was certain that mole hadn't been there before. An idea came to him. He tentatively touched the red mole, and an image of an empty, 1 cubic meter space appeared in his mind. This must be the storage space from the system. It actually looked like it could hold quite a lot, certainly much more than his backpack. But how did he put things inside? Cheng Zhiyu walked over to the 5-liter bottle of mineral water he had spotted upon entering. He tentatively placed his hand on it, concentrating on the thought of putting it into his storage space. The next moment, the water bottle vanished into thin air. It was incredible. His eyes widened slightly. If he hadn't checked his storage space and seen the bottle sitting inside, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Not wanting to waste any more time, Cheng Zhiyu collected all the water he could find in the small shop. If he rationed it, this supply would last him at least 2 months. As he was packing things away, Cheng Zhiyu discovered something incredible. This 1 cubic meter space was different from what he had imagined. How to put it? In the real world, a 1 cubic meter space could never actually hold 1 cubic meter of items. For example, if you put a bucket of water inside, the remaining space would be limited. Nothing could perfectly conform to the leftover area, so gaps would inevitably form. But the system's storage space was different. It could truly hold as much as its volume dictated. It filled up completely, without a single gap. And even though the items inside were compressed, when Cheng Zhiyu took them out to check, they were still perfectly intact. Marveling once again at the system's magic, Cheng Zhiyu continued to pack. Aside from water, his priority was food. Unfortunately, the small shop mostly had snacks, instant noodles, and the like. Oh, and some bread. But in this situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. As long as it was edible, it was good enough. Fortunately, in the kitchen next to the small shop, he found an unopened bag of flour. There were also some vegetables in the fridge, along with some eggs and a large cut of beef. He estimated it was over 3 pounds. That was enough to last a long time. The power grid hadn't been affected yet, so the contents of the refrigerator were still well preserved. These items must have been the shop owner's personal groceries, and now they were all his. A mix of joy and complex feelings washed over Cheng Zhiyu as he placed the eggs, vegetables, and beef into the space, only to find it was full. He decided to carry the bag of flour in his hands. Thinking of the frozen beef, Cheng Zhiyu asked the system, "By the way, does this storage space have a preservation function?" Current level is primary storage space. This function is not yet available. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't too disappointed. His attention was fixed on the words "not yet." What did that mean? It wasn't available now, but that didn't mean it never would be. Looks like he had to keep working hard at farming. With his backpack full and both hands occupied, Cheng Zhiyu's eyes landed on a packet of vegetable seeds. He thought for a moment and grabbed it. He had an idea he wanted to try later. After he was done, he opened the door to the small shop and found another zombie waiting outside. But with his newfound experience, Cheng Zhiyu didn't panic. He and Xiao Er quickly took care of it. Thankfully, he had closed the main door to the apartment building. The zombies from outside had indeed been drawn over and were now banging against it furiously, creating a cacophony of thumps and crashes. Cheng Zhiyu ignored them, intent on getting back quickly. However, after taking just 2 steps, he spotted a fluffy little black puppy lying not far away. It was lying down on the ground, its eyes closed, perfectly still. Only the gentle rise and fall of its tiny body proved it was still breathing. From its size, the puppy looked to be about a month old. Cheng Zhiyu was certain it hadn't been there when he first came down. So, where did this dog come from? He hesitated for a moment before walking toward it. Cheng Zhiyu remained reasonably cautious. He didn't let the sight of the puppy completely cloud his judgment. He stopped about a step away from it and observed it carefully. It looked like an ordinary puppy, with a round head and a chubby body. It was tiny, about the size of his shoe, small, cute, and utterly non-threatening. He couldn't be blamed for his caution. With the apocalypse and zombies, who knew if the little dog in front of him was just a normal animal? Thankfully, it seemed to be. Cheng Zhiyu set down the things he was carrying and tentatively touched the puppy. The contact was warm and soft. If he could ignore the frantic banging outside the building, this moment felt like an ordinary morning where he stumbled upon a cute puppy on the roadside and reached out to pet it. Before the apocalypse, he had always wanted to raise a puppy, but as a corporate drone, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to care for it properly. He could only admire other people's dogs to satisfy his craving. He never thought the apocalypse would be what finally let him pick one up. If he left the puppy here, it would surely die. In that case, Cheng Zhiyu immediately grabbed the scruff of its neck, tucked it inside his jacket, and picked up his belongings. "Xiao Er, let's go home." Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Er rustled its leaves. They retraced their steps. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more zombies on the way back. After closing and locking his apartment door, Cheng Zhiyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. He set his things aside first, then carefully took the puppy out from his jacket and placed it on the floor. Cheng Zhiyu stripped off the clothes he'd worn outside and had Xiao Er burn them immediately. Then he disinfected his entire body before he finally felt at ease. He chuckled as he picked the puppy up. "Hey there, little guy." "Huh? Why are your eyes still closed? Are you asleep?" Cheng Zhiyu muttered to himself, checking the puppy over again with concern. It looked plump and its fur was clean. Nothing seemed wrong with it. Why was it sleeping so much? This little dog was the only living creature Cheng Zhiyu had seen since the apocalypse began. Its existence seemed to connect him to the world before, which was why he had unhesitatingly brought it back. But now, it wasn't moving at all. Cheng Zhiyu was worried about its health, but there was nothing he could do. He found an old shirt, fashioned a small nest out of it, and gently placed the puppy inside. Xiao Er had already returned to the system space. Cheng Zhiyu checked on Xiao Tie's condition. Its life status seemed unchanged, still at 7%. After telling Xiao Er to look after Xiao Tai, Cheng Zhiyu left the space. He had been busy all morning and was now ravenously hungry. He took out the beef and swallowed hard, deciding to make tomato beef stew. The beef wouldn't last long, so it was safer in his stomach. Using the new kitchen knife he just found, he cut off a quarter of the beef and put the rest in the freezer. After the beef thawed, he cut it into chunks, blanched it, then cleaned the pot. He heated some oil and tossed in chili peppers, green onions, and ginger. In no time, the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma. He added the blanched beef, then poured in soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt before covering the pot to let it simmer. He hadn't eaten this well in over half a month. The smell was so tantalizing that he barely wanted to leave, but stewing beef took time. He hadn't forgotten that it had taken him dozens of strikes to kill a zombie. This time, he had been lucky. He had Xiao Er, and he hadn't run into too many zombies. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. He had to improve his physical fitness. For now, he couldn't think of any other way to train besides running, but the space inside his apartment was too small. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered a video he had swiped past before the apocalypse. It was a vlogger teaching a set of boxing forms. He had wanted to learn it back then, and had even downloaded it to his phone. Although there was no internet now, there was still electricity, so he could still watch the downloaded video. He opened his phone, and sure enough, it was still there. The video was about 30 minutes long. Since he had nothing else to do, Cheng Zhiyu decided to follow along and practice. Watching the vlogger, every move had looked quite simple, each gesture filled with a powerful beauty. That was why Cheng Zhiyu had thought it was so cool and downloaded it in the first place. Now, as he slowly went through the motions, he found that many of his movements were clumsy, this being his first time. Even so, after 30 minutes, he was drenched in sweat. This routine should be useful for improving his physical condition. He could feel it. Cheng Zhiyu rested for a while, then stood up and went to check on the puppy. It still hadn't woken up. He frowned with worry. What was wrong with it? Being covered in sweat was uncomfortable, so he wiped himself down with a damp cloth, careful not to use too much water. He didn't waste the leftover water either, saving it for the plants. He had been using his bathwater for them recently, and the system hadn't said anything was wrong with it. After a while, the aroma from the kitchen grew stronger. Cheng Zhiyu went in to check several times. He was young with good teeth, and he was eager to eat, so he didn't need the beef cooked until it was falling apart. As long as it was flavorful, it was good enough. When the beef was almost ready, he steamed some rice. He ladled the tomato beef stew over the rice, and it looked absolutely delicious. As he carried the bowl, he couldn't resist taking a bite. His mouth was scalded, but he refused to spit it out. It was too good. He had never realized his own cooking could be so amazing. Cheng Zhiyu placed the bowl on the table and eagerly sat down to eat. He didn't notice that the puppy, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly twitched its nose as if it had caught the scent, then slowly opened its eyes. The unfamiliar environment put the puppy on high alert, especially since its body was exceptionally frail, no different from a newborn. Fortunately, it quickly determined there was no immediate danger here. Thinking about the reason for his current weakness, the puppy frowned in a very human-like way. It seemed those people were still restless to have sabotaged him during his trial. He came from a high-level planet, born into the noble royal family. His clan had a tradition. Every royal heir, upon coming of age, had to undergo a trial in a chaotic, low-level plane. During the trial, most of the heir's power would be sealed. They had to rely on themselves to survive in the chaotic plane, grow stronger, and successfully return to their home planet to complete the trial. Otherwise, the trial would be a failure. His line was not blessed with many children. In his generation, he was the sole heir, making his existence undeniably precious. A trial wasn't meant to be a death sentence, so a wisp of his father king's consciousness was left in his mind as a failsafe. If he activated it, his father would sense it and end the trial. However, doing so would mean he had failed. Yar tried to feel his body. It was completely devoid of power. He couldn't even muster enough strength to activate the wisp of consciousness. Those people, they had tampered with his trial, leaving him as weak as a newborn pup. They wanted him to die here, quietly and without a trace. At this thought, Yar's gaze turned sharp. However, his current appearance was that of a mere pup. Even with such a look, he wouldn't frighten anyone. It would only make people think, this little dog is so fiercely cute. Yar temporarily gave up on the idea of returning. Those people had underestimated him. Was he really so easy to kill? Although he was now a pup, he wasn't a true pup. He wouldn't need to spend another 100 years growing. With his own power, he could slowly break through the shackles that sealed him. In the meantime, he had to ensure his own safety. Yar's eyes fell on Cheng Zhiyu, who was not far away. Although he had seemed to be sleeping soundly just now, he had been able to sense his surroundings and knew that this was the person who had brought him back. A weak yet strange human. He clearly looked like he had trouble keeping himself alive, yet he would show such kindness. A gurgle sounded. The little dog's expression froze, a human-like embarrassment showing on his face. His body was too weak right now. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. It definitely wasn't, because the smell was making him drool. The little dog stomped his paws on the spot, seemingly trying to attract the human's attention, but he was so tiny he couldn't make much noise at all. Cheng Zhiyu was completely immersed in the deliciousness of his tomato beef stew and hadn't noticed that the puppy was awake. Such an unguarded human, Yar critiqued internally. With a determined yet anxious expression, he trotted his short legs over to Cheng Zhiyu's side and lifted a paw to pat the man's ankle. He couldn't reach any higher. Huh? Cheng Zhiyu instinctively looked down and saw the little dog, who had been sound asleep, now at his feet. He instantly grew excited and scooped the puppy up. Wow, you're awake. Such a good boy, you even knew to come find me. Suddenly suspended in the air, the puppy kicked his hind legs instinctively. Realizing what he had done, he froze, his puppy dog eyes glaring at Cheng Zhiyu. Handsy right from the start. Put me down. Aw, you're so cute. Cheng Zhiyu didn't think the puppy was glaring at him at all. Puppy dog eyes. They were even cuter when wide. He unconsciously spoke in a high-pitched voice, how can you be so good? You knew to find me as soon as you woke up. From now on, I am your master. I won't let you be astray. Master. The audacity of this human. Yar bared his teeth. Look closely, I am the noble. A soft pat interrupted him as the audacious human rubbed his soft belly. Yar. Damn it. He began to struggle with all his might. Cheng Zhiyu just thought he was uncomfortable and quickly put him down. Yar steadied himself, preparing to teach this ignorant human a lesson, when he heard the human mutter, you must be hungry, right? Wait, I'll get you something to eat. Yar, who was indeed hungry, paused. He decided to settle the score after he had eaten his fill. He cast a poised glance toward the kitchen. He could already smell it. There should still be some of what the human had just eaten in there. Cheng Zhiyu was oblivious to Yar's thoughts. He stood up, planning to warm up some goat milk powder for the puppy. A puppy that looked barely a month old couldn't eat anything else. Thankfully, he had found some goat milk powder in the small shop. Praising himself for his foresight, which saved the puppy from going hungry, Cheng Zhiyu rummaged for the goat milk powder. He went to the kitchen, grabbed a small bowl, and prepared some hot water to mix it. When the puppy saw him walk toward the kitchen, he assumed he was going to get him the food he'd just eat, and elegantly trotted after him on his short legs. He saw himself as a supervisor, unaware that he looked more like a little tail trailing behind his owner, his expression one of pitiful hunger. Cheng Zhiyu tested the water's temperature. He didn't have much experience, but figured that the water for mixing milk powder shouldn't be too hot, or it would destroy the nutrients. He didn't know if his theory had any scientific basis, but he stuck to it strictly. Turning his head, he saw the puppy, about the size of one of his shoes, standing by his leg, head tilted up, looking at him with pleading eyes. Cheng Zhiyu's heart melted instantly. He said softly, "Don't be anxious, it'll be a little while." The puppy didn't understand why he had to wait. The food the human had just been eating was right there. Couldn't he just dish some out for him? But alas, he couldn't speak. He could only frown and wait in silence. It shouldn't take too long, right? As it turned out, Cheng Zhiyu didn't make him wait long. He soon decided the temperature was about right, poured the goat milk powder into the bowl, and mixed it with the warm water. The puppy had waited for a while and must be starving. Cheng Zhiyu carried the bowl of warm milk into the living room. When the puppy followed closely behind, he smiled and placed the bowl in front of him. "Go on, drink up." The puppy. His nose twitched. He looked at the white liquid before him in disbelief. Although it had a faint, sweet smell, it was far inferior to what the human had been eating. After waiting all that time, this was what he got. Seeing the puppy standing frozen in place, Cheng Zhiyu was a little confused. He crouched down, gently tapped the puppy's head, and pushed the bowl closer. "Why aren't you drinking? Aren't you hungry?" The puppy glanced at the unappetizing liquid, then thought of the delicious meal the human had just eaten. With a great show of dignity, he turned his head away. He wouldn't eat. "Cheng Zhiyu, weren't you waiting so eagerly just now?" He mumbled. The puppy. "That's not what I was waiting for." Cheng Zhiyu frowned, troubled. Why wouldn't the little dog drink the goat milk? Did he not like this flavor? He certainly didn't look like he wasn't hungry. But for now, Cheng Zhiyu had no other options. Besides goat milk powder, he didn't know what else to feed the puppy. What if he fed him something else and it hurt him? So he decided to wait and see for now. If the puppy really refused to eat, he would think of another way. The puppy stood firm, looking elsewhere, his expression resolute as if to declare he would absolutely not eat it. In reality, he was secretly watching Cheng Zhiyu out of the corner of his eye. He thought that if he didn't eat this, the human would swap it for that fragrant food he'd been eating. Instead, he saw the human frown for a moment before saying, "Well, if you don't want to drink it now, you can have it later when you feel like it." With that, the human did exactly as he said. He paid him no more mind, sat back down at the table, and continued to eat the rest of his meal. The puppy. "Are you not going to raise me anymore?" His gaze fell on the bowl not far away. In the past, he would never have drunk such a thing. But now, this body of his was too weak. His stomach was empty. If he didn't eat something soon, he might starve to death. Even so, the puppy still didn't drink the milk. He trotted away on his short legs, heading for another spot. Before leaving, he shot a deliberately nonchalant glance at Cheng Zhiyu. Then, Cheng Zhiyu finished the rest of his meal, picked up his bowl, and went into the kitchen. The puppy. So infuriating. Cheng Zhiyu was completely unaware of the puppy's rich inner turmoil. He had eaten his fill, leaving the rest of the tomato beef stew in the pot for dinner. The feeling of a full stomach was wonderful, and it made Cheng Zhiyu realize even more just how crucial food was now. At this thought, an idea he'd been harboring became harder to suppress. He decided to give it a try. Coming out of the kitchen, he found his backpack and rummaged through it, pulling out a small packet of vegetable seeds he had found in the convenience store. He hadn't looked closely before. Now he saw they were Chinese cabbage seeds. Chinese cabbage seeds were good. Chinese cabbage was easy to grow and grew large. Holding the seeds, he focused his thoughts and, in an instant, appeared inside the space. He hadn't deliberately hidden this from the puppy. After all, it was just a little dog. What could it possibly understand? He completely missed the puppy's inquisitive gaze as he vanished from the spot. When Cheng Zhiyu arrived in the system space, Xiao Er immediately began to wave its branches enthusiastically, welcoming him. He reached out and stroked Xiao Er's leaves, then checked on Xiao Tai. As expected, Xiao Tai was more difficult to cultivate. Its life status had only slowly increased to 8%. Still, that was great. At least it was gradually changing. He stroked Xiao Tie's leaves as well, praising it for a while, then looked around. Ever since he had completed the newbie mission, the plot of land in the space had expanded from 1x1 meter to 2x2 meters, making it feel much larger. Even with Xiao Er and Xiao Tai there, a lot of empty space remained. As a Chinese person with the farmer's spirit in his bones, how could he stand by and watch this land go to waste? He had to plant something. Cheng Zhiyu knew how to grow Chinese cabbage. He had planted it with his family before. That year, his whole family had planted a patch of it in their backyard. It hadn't seemed like much when they were planting, but once everything grew, they realized they had far more cabbage than they could ever eat. To make matters worse, the price of cabbage happened to be especially low that year. Sometimes, people wouldn't even take their cabbage for free. A lot of it ended up spoiling. After that, his family never planted so much again, just a few heads at most. Recalling the past, Cheng Zhiyu sighed. Cabbage that was once thrown away would likely become a luxury in the future. He didn't dwell on it. Picking up the shovel, he got to work. Chinese cabbage had a higher survival rate if you sprouted seedlings first and then transplanted them, but he obviously didn't have the conditions for that now. He decided to just plant the seeds directly. As he was busy working, the system seemed to have finally realized what he was doing. Its mechanical voice sounded somewhat incredulous. "Host, what are you doing?" Cheng Zhiyu continued his work, replying as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "This land is just sitting here empty. I might as well plant some vegetables." System. "Host, how can you plant vegetables here?" Cheng Zhiyu was puzzled. "Why not? The soil is so fertile." System. "Warning. Other plants will affect the growth of the original plants in the space. Host, do not act willfully." Cheng Zhiyu paused, not having expected that. He stopped his work, slightly disappointed. "Huh? I can't plant them." Just as he was about to give up, and the system was thinking its host was reasonably easy to persuade, Xiao Er suddenly shook its leaves. It nudged the seeds in Cheng Zhiyu's hand, looking as if it wanted to help him plant them. The system was speechless. These plants despise having other plants near them. So what is happening right now? Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao Er's leaves and smiled. "Xiao Er, you want me to plant these vegetables?" Xiao Er bobbed its leaves up and down, as if nodding. "But if I plant them, it might have a negative effect on you," Cheng Zhiyu said. As much as he wanted to grow some vegetables, he wouldn't do it at Xiao Er's expense. In response, Xiao Er shook its leaves vigorously from side to side, as if to say, "Of course not. Don't listen to that stupid system." Cheng Zhiyu still hesitated. In his eyes, Xiao Er was no longer an ordinary plant, but more of a companion. He had to take the system's warning seriously. But while he wavered, Xiao Er saw that he wasn't moving. Unable to grab the seeds from his hand, it anxiously began scrabbling at the soil, trying to dig a hole to plant the seeds itself. Cheng Zhiyu's eyelid twitched violently as he watched, terrified it would hurt itself. "Stop digging, stop digging," he urged, rushing to intervene. "I have tools. I'll do it." Xiao Er froze, shook the dirt from its leaves, and obediently rubbed against Cheng Zhiyu. With a helpless sigh, Cheng Zhiyu patted Xiao Er. "I'll just plant a few for now. If you feel uncomfortable at all, you have to tell me, okay?" Xiao Er bobbed its leaves up and down, signaling it understood. The system was completely numb to the scene. Even with Xiao Er's permission, Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare plant too many, afraid it really would affect his plant. He dug 5 small holes in the corners farthest away from Xiao Er and planted the seeds. As for the plot near Xiao Tai, given its current life status, he wouldn't dare plant anything over there. There was no guarantee the 5 seeds would even sprout, but it was worth a try. After he finished, Cheng Zhiyu left the space. Seeing the puppy was gone, he quickly started searching for it, finally finding it in the kitchen. He smiled and picked the little dog up. "What were you doing in the kitchen?" "If you're hungry, just be a good boy and drink your milk." The puppy's expression was somber. He had no desire to drink that stuff. There was nothing Cheng Zhiyu could do. He couldn't exactly force-feed it. He decided to just wait and see. With nothing else to do, he started practicing the boxing routine he was learning. The puppy sat nearby, watching his clumsy movements with eyes full of disdain. "Are those limbs brand new?" Not long after that internal critique, the puppy's stomach rumbled again. Fortunately, it wasn't loud, and Cheng Zhiyu was too preoccupied to hear it. The pangs of hunger were truly unbearable. The puppy, who had just been vowing never to drink the milk, now wore a conflicted expression. He really didn't want to drink that stuff, but he couldn't just starve to death. The puppy glanced at the bumbling Cheng Zhiyu. It would be a bit humiliating to drink it now, but maybe it wouldn't be so bad if the human didn't see. Confirming that Cheng Zhiyu wasn't looking his way, the puppy tiptoed on his little paws, sneaking over to the bowl like a tiny, furry culprit. He unhesitatingly buried his head in the bowl and began to drink. The goat milk had a faint, milky aroma but tasted like nothing, almost like water. He was so hungry that he lapped it all up in moments. A cheerful voice sounded from nearby. "Wow, you licked the bowl clean." The puppy's small body stiffened. He lifted his head, the fur around his mouth now white. His thoughts screamed, "I didn't drink it. It wasn't me." The puppy took a step back, putting distance between himself and the bowl in an attempt to absolve himself of any connection to it, completely unaware that the black fur around his mouth was now stark white. Every little movement the soft, fluffy puppy made was utterly adorable. Cheng Zhiyu burst out laughing. He grabbed a paper towel, cupped the puppy's little face, and gently wiped away the milk stains. "Such a good boy, you finished the whole bowl of milk," Cheng Zhiyu praised while rubbing the puppy's belly. "Let me see if your tummy is full." The puppy froze, desperately trying to squirm away from Cheng Zhiyu's hand, but he was too late. The human's hand was already on him. This human is truly a libertine. The skin under the puppy's fur was burning with indignation. Cheng Zhiyu frowned in confusion. "Why isn't your belly round at all? You drank so much." "A lot." The puppy thought. "That wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Although its belly felt flat, Cheng Zhiyu didn't dare feed it anymore. Puppies don't always know when to stop, and he didn't want it to overeat. He could always feed it again in a little while. Just as he was thinking this, the puppy patted his ankle with a paw. Cheng Zhiyu was realizing that this puppy he de-rescued was exceptionally smart. "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. The puppy had decided that if he wanted delicious food, he would have to fight for it himself. That little bit of milk was practically useless. Once he was sure Cheng Zhiyu was looking, he trotted his short legs toward the kitchen. After a few steps, he turned his head to make sure the human was following before continuing inside. He stopped in front of the pot and, to Cheng Zhiyu's astonishment, pointed a paw at the tomato and beef stew. "I want to eat this." Cheng Zhiyu marveled at the puppy's intelligence and instantly understood what it meant. It all made sense now, why the puppy had been following him so closely before he prepared the goat milk, only to reject it once it was ready. All this time, the puppy had wanted the beef. But Cheng Zhiyu looked at the tiny creature, if only it were a little bigger. He squatted down apologetically. "I am sorry you can't. You're still too little, and your teeth haven't developed properly. You wouldn't be able to chew it." The puppy stared at Cheng Zhiyu. "Nonsense. My winged clan possesses the sharpest teeth in the world. A tiny piece of meat, and he thinks I can't eat it. This is clearly just an excuse from this human. I just need to prove." Then, Cheng Zhiyu watched as the puppy suddenly lunged at a nearby cabinet and took a hard bite out of the door. Before Cheng Zhiyu could react, he watched in horror as the puppy chomped down. He cried out in alarm, quickly scooping the puppy up and prying its mouth open to check. "Sweetheart, have you gone mad with hunger? Let me see if you broke your teeth." The puppy, only a month old, had tiny baby teeth. Thankfully, they were all intact. Cheng Zhiyu was so focused on checking for damage that he completely missed the puppy's eyes widening in shock when it heard the word sweetheart. What is wrong with this human? We've known each other for less than a day, and he's already calling me sweetheart. He's not the least bit reserved. He quickly remembered something else and turned to look at the cabinet he had just bitten, expecting it to be splintered. Instead, he found that not only was the cabinet door intact, but there wasn't even a single tooth mark on it. The puppy was speechless. Perhaps his shrunken body had affected his intelligence. It was only now that he remembered he was essentially a newborn cub and did not yet possess his clan's sharp teeth. The puppy was the very picture of dejection. He also felt incredibly embarrassed. Seeing the puppy suddenly deflate, Cheng Zhiyu grew worried. What's wrong, sweetheart? Do your teeth hurt? You're too little to be biting random things. It's my fault for not stopping you sooner. In truth, while he hadn't even left a scratch on the cabinet door, the puppy's teeth didn't hurt at all. He was a member of the winged clan, after all. Even as a cub, he wasn't that fragile. Sweetheart. Cheng Zhiyu called out again, worried by its stillness. The puppy glanced at Cheng Zhiyu, then slowly walked to a corner. Just let me be depressed for a while. Cheng Zhiyu thought he understood why the puppy had become so listless. The aura of gloom around it was almost tangible. It was actually pretty cute, Cheng Zhiyu said, trying his best to stifle a laugh. The puppy shot him a mournful look. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. Well then, how about I give you a name? He thought for a moment, looking at the puppy's pure black fur. After much consideration, he finally said, let's call you Xiao Hei. Rejected, the puppy thought. Xiao Hei. Cheng Zhiyu was clearly pleased with his choice of name, calling it out with a smile. When the puppy didn't react, he wasn't bothered. Xiao Hei had just learned his name. He would need some time to get used to it. Xiao Hei still hadn't emerged from his funk. While Cheng Zhiyu busied himself, the puppy sat by the window, staring outside in a state of utter dejection. Being so small, he had to crane his neck just to see out, which only deepened his depression. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea how a 1-month-old puppy could be so moody. Helpless, he decided to just let it be. That evening, Cheng Zhiyu reheated the tomato beef stew and brought it out for dinner. He also warmed up a bowl of goat milk for Xiao Hei, who, this time, drank it all without protest. After finishing his milk, Xiao Hei looked at the fragrant meal in Cheng Zhiyu's bowl. It was infuriating. He kept his eyes fixed on Cheng Zhiyu. The man seemed to think his food was too hot, so he placed the bowl on the coffee table and went back to the kitchen. Xiao Hei glanced at his retreating back, then padded over to the coffee table. It wasn't very high, much lower than a dining table, and there was a small stool sitting next to it. In the kitchen, Cheng Zhiyu decided to wash the pot while his food cooled. He was in the middle of it when he suddenly heard a loud crash from outside. Startled and fearing something had happened to the puppy, he didn't even bother to dry his hands before rushing out to see what was wrong. The scene that greeted him was beyond anything he could have imagined. The stool was knocked over, lying crookedly on the floor. And the culprit, Xiao Hei, was standing on the coffee table with his entire head buried in the bowl. Cheng Zhiyu never would have guessed that Xiao Hei, after being so well-behaved and drinking all his milk, was still scheming to get at the meat. And how on earth did such a tiny thing even get onto the coffee table? Cheng Zhiyu felt like he'd picked up a truly magical puppy. Afraid Xiao Hei would make himself sick, he strode over and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Xiao Hei seemed to have adopted a might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb attitude. Since he was already caught, he decided to seize the moment and shove another large mouthful of food into his mouth. Cheng Zhiyu stared at Xiao Hei's bulging cheeks. He was both helpless and anxious. Spit it out. You're so young, can your stomach handle meat? Besides, it was full of seasonings. He'd never raised a dog before, but even he knew they couldn't eat seasoned food. However, Xiao Hei merely shot him a sidelong glance before calmly swallowing the meat. He then looked back at the bowl. Delicious. I want more. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He finally realized that even though Xiao Hei was tiny, in just that short time, a whole bowl of meat was already half gone. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He set Xiao Hei on the floor and carefully felt the puppy's belly. Strain. He'd eaten so much meat, but his belly wasn't even bulging. Once on the floor, Xiao Hei stretched languidly. He still wasn't full, but the human's cooking was quite good. He was in a pleasant mood. Seeing his utterly unrepentant expression, Cheng Zhiyu poked his head. You'll be crying your eyes out when your stomach starts hurting later. Ridiculous. As if a mere bit of meat could make a member of the noble winged clan feel unwell. Cheng Zhiyu decided to give him a stern lecture. Seeing Xiao Hei about to walk away, he gently grabbed the scruff of his neck and turned the puppy to face him, launching into a long-winded scolding. Xiao Hei, you can't do this again, you hear me? You gave me a real scare. You're barely a month old, how can you eat like that? There isn't even a single vet clinic left. I can't get you checked even if I wanted to. Honestly, you. Xiao Hei lowered his head and covered his ears with his paws. I am not listening. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But what could he do? He gave Xiao Hei a final warning and decided to let him off the hook for now. He would just have to keep a close eye on Xiao Hei's condition. Then, Cheng Zhiyu looked at the remaining half bowl of beef stew, a conflicted expression on his face. Ugh. Food is so precious now. It shouldn't be wasted, but these are Xiao Hei's leftovers. After a moment, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He got up and headed to the kitchen, deciding to make something simple for himself instead. Fortunately, Xiao Hei hadn't touched the rice. He decided to just make some fried rice. Xiao Hei, who had been lying about lazily, suddenly stiffened. He got up and trotted over to Cheng Zhiyu's side. Cheng Zhiyu noticed him at once, forgetting all about his meal. What is it? He asked anxiously. Are you feeling sick? Xiao Hei stiffly gestured toward the bathroom with his paw. Cheng Zhiyu asked, You need to go to the bathroom. The bathroom door was closed, so Cheng Zhiyu had to open it for him. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't believe Xiao Hei was that intelligent. He tentatively opened the door, and the puppy immediately rushed inside. Whether he believed it or not, the proof was right there. Cheng Zhiyu quickly followed him in and glanced at the toilet, which was far too tall for the little pup. That's obviously not going to work. Besides, what kind of dog uses a toilet anyway? He chuckled and walked over to the floor drain. You can just go here, he said. I'll rinse it down with some water afterward. What kind of genius puppy was Xiao Hei? He actually knew to use the bathroom. All Cheng Zhiyu had to do was rinse it down with water afterward, a task he was more than happy to do. But after waiting for a long while, Xiao Hei made no move. He just stared fixedly at Cheng Zhiyu. It took Cheng Zhiyu a moment to realize. No way, he chuckled. A little puppy knows how to be shy. Xiao Hei was speechless. I am only like this because I can't speak right now. I am not a puppy. Cheng Zhiyu thoughtfully decided to protect Xiao Hei's dignity. He smiled, stepped out of the bathroom, and closed the door behind him. He didn't go far, though. He stood right outside the door, worried that something might happen to the little pup inside. A moment later, he heard a soft patting on the door. Cheng Zhiyu opened it, preparing to clean up, but he found the bathroom was spotless. There was nothing there. What's going on? Cheng Zhiyu checked every corner, certain he hadn't missed anything. Xiao Hei trotted away on his short legs, looking perfectly composed, but his tail was stiff with mortification. He had never imagined that one day, his water element ability would be used for this. The winged clan's status as royalty was built upon one thing: their terrifying power. To put it simply, while Xiao Hei's home planet had a few other races, it was predominantly inhabited by the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan's defining characteristic was their belligerence, or to put it less delicately, they loved to fight. The moment they encountered someone of comparable strength, they would demand a spar. Not a single powerful member of the Beast Clan had escaped being challenged. The winged clan, however, was an exception. In the time since Xiao Hei's birth to his near adulthood, the number of beast clan members who had dared to challenge him could be counted on one hand. It's worth noting that the winged clan reaches adulthood at 100 years of age, and Xiao Hei was only a year shy of that milestone. Furthermore, every single one of those challengers from the beast clan had lost. Without exception. Rumor had it that one of them burst into tears right after the fight. At the time, Xiao Hei was utterly speechless. A brawny warrior bawling his eyes out was quite the eyesore. In truth, his opponent had been literally beaten to tears. Most members of the beast clan possessed only a single ability. A talented few might have two, and an extremely rare number possessed three. The winged clan, however, could possess dozens. As the saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none. But Xiao Hei was the exception. His abilities were both numerous and masterfully refined. He could switch between them seamlessly. One moment, he would be flinging his opponent around like laundry in a water tornado. The next, a ball of fire would erupt, scorching their fur to a crisp. It was highly damaging and deeply insulting. Faced with such an opponent, anyone would lose their composure. With such formidable power, few dared to provoke the winged clan. But in private, there were always resentful voices claiming the winged clan were nothing but talent freaks. Their strength, they argued, came purely from natural gifts. To put it bluntly, they were simply born lucky. Anyone who said such things clearly knew little about the winged clan. Many assumed that a member of the winged clan was born with dozens of abilities already unlocked. In reality, that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, every member of the winged clan is born with only a single ability. Xiao Hei, for example, was born with only the water element ability. Only after he had completely mastered it could he awaken his next ability. Therefore, while the winged clan was undeniably gifted, coasting to victory was impossible. To master more abilities, they had to put in far more effort than any member of the beast clan. It had to be admitted, however, that their potential ceiling was indeed far higher than that of most of the beast clan. Now, having been ambushed and sabotaged, Xiao Hei had temporarily regressed to the form of a pup. His power had naturally diminished as well. At present, he only possessed his water element ability, and it was extremely weak. Xiao Hei recalled how he had trained relentlessly, without a single day of rest, to strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible. He had used his water element ability to defeat rivals and annihilate enemies. Never, in all that time, had he imagined he would one day use it for this. A wave of depression washed over Xiao Hei. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhiyu looked around the bathroom again, confirming there was nothing to clean. Still, he was positive Xiao Hei had just relieved himself. As for why the bathroom remained spotless, perhaps Xiao Hei was just a magical puppy. Cheng Zhiyu's ability to accept strange things had increased dramatically. I mean, the apocalypse had arrived. What was impossible anymore? Xiao Hei was so smart, so what if he could do a little trick like that? He quickly talked himself into it. When he left the bathroom, he saw Xiao Hei sitting in the living room with a slightly dazed expression, seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Hei was spacing out when his body suddenly went airborne. Oh, the human is picking me up again. Even after several times, Xiao Hei still couldn't get used to this human's habit of scooping him up without warning. His two hind legs went ramrod straight, his tail tucked tightly between them. Wow, I saw that just now. Xiao Hei, you're amazing. He was simply a heaven-sent puppy. Not only did he not make a mess everywhere, but he even cleaned up after himself. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea how he did it, but a good owner should grant his puppy a little privacy, right? Xiao Hei was confused. I know I am amazing, but why is this human suddenly praising me? Cheng Zhiyu thought Xiao Hei's expression looked full of confusion, so he chuckled and said, "Just now, you cleaned up your own." MMPH, before he could finish, Xiao Hei keenly sensed that he did not want to hear the rest of that sentence. He immediately shot out a paw and pressed it against Cheng Zhiyu's mouth. Shut up. Cheng Zhiyu blinked. Then it dawned on him. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right, I won't say it. Is little Xiao Hei getting embarrassed? He said the last part in a high-pitched, teasing voice. Annoyance flooded Xiao Hei. He struggled out of Cheng Zhiyu's arms, jumped to the floor, and turned his back on the human, deciding to ignore him for the time being. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat and patted Xiao Hei's head. Sweetheart, it's getting late. Time for bed. Where do you want to sleep? How about the living room? Xiao Hei only twitched his tail, making no other move. Cheng Zhiyu continued, It gets cold at night, but the bed I made you is nice and warm. If you feel cold, go back to your bed to sleep, understand? Xiao Hei was so smart that he would surely understand. Cheng Zhiyu didn't say anything more and got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. After washing up, he didn't go straight to his room. He first entered the system space to check on Xiao Er and Xiao Tai. Xiao Er greeted him as energetically as ever. Cheng Zhiyu stroked its leaves, then checked on Xiao Tai, whose condition was stable. He first poured some of the water from his evening routine onto Xiao Tai. The little plant was quite responsive, and its life status rose to 9%. It wasn't just Cheng Zhiyu's effort. Xiao Tai's own will to live was strong. Cheng Zhiyu stroked its leaves, gratified. Next, he gave Xiao Er some water. With what little was left, he didn't let it go to waste, pouring all of it on the Chinese cabbage seeds he had planted earlier that day. When he finished his tasks and exited the space, he found Xiao Hei standing right in front of him, as if he had been waiting for some time. Cheng Zhiyu was certain it wasn't his imagination, because when he headed back to his room, Xiao Hei followed him. He glanced at the puppy who was feigning nonchalance, and his eyes curved into a smile. So even a smart puppy like him can feel insecure. It's his first day here, after all. It's only natural he wouldn't want to stay in the living room alone. How could I, a crown prince, possibly sleep on the floor? It's not like I'm a real dog. HMPH. This human is tactful enough, at least. He didn't refuse to let me follow him into the bedroom. And then he watched as Cheng Zhiyu moved the makeshift bed of clothes from the living room into the bedroom and placed it on the floor next to his own bed. After all, Xiao Hei had just eaten half a bowl of meat. Although he seemed fine for now, Cheng Zhiyu was still a little worried. He placed the makeshift bed near his own, so he could hear any strange noises from the puppy during the night. As for letting Xiao Hei onto his bed, he'd better not. He'd just picked the puppy up, and it hadn't had a bath yet. After getting everything ready, he saw Xiao Hei standing dazedly nearby. He reached out, picked the puppy up, and placed him in the little bed, stroking his head. Time to sleep. Good night. Xiao Hei, in his new dog bed. Sleep was impossible. Cheng Zhiyu, however, fell asleep quickly. He was exhausted. He had gone out and killed a zombie with his own hands, and the psychological toll was heavier than he let on. With no one to talk to, he desperately needed a good night's rest to recover. In the darkness, Xiao Hei slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the peacefully sleeping Cheng Zhiyu, his form illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window. He stood up, gathered strength in his hind legs, and prepared to leap silently onto the bed. HMPH, make me sleep in a dog bed. Impossible. How could a dignified member of the winged clan sleep in a dog bed? If word got out, the other beast clans would laugh their heads off. However, Xiao Hei had overestimated his current jumping ability. Cheng Zhiyu's bed was a bit high, and unlike when he climbed onto the coffee table earlier, there was nothing to use for leverage. As a result, he first slammed into the side of the bed before tumbling to the floor. Thump. Thump. The two sounds echoed with shocking clarity in the quiet room. Cheng Zhiyu was instantly jolted awake. He shot up in bed and flicked on the light. There was nothing there. Frowning, Cheng Zhiyu got out of bed. Xiao Hei was sleeping peacefully in his little bed. He didn't notice the puppy's slightly twitching hind leg. After checking the rest of the apartment and finding no signs of danger, he returned to his room, puzzled. He sat on the edge of his bed for a moment before finally lying down to sleep again. Xiao Hei, who had only been pretending to be asleep, opened his eyes and glanced at the bed, which wasn't even that high. He began to question his very existence as a beast. Ahem. Actually, the dog bed was quite comfortable. The human had padded it with several layers of clothing, making it very soft. After consoling himself with this rationalization, Xiao Hei closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes the next morning, Cheng Zhiyu greeted the stretching puppy with a good morning before getting himself and Xiao Hei cleaned up. Xiao Hei turned out to be quite the tidy little creature. While Cheng Zhiyu was washing his face, the puppy even lifted a paw, as if asking to be wiped clean as well. It was adorable. It was still early. After preparing some warm goat milk powder for Xiao Hei, Cheng Zhiyu entered the system space. The moment he entered, his eyes widened in shock. In just one night, all 5 of the Chinese cabbage seeds he had planted had sprouted. A 100% survival rate was one thing, but this germination speed was simply too fast. Cheng Zhiyu was certain they were just ordinary cabbage seeds. So, he glanced at Xiao Er, who was practically preening, begging for praise. He understood instantly. He gently stroked one of Xiao Er's leaves. This was your doing, wasn't it? Xiao Er's leaves bobbed up and down. Cheng Zhiyu was thrilled and didn't hold back his praise. Xiao Er was so delighted he felt like he could fly. Not rushing to check the cabbage seedlings, Cheng Zhiyu went to see how Xiao Tai was doing first. Overnight, Xiao Tai's life status had risen to 11%. After Cheng Zhiyu watered it and Xiao Er, Xiao Tai's life status diligently increased by another 1%. Next, Cheng Zhiyu checked on Xiao Er. Its status was still maturity level 1. If there was a level 1, that implied there must be a level 2 and 3. He just didn't know how to raise its level. He suspected it wasn't as simple as just watering and tilling the soil. Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask the system for help. System, how do I raise Xiao Er's maturity level? After asking, he was a little worried the system would just tell him to explore on his own. Thankfully, it wasn't so unhelpful this time. Attack-type plants must engage in actual combat to raise their maturity level. Actual combat? So I need to take Xiao Er out to fight more zombies. Cheng Zhiyu made a mental note. He then went to inspect the cabbage seedlings. He'd only given them a cursory glance earlier and thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But now, looking closely, he realized he hadn't been mistaken. The seedlings were all red. He was pretty sure cabbage seedlings weren't supposed to be red. What was going on? He looked at the red seedlings, then back at the crimson Xiao Er. The colors were practically identical. Honestly, he didn't even need to ask the system to know the reason. He didn't know yet if the change was purely cosmetic or if there were other effects. He could only hope it was just the color. Otherwise, if he ended up with a few fire-breathing cabbages, his dream of eating fresh vegetables would be shattered once again. Sigh. I'll just have to wait and see. After finishing his work, Cheng Zhiyu left the system space to make breakfast. Xiao Hei had already licked his bowl of milk clean, but his little face was etched with resentment. Cheng Zhiyu felt like a terrible person. Even with the puppy looking so wronged, his mind was filled with a single thought. Xiao Hei is so cute. Suppressing a laugh, he petted Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, I'm going to make breakfast. Want to keep me company? Xiao Hei refused. This human would only give him milk powder. Seeing Xiao Hei turn his back to him in clear rejection, Cheng Zhiyu didn't press the issue. He playfully poked the puppy's rear. All right, I'm going to cook by myself then. Xiao Hei, whose bottom had just been poked. Shameless rogue. How could he do such a thing? The skin beneath Xiao Hai's fur began to burn with heat again. He decided then and there to ignore this unrestrained human. He had to increase his strength as quickly as possible and get away from this person. From a distance, Xiao Hei saw Cheng Zhiyu chopping up a piece of meat. He eats so well, yet he gives me milk powder. But no matter what, the human had taken him in. He would leave him a gift before he departed. He disliked being indebted to others. Xiao Hei trotted on his short legs to a corner where Cheng Zhiyu couldn't see him, and with a solemn expression, began practicing his water element ability. With his past experience, his progress would surely be faster this time. Cheng Zhiyu made a simple dish for himself, along with some small meatballs, and steamed some rice. The meal was ready. The rice at home was running low, but he wasn't worried about running out of staple foods this time. He had found a bag of flour yesterday and could make steamed buns. Thankfully, he had often helped his mother cook back home and knew how to make them, though he lacked yeast. But that wasn't an insurmountable problem. He could just let some dough ferment for a few hours to act as a starter. He had already prepared the starter dough while making breakfast and planned to steam the buns that afternoon. It was a pity he had to ration the vegetables, or he would have made some filled buns too. Carrying his food to the coffee table, Cheng Zhiyu called out to Xiao Hei, who had wandered into his room at some point. "Xiao Hei, time to eat." "Oh, I know you're eating meat," Xiao Hei thought resentfully. Seeing no movement, Cheng Zhiyu called out again. "Xiao Hei, come and eat." Xiao Hai's ears twitched. There's some for me." He looked at Cheng Zhiyu suspiciously, only to see the man holding his little bowl and placing 2 small meatballs inside. Xiao Hei immediately trotted over. The human smiled and placed the bowl in front of him. The small meatballs emanated a faint, savory aroma, still warm from the pan. So the human was busy chopping meat just now to make meatballs for me. For a moment, Xiao Hai's feelings were a complicated mess. "What are you staring at? It's not too hot anymore." "Go on, eat," Cheng Zhiyu urged. He had a vague feeling that Xiao Hei might not be an ordinary puppy. He was afraid milk powder alone wouldn't be enough to fill him up. But he also didn't dare let him eat too much meat, worried it might cause stomach problems. After much thought, he decided to make small, tender meatballs. Eaten in small quantities, they shouldn't cause any harm. Under Cheng Zhiyu's expectant gaze, Xiao Hei took a bite of a meatball. It was indeed very tender. There wasn't much seasoning, but the natural, fresh flavor of the meat was delicious. He finished one, then looked up to see Cheng Zhiyu eating his own meal, a small plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Xiao Hei was aware that, given the current state of this planet, food was undoubtedly scarce. And this human had given the precious meat to him. Why is he so foolish? He's lucky it's me he ran into. As Cheng Zhiyu was eating, he felt a light touch on his ankle. He looked down and saw Xiao Hei pushing his little bowl toward him with his paw. "You eat." Cheng Zhiyu understood his meaning and couldn't help but feel touched. But touched as he was, he said, "It's okay, Xiao Hei." "You eat it." Xiao Hei was insistent. "You eat." Cheng Zhiyu said, "Thank you, but the meatball has your slobber on it." Both meatballs were in the same bowl. When Xiao Hei ate the first one, he had inevitably touched the other. Xiao Hei. Furious, he took a big bite of the remaining meatball. Cheng Zhiyu tried to explain himself. "Xiao Hei, I don't mean to say I mind really." "Xiao Hei. HMPH. Cheng Zhiyu." Sigh. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Cheng Zhiyu rested for a while before beginning his boxing practice. Xiao Hei noticed that Cheng Zhiyu was a quick learner. Yesterday, his movements had been clumsy, but today they were much smoother. However, while this set of exercises could certainly strengthen the body, to Xiao Hei's discerning eye, it was riddled with flaws. On account of this human letting me stay here, I suppose I can offer him a token of my gratitude. With this thought, Xiao Hei snuck into Cheng Zhiyu's room again. He knew many mental methods, and one of them was perfect for Cheng Zhiyu. He looked up and, as expected, saw a notebook and pen on Cheng Zhiyu's desk. Cheng Zhiyu had used them to plan his route before heading out for supplies and hadn't put them away. Now he had to figure out how to get them. The problem was, the desk was even taller than the bed. The good news was that there was a stool next to the desk. The bad news was that the stool was about the same height as the bed. Xiao Hei. He could use his water element ability to lift himself up, but his control over it hadn't reached that level of precision yet. To achieve the degree of control needed to get him onto the desk would take at least 3 days. Xiao Hei paced on the floor. He wasn't patient enough to wait. He decided to try jumping again. Maybe last night was just a fluke. Filled with wishful thinking, Xiao Hei pushed off with his hind legs and leaped. This time, he didn't crash into the side, but his paws had barely grazed the edge of the stool before gravity took hold, and he fell to the floor with another thump. Xiao Hei. Thankfully, he had closed the door. Cheng Zhiyu probably hadn't heard anything. After several more attempts, he finally managed to jump onto the desk. Xiao Hei used his paws to nudge the notebook and pen to the floor, then hopped down after them. Just then, he heard a sound from outside. Xiao Hei froze, then immediately plopped his butt down on the notebook. Unfortunately, he was far too small to cover it completely. The door swung open, and Cheng Zhiyu walked in to see this exact scene. The man and the puppy stared at each other. A moment later, Xiao Hei resigned himself to the situation and simply lay down flat on the notebook. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled and walked over to pet him. How did you get this? Say, you're just a little puppy. Don't tell me you can actually write. Underestimating a puppy, are you? Xiao Hei thought. No, wait. I am not a dog. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't figure out what Xiao Hei was trying to do, so he just let him be. It wasn't like he was short on notebooks. With his actions now out in the open, Xiao Hei brazenly dragged the notebook back to his little bed, and Cheng Zhiyu paid it no mind. When Xiao Hei was writing out the mental method, he was still careful to hide from Cheng Zhiyu. The difficulty of writing with his paws was simply immense. Not only was it slow, but the characters came out crooked and wobbly. Oh well, he thought, it'll have to do. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea what Xiao Hei was up to behind his back, only that he was acting mysteriously all day. He didn't press the issue. A few days passed. The cabbage seedlings changed day by day, but no matter how they grew, they remained red. Fortunately, apart from sharing Xiao Er's color, the seedlings showed no signs of developing intelligence. They also didn't feel warm to the touch like Xiao Er did. This brought Cheng Zhiyu a wave of relief. For now, it seemed they were probably edible. As for Xiao Tai, its life status had risen to 30% over the past few days, and the plant itself had grown a little larger. He noticed that its leaves seemed to be growing harder and harder, taking on a black color that glinted with a metallic sheen under the sun. Could he have actually gotten the name right? Xiao Tai really did feel like it was made of iron. He had no idea what it would be like once it fully matured. Speaking of which, Xiao Er was still stuck at level 1 maturity. Cheng Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt over this. To be precise, he was the one holding Xiao Er back. He didn't yet have the ability to deal with zombies on his own. He could handle a single zombie, maybe, but any more than that and he'd be in danger. So for now, he couldn't take Xiao Er out to fight. Thinking of this, Cheng Zhiyu sighed. It seemed he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. It wasn't just for Xiao Er's sake. He couldn't hide in his rental apartment forever, could he? He estimated that the government was too overwhelmed to help anyone. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to rely on himself. Besides, he still wanted to find his family. Although he had managed one phone call when the apocalypse started, how could he ever be completely at ease? Cheng Zhiyu shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. In the bedroom, Xiao Hei painstakingly clutched the pen in his paw and wrote the final character in the notebook. Finally, he set the pen down, his sore front paw at last able to relax. He looked at the mental method written on the pages. Cheng Zhiyu would probably be quite surprised when he received this, wouldn't he? Xiao Hei unconsciously wagged his tail. He puffed out his chest, and when Cheng Zhiyu emerged from the system space, he picked up the notebook, trotted over to the man's feet, and set it down. Cheng Zhiyu was confused. He had been curious for a while now. Every day, Xiao Hei would mysteriously huddle over the notebook, doing who knows what, and he wouldn't let him look. He bent down and picked it up. Where the notebook was once empty, it was now filled with characters. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened. This is. Xiao Hei puffed out his chest even further, a human-like pride spreading across his face. This was the mental method that had been passed down through the Winged clan for generations, something countless members of the Beast clan would fight to the death to obtain. And now Cheng Zhiyu had gotten it so easily. He must be. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Cheng Zhiyu say, "Xiao Hei, you can actually write." That's amazing. But what language is this? I can't understand a single word. Xiao Hei's paw stiffened. When he was writing, he had subconsciously used the secret script of the Winged clan. Cheng Zhiyu had long since accepted that Xiao Hei was no ordinary dog. After his initial surprise that the puppy could write, he quickly calmed down. However, after he spoke, he noticed that Xiao Hei's whole body had gone rigid. Xiao Hei. What's wrong? Wow, you're incredible, being able to write. You really are a magical puppy. Cheng Zhiyu petted him, speaking with genuine sincerity. That makes sense. I didn't see you at all on my way to the small shop that day, but then you were there when I came out. It seems everything about your appearance was extraordinary from the start. Praised again and again, Xiao Hei's tail began to perk up. But at the same time, his right paw was trembling slightly. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't read the mental method he'd written, which meant he would have to write it all over again. Xiao Hei's face fell. Unfortunately, his face was already pitch black, so Cheng Zhiyu couldn't see his expression and just continued to praise how cute he was. Stop with the compliments already. Fine, I'll write it again for you, all right. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know what he was thinking. Xiao Er needed him to go out and fight zombies to level up, and he himself wanted to get stronger so he could reunite with his family. So, in the following days, he filled almost all his free time with training, hoping to improve his physical condition as quickly as possible. He also needed a decent weapon. He hadn't forgot how he had to hack at that zombie dozens of times just to kill it, completely ruining the kitchen knife's blade in the process. But finding a weapon was easier said than done. Having lived his whole life in the peaceful modern era, he had no idea where to even look. For now, he could only put the matter aside. Another 2 days passed. Cheng Zhiyu noticed that while his fitness had improved, the results were minimal. At this rate, it would take years of consistent effort to see any real change. But he didn't have that kind of time, and a sense of anxiety began to creep in. However, his worrying was cut short when he saw Xiao Hei trotting over with the notebook again, tapping his ankle with a paw just like before. Xiao Hei, did you write something else? Let me see. Cheng Zhiyu pushed his frustration aside and smiled as he picked up the notebook, bracing himself for more indecipherable scribbles. But when he saw the contents, he froze. This time, the notebook wasn't filled with symbols he didn't recognize. It was filled with words he knew. The handwriting was still wobbly and crooked, but that didn't change the fact that it was actual text. Curious about what Xiao Hei had written, Cheng Zhiyu began to read a few lines. As he did, a strange sensation washed over him, as if he were entering a profound and mysterious state. He unconsciously crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Xiao Hei lay on the floor, his sore paws tucked beneath him. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's state, he raised a furry eyebrow. He hadn't expected this human to be so talented. Guessing it would be a long while before he was finished, Xiao Hei didn't wait around. He slowly pushed himself up on his aching legs and ambled back to his little bed. He needed to rest. The room was silent. When Cheng Zhiyu opened his eyes again, he was shocked to see that the sky outside was already dark. It had been noon when he closed his eyes. He hadn't eaten in half a day and should have been starving, but right now, Cheng Zhiyu felt no hunger at all. Moreover, there was no trace of fatigue in his body. Instead, he felt brimming with energy. He had a feeling he was much stronger. Glancing around, he walked over to the sofa, gripped the edge with both hands, and lifted one side with ease. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes lit up. His feeling was right, his strength had increased. He could lift the sofa before, but it had always taken some effort, nothing like the effortlessness he felt now. To have such a noticeable change in just half a day, if this continued over time. Cheng Zhiyu suppressed the excitement rising in his chest. He looked down at the crooked words in the notebook, his feelings complex. If he still hadn't realized that what Xiao Hei had given him was something extraordinary, then he truly was an idiot. Huh? Where's Xiao Hei? Cheng Zhiyu was incredibly grateful. If it weren't for what Xiao Hei had written for him, he didn't know how long it would have taken before he was strong enough to take Xiao Er out. Now, he was confident it wouldn't be long at all. He desperately wanted to find Xiao Hei and thank him properly. After searching all over the apartment, he finally found him in the bedroom. Xiao Hei was curled up in his little bed, paws twitching, sleeping soundly. Cheng Zhiyu's excitement cooled. He softened his movements, careful not to disturb him, and quietly closed the door. I should make him something delicious to thank him. And so, Xiao Hei's dinner that evening was exceptionally lavish. As he ate, he was showered with praise from Cheng Zhiyu, and it all went straight to his head. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he proposed that night that he wanted to sleep on the bed. He was really tired of the dog bed. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Xiao Hei's serious, furry face and held back a laugh, deliberately teasing him. But we only have one bed. Cheng Zhiyu's apartment was a 2-bedroom, but the second room was tiny, without even a window, and was used as a storage room. It couldn't be slept in, and naturally had no bed. Xiao Hei pawed at Cheng Zhiyu's leg, patted him, then pointed to himself, indicating that he was magnanimous enough not to mind sharing. Although Xiao Hei had always disliked physical contact with other beasts or people, he had to admit Cheng Zhiyu was an exception. His touch wasn't so repulsive. You want to sleep with me? Cheng Zhiyu feigned a troubled expression. Xiao Hei's fur practically stood on end. What's that supposed to mean? You find me distasteful? Seeing that Xiao Hei was about to explode with indignation, Cheng Zhiyu quickly backed down. I am just kidding. How could I ever mind you, Xiao Hei? You're so soft, just like a little plush toy. Xiao Hei was utterly disgusted. How could Cheng Zhiyu say such a thing with a straight face? I am a mighty member of the winged clan, not some plush toy. Still, I have to wipe you down with some water, Cheng Zhiyu said. He could actually feel that Xiao Hei was very clean. His fur was glossy black. A single glance told him this was a puppy who loved cleanliness. Even his fur smelled of sunshine. But if he didn't wipe him down, Cheng Zhiyu just couldn't get over the mental hurdle. Xiao Hei fumed. Devious human. One moment he's calling me a little plush toy, and the next he's acting disgusted with me. He used his water element ability to wash himself several times a day. Cheng Zhiyu dampened a clean towel. Come here, Xiao Hei. Let me wipe you down. Xiao Hei sat still, refusing to move. He was clean. Black fur is good at hiding dirt, Cheng Zhiyu said, but you can't be a dirty little dog, Xiao Hei. You're the dirty one, you despicable human. Xiao Hei raged internally. Still, to prove he wasn't dirty, Xiao Hei trotted over on his short legs and sat down beside Cheng Zhiyu. A smile spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face. He started by wiping Xiao Hei's head and upper body. The clean towel remained unchanged. He was a little surprised. Was Xiao Hei really this clean? It seemed his prejudice had gotten the better of him. Xiao Hei, who meticulously washed himself with his water element ability every day. He was halfway through his scoff when his entire body was suddenly lifted into the air. He heard Cheng Zhiyu mutter, well, you're very clean, but since I've already started, I might as well wipe the other half. Before Xiao Hei could react, Cheng Zhiyu began wiping his lower body. As the towel passed over certain areas, Xiao Hei's fur stood on end. Where are you wiping? A moment later, Cheng Zhiyu looked at the puppy, who now had his back to him, sulking. He stifled a laugh. Xiao Hei, I really didn't do it on purpose. You're just so small, it's easy to accidentally wipe. That. Xiao Hei whipped his head around and glared at him. Cheng Zhiyu immediately shut his mouth and changed the subject. So, do you still want to sleep with me? Of course. Xiao Hei thought. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been wiped for nothing? Cheng Zhiyu lifted Xiao Hei onto the bed. The puppy lay down on the soft mattress and closed his eyes in enjoyment, sighing internally. Now this is a place fit for the winged clan to sleep. After a short while, Cheng Zhiyu finished his own routine and got into bed. He turned his head to look at the puppy and planted a soft kiss on his ear. Good night. He had been wanting to kiss him for a while now, but had been held back by his prejudice, thinking Xiao Hei wasn't perfectly clean. Now, he could finally do it without any psychological burden. Feeling the warm, soft touch on his ear, Xiao Hei froze. Shameless rogue. How could he just kiss me like that? Are we that close? Xiao Hei was reeling in shock. A trembling paw reached up to touch the ear that had been kissed, where a trace of warmth seemed to linger. This human is so wanton. He tossed and turned in the darkness, unable to sleep. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu shallow, even breathing, clearly already deep in slumber, he ground his teeth in frustration. Next time, he would have to be on high alert around this lecher. He had to be prepared. The next morning, however, Cheng Zhiyu kissed him again and said with a smile, "Good morning." Xiao Hei began to question his canine existence. With the mental method Xiao Hei had given him, Cheng Zhiyu's training progress advanced by leaps and bounds. It wasn't just his strength. His speed had also increased significantly. Still, he didn't give up on the boxing routine he had been practicing. Before, his punches had been soft and weak. Now, every fist he threw seemed to tear through the air with a whoosh. Furthermore, he no longer felt exhausted after a full set like he used to. He could now complete the entire routine with ease. Cheng Zhiyu was now full of anticipation for going out to fight zombies. On top of that, there were two other pieces of good news. Over the past 10 days or so, Xiao Tai had finally entered its growth period. It wasn't as lively as Xiao Er, though. It only rustled its leaves occasionally, ignoring people most of the time. It seemed every plant had its own personality. The other piece of good news was that the 5 Chinese cabbages he had planted around Xiao Er had all matured. He wasn't sure if it was because of Xiao Er's influence or the soil in the system space itself, but the cabbages grew incredibly fast, changing practically every day. They were now fully mature, but they were still a vibrant red. Their color hadn't returned to normal during the growth process. Fortunately, aside from their red appearance, there were no other changes. After confirming the red cabbages were edible, Cheng Zhiyu decided to harvest one and give it a try. With a crisp snap, Cheng Zhiyu cut the cabbage at its base and carried it out of the space. Cheng Zhiyu made a stir-fry with the red cabbage. He made a spicy portion for himself and a smaller, lightly seasoned portion for Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei wasn't an ordinary puppy. He couldn't subsist on goat milk powder alone. For breakfast today, Xiao Hei's bowl contained 2 meatballs and a small serving of red cabbage. I didn't make much. Give it a try. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, Cheng Zhiyu said, placing the small bowl in front of Xiao Hei. He had originally planned to taste it himself before letting Xiao Hei eat it, but to his surprise, Xiao Hei ignored the meat and took a bite of the red cabbage first. He chose to eat the red cabbage not because he disliked meat, but because he could sense that it was brimming with energy. He eagerly took a bite, and just as he suspected, his feeling was correct. He had always known this human was no simpleton. After all, the man vanished into thin air right before his eyes every day. Xiao Hei guessed he was going into some kind of alternate dimension. The red cabbage must have come from there. Xiao Hei was certain that on this low-level planet, nothing with such high energy existed. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about that space, even feeling the urge to investigate it for himself. However, Xiao Hei glanced at the completely unguarded human, his paws pressing into the floor in a moment of conflict. In the end, he suppressed the thought. The winged clan would never stoop to taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea what was running through Xiao Hei's head. To him, this was just an ordinary meal. No, not quite ordinary. If there were no issues after eating the red cabbage, It would prove that growing vegetables in the system space was viable. If nothing else, he would at least not have to worry about vegetables anymore. At this thought, Cheng Zhiyu eagerly took a bite and discovered. It tasted no different from ordinary Chinese cabbage. If he had to point out a difference, it was that the red cabbage was like a high-end version of the regular kind, crisp, refreshing, and juicy. It was also mostly tender leaves, with very little of the tough stalk. Cheng Zhiyu himself wasn't particularly fond of Chinese cabbage, but he found this simple stir-fry surprisingly delicious. It was just that. As the cabbage's juices filled his mouth, he felt a strange warmth. It was probably influenced by Xiao Er to some extent. Regardless, growing vegetables in the system space was, for now, a resounding success. Cheng Zhiyu made a mental note to search for more seeds whenever he went out for supplies. At that moment, Cheng Zhiyu hadn't yet realized the full extent of the red cabbage's effects. It wasn't until half an hour later that he suddenly began to feel hot. He could tell this heat was not from the weather. It was a warmth that radiated from the inside out, as if a furnace had been lit within his body. It got so hot that he stripped down to a pair of boxer shorts. The city's power grid had collapsed a couple of days ago, so there were no air conditioners or fans. Cheng Zhiyu could only dig out a large hand fan to cool himself down. He didn't forget to check on Xiao Hei, only to find the puppy acting completely normal, showing no signs of being hot at all. Was it because Xiao Hei ate less of the red cabbage? That couldn't be right. Just a moment ago, when he wasn't looking, Xiao Hei had secretly nibbled on a couple of raw leaves. Cheng Zhiyu was now certain that his current state was caused by the red cabbage. As for why Xiao Hei was unaffected, he couldn't figure it out and decided to let it go for now. Xiao Hei thought smugly, "It's because I have a water element ability." Besides, the winged clan's tolerance for high-energy food is far beyond what an ordinary human can handle. The fact that eating the red cabbage made him feel hot was likely due to Xiao Er's influence. It seemed he should eat it sparingly in hot weather, or he'd be in for a miserable time. But this gave Cheng Zhiyu an idea. He had long since noticed that since the apocalypse began, the weather had become strange. It was spring, yet the temperatures were completely off. During the day, the temperature could soar to over 40 degrees Celsius, while at night, it became so cold you needed a thick quilt. It felt almost as cold as a winter night. The apocalypse had seemingly made the weather itself hostile to human survival. Since eating red cabbage made one feel warm, Cheng Zhiyu wondered if he could use this property. If he ate it for dinner, would he still feel cold at night? He decided to test his theory. That evening, he stir-fried red cabbage again, making a portion for Xiao Hei as well. Judging by Xiao Hei's reaction, he seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Half an hour after eating, Cheng Zhiyu felt his body warm up, just as he'd expected. Normally, at this time, the temperature would have already started to drop rapidly, forcing him to change from a short-sleeved shirt to warmer clothes. But now he felt no chill at all, even in his t-shirt. When he went asleep that night, Cheng Zhiyu stubbornly kept the blanket covering only his stomach. As the sky began to lighten at dawn, he felt the heat in his body slowly dissipate. Cheng Zhiyu mentally noted the time, estimating that the red cabbage's effect lasted about 8 or 9 hours. That perfectly covered the coldest part of the night. This red cabbage was clearly a treasure. Cheng Zhiyu planned to go back and find his family, and he had been worrying about how to endure the extreme heat and cold on the road. Now, with the red cabbage, at least the problem of the freezing nights was solved. Cheng Zhiyu entered the system space and lavished praise on Xiao Er. "Xiao Er, the change in the red cabbage was because of you, wasn't it? You're amazing. You've helped me so much." Xiao Er shyly rustled its leaves. Cheng Zhiyu smiled as he watered it and loosened the soil, chatting with it all the while. "Xiao Er, I've decided. Tomorrow or the day after, let's go out and fight some zombies. We can start by clearing out the zombies in this building to practice. What do you think?" At first, Cheng Zhiyu was still very cautious, not daring to leave the building rashly. Although he felt his strength had increased significantly, It was all just talk without any real combat experience. So, he decided to use the zombies in this building to gauge his own abilities first. Xiao Er rustled its leaves up and down, seemingly having no objections. It even appeared quite enthusiastic about going out to fight zombies. Then I'll be counting on you to coordinate with me, Xiao Er. Cheng Zhiyu said, with a smile stroking Xiao Er's leaves. When it responded, his smile widened. He was about to leave the system space and go make some preparations when the system's mechanical voice, silent for a long time, sounded in his ear. Host, detecting that Xiao Tai is about to reach level 1 maturity. Please wait for Xiao Tai to mature before proceeding with your plans. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, not understanding the system's meaning. Going out to fight, zombies want to delay Xiao Tai's growth. The system replied, Xiao Tai can provide crucial assistance for this operation. Oh, is that so? Cheng Zhiyu said immediately. Then I'll wait a little longer. He chuckled. Speaking of which, Sis, why are you suddenly so nice? To actually remind me about this. The system answered. It is not easy to find a suitable host. It took Cheng Zhiyu a moment to realize what it meant. So, the system was afraid he'd kick the bucket out there. He muttered, I'm not that weak, you know. At the very least, I know how to run when I encounter danger, Cheng Zhiyu added. And I can run really fast now. Great. The system had resumed its cold and aloof demeanor, mostly ignoring him when he spoke. Fine, Cheng Zhiyu thought. Since the system had given him a warning, Cheng Zhiyu didn't mind waiting a few more days. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Now that the power grid had collapsed, life had become far less convenient. Cheng Zhiyu made sure to get everything done while it was still light out. Thankfully, the gas was still working, so he could cook, but he had no idea how much longer it would last. He was always mindful of potential crises and made a mental note to look for a portable cassette stove the next time he went out for resources. However, Cheng Zhiyu had also noticed something. Ever since he started practicing the mental method Xiao Hei had given him, his night vision had improved considerably. Even without lights, he could see most things clearly in the dark. The more he practiced this mental method, the more pleasant surprises he discovered. As for Xiao Hei, the one who provided the method, Cheng Zhiyu hadn't noticed anything particularly special about him, other than his extraordinary intelligence. He wasn't an idiot. He sensed that Xiao Hei was hiding something, but he didn't think much of it. It was normal for Xiao Hei to have his own secrets. The fact that he was willing to share such a powerful mental method was something Cheng Zhiyu was already deeply grateful for. The value of the method far exceeded the kindness of taking him in. He wasn't so greedy as to demand more. Knowing that Xiao Hei wasn't an ordinary dog, he no longer considered himself the puppy's master. Still, Cheng Zhiyu sometimes wondered, could Xiao Hei be a dog spirit? Could dog spirits cultivate until they became human? If Xiao Hei turned into a person, he'd probably be an adorable little kid, right? He had to admit, he was kind of looking forward to it. After a few days of waiting, Cheng Zhiyu finally heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host. Xiao Tai has reached the level 1 mature stage. The reward has been distributed. Please check for yourself. Cheng Zhiyu was in the middle of a meal when he heard this. Forgetting that he was only halfway done, he said a quick word to Xiao Hei and vanished on the spot. Xiao Hei's ears twitched with curiosity. Why was Cheng Zhiyu suddenly so excited? What had happened? Inside the space, Cheng Zhiyu stood before Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai was different from Xiao Er. Even after reaching level 1 maturity, it was still quite short, only reaching the middle of his calf. However, Xiao Tai's leaves now looked even more like metal. No, they didn't just look like metal, they were identical to it. He had long been curious about what kind of plant Xiao Tai was. He eagerly tapped open its information panel. Plant name. Xiao Tai current status. Level 1 mature attack skill. Weapon. Cheng Zhiyu blinked. What did weapon mean? Before his confusion could last long, he heard a system prompt. Please illustrate the initial state for Xiao Tai. Cheng Zhiyu paused, and something resembling a drawing board appeared before him. He tilted his head and casually raised his hand to sketch a kitchen cleaver. He chuckled and was about to erase it when he heard. Illustration complete. Weapon fabrication in progress. Huh? I was just doodling. Cheng Zhiyu exclaimed. Aren't you going to confirm with me first? Wait. I don't want a cleaver as a weapon. I want to draw it again. Apologies, the host does not currently have the authority. Cheng Zhiyu let out a laugh that was a mix of anger and amusement. The system always found the most unexpected ways to screw him over. He tried to argue his case. The cleaver was just a doodle. And you didn't even confirm it with me, so it doesn't count. The system's mechanical voice was devoid of emotion. Apologies, once the initial form is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Please work hard to raise the plant's level. But he hadn't confirmed anything. He was speechless. It was clear the system was playing dirty, and there was nothing he could do about it for now. He latched onto the key information in the system's message. Are you saying that Xiao Tai will be able to switch forms once it levels up? The system replied. Correct. Cheng Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't permanent. Hey. So what if he had to use a cleaver as a weapon for a while? It wasn't like he hadn't used one before. He just felt a little bad for Xiao Tai. After all, what potential majestic weapon would want to be a cleaver? As his mind wandered, he saw Xiao Tai disappear from its spot. Then the system prompted. Weapon fabrication complete. Does the host wish to retrieve it? Cheng Zhiyu wanted to see it immediately. Yes, he said. He held out his hand, and the next moment, a weight settled into his palm. A cleaver had appeared. It had an archaic feel to it, crafted entirely from metal. It was quite heavy, and Cheng Zhiyu figured that if he hadn't been practicing the mental method recently, he would have struggled to even lift it. Now, with his enhanced strength, wielding it was fairly easy. Still, as he looked at the cleaver, a worry surfaced. Can Xiao Tai still change back to its original form? Although Xiao Tai interacted with him far less than Xiao Er, it was just as precious to him. He didn't want it to become a lifeless object. He didn't need the system to answer that question. The next second, the cleaver in his hand transformed back into a small plant. Xiao Tai swayed its leaves slightly, as if telling Cheng Zhiyu not to worry. Relieved, Cheng Zhiyu broke into a smile. That's great. Xiao Tai, you're amazing, being able to switch into a weapon at will. A weapon is exactly what I need right now. Who said a cleaver couldn't be a weapon? Anything that could kill a zombie was a good weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Er, not wanting to be outdone, promptly turned into a fireball and began to bob in front of him. The flickering light felt a little hot on his face. Perhaps seeing Xiao Er's display, Xiao Tai silently transformed back into the cleaver. This time, however, it didn't land in his hand but floated in the air before him, zipping around just like Xiao Er. For some reason, they reminded Cheng Zhiyu of kittens and puppies vying for affection. He was about to laugh when, he wasn't sure who started it, the cleaver and the fireball suddenly began to fight in midair. He quickly tried to intervene. Stop it. Don't you two fight. The cleaver paused, hovering in the air. But the fireball, being a little brat, darted forward and smacked the cleaver hard. Instantly enraged, the cleaver flew at the fireball, ready to chop. Cheng Zhiyu felt like a mentally exhausted father. He pleaded with them to stop, but they completely ignored him. Frustrated, he raised his voice. No more fighting. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. That finally worked. The fireball and the cleaver ceased their movements, both transforming back to their plant forms and replanting themselves in the soil. They stood ramrod straight, giving each other the silent treatment. You were both grown by me, Cheng Zhiyu said, his head aching. You're basically siblings. You should give in to each other a little. Neither of them moved. They were clearly still fuming. He could only sigh and let them be. They'd cool down eventually. He had Xiao Tai turn back into a cleaver, then took it with him out of the space. Outside, Xiao Hei was already waiting. He hadn't forgotten that Cheng Zhiyu had vanished mid-meal with an excited look on his face. He must have gone into that space of his again. He was curious about what could have been so important that Cheng Zhiyu would abandon his food. Through long observation, Xiao Hei had noticed one thing. Cheng Zhiyu always reappeared in the same spot from which he disappeared. It seemed his body couldn't move while inside that space. So after finishing his own meal, Xiao Hei hadn't left. He simply sat with his paws tucked under him, waiting for Cheng Zhiyu to return. Finally, Xiao Hei sensed something. The next instant, Cheng Zhiyu appeared in front of the coffee table. Xiao Hei's powers of observation were astonishing. He immediately noticed that Cheng Zhiyu was holding a cleaver. Xiao Hei. He suspected he was seeing things, but he soon sensed that this was no ordinary cleaver. It was definitely something special. Still, to use such material to make a kitchen cleaver. Xiao Hei glanced at Cheng Zhiyu, his expression shifting into something unreadable. Cheng Zhiyu was completely oblivious. Right now, he was eager to test the sharpness of the Xiao Tai brand cleaver. Since it was meant to be a weapon, not a regular kitchen tool, it didn't need to be sharpened, which saved him a lot of trouble. He first tried cutting some meat with it and found that it sliced through effortlessly, requiring almost no force at all. Could Xiao Tai cut through iron? Cheng Zhiyu wanted to find out. He rummaged through the storage room and pulled out an old, unused table. Its top was made of metal and tempered glass, making it extremely hard. The landlord had said the previous tenant left it behind and told Cheng Zhiyu to find a chance to throw it out. But Cheng Zhiyu had rented this place right after graduation because it was conveniently close to his new job. When he first moved in, he was just starting at his company. He had no time on weekdays and just wanted to rest on the weekends, so he completely forgot about it. Thus, the beat-up table had been left in the storage room ever since. Now, Cheng Zhiyu lifted the cleaver and brought it down lightly on the tabletop. He didn't use much force, yet the cleaver left a deep gash in the wood, a full 2 centimeters deep. Cheng Zhiyu was floored. He had expected Xiao Tai to be sharp, but he never imagined it would be this sharp. He swung at the tabletop again, this time with more force. He barely felt any resistance as the cleaver split the surface in 2. Holy crap, Xiao Tai, you're incredible. Cheng Zhiyu exclaimed, his voice filled with delighted surprise. This is great. A zombie's skull can't be harder than this table, right? With his Xiao Tai brand cleaver, hacking through zombies would be like slicing fruit. One chop, one zombie. One chop, another zombie. No wonder the system had specifically told him to wait for Xiao Tai to mature. With Xiao Tai, his combat power had increased immensely. It was just like in those martial arts novels, where a powerful weapon could attract countless people to fight over it. A good weapon really did make all the difference. Cheng Zhiyu plucked one of his own hairs and tried another test, gently blowing it against the cleaver's edge. The moment the hair touched the blade, it was severed. This must be the legendary sharpness that could sever a hair blown against its edge, right? So what if it was a cleaver? Even as a cleaver, Xiao Tai was the most amazing cleaver in the world. Cheng Zhiyu patted Xiao Tai fondly, praising it again and again. Xiao Hei, who had followed him in, looked on with some disdain. It's just a blade. Is he serious? It wasn't even as formidable as his own claws. As he thought this, Xiao Hei subconsciously scratched at the floor. The floor remained completely unscathed. Xiao Hei was speechless. It's only because I haven't recovered my strength yet. Cheng Zhiyu had Xiao Tai return to the system space, then took out his backpack. He decided he would start clearing the zombies in the building first thing tomorrow morning. He estimated there weren't many zombies in this building, so it would be a good chance to get some practice. Clearing zombies was the main objective, but if possible, he wanted to gather some supplies along the way. Although he still had some resources at home, Cheng Zhiyu had a strong survivalist instinct. He grew anxious when his supplies ran low. He still had an unused bag of flour. He demixed some with yeast earlier, planning to make steamed buns, but had gotten sidetracked. Then, after the power went out, he realized other things would spoil first, so he decided to eat the more perishable items. Flour could last a long time. He would eat the things that couldn't be stored first and make the buns later. Since he was going to clear out zombies tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to just come back whenever he got hungry. Cheng Zhiyu decided to steam some buns today so he could take them with him. That way, he wouldn't have to make a special trip back. He thought for a moment. He had red cabbages now, which were a bit larger than regular ones, so a single head could last quite a while. He also had some vermicelli noodles at home. It was perfect for making red cabbage and vermicelli buns. Recently, he had also discovered that eating the red cabbage not only made him feel warm all over, but also helped him recover his stamina quickly. He didn't know why, but the red cabbage was undoubtedly a good thing. With that benefit, the intense heat he felt after eating it during the day was bearable. Taking food made with red cabbage with him to fight zombies was undoubtedly the best choice. That afternoon, Cheng Zhiyu was busy kneading dough and making buns. With no electricity and the sweltering daytime heat, the buns wouldn't last long. Whatever he made today would have to be eaten by tomorrow, so it was best to make a small batch. The system suddenly piped up again. "Host, did you forget to check the reward for successfully planting Xiao Tai?" Cheng Zhiyu's hands paused. "No rush," he said. "I'll look at it tomorrow after I am done." A reward meant another plant he had to cultivate. He figured it out. If he claimed a plant but didn't plant it, its life status would continuously decline. But if he didn't claim it, nothing happened. It wasn't that Cheng Zhiyu didn't want to plant it. It was that his water supply was running low, and plants needed water. So, tomorrow, he would also have to search for water. He should be able to find some by checking each apartment. At this thought, Cheng Zhiyu frowned slightly, though his hands never stopped working. He noticed that ever since he started practicing the mental method, his strength, speed, and perception had all improved, but so had his appetite. So, Cheng Zhiyu made 30 buns in one go, which should be enough for him and Xiao Hei. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't eaten them in a long time or because of the red cabbage, but the vegetarian buns were exceptionally fragrant. Even while trying to save them, Cheng Zhiyu ate 5. Xiao Hei ate 3, and for a creature so small, those 3 buns were almost as big as his entire body. He knew Xiao Hei wasn't an ordinary dog, so he had already stopped feeding him like one. The next day, he left some buns for Xiao Hei so he wouldn't go hungry, packed his bag, and prepared to head out alone. But just as he was about to leave, Xiao Hei suddenly blocked his path. Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Xiao Hei's stare was intense. "I am going too." At first, Cheng Zhiyu didn't understand Xiao Hei's intention. Seeing the tiny puppy blocking his way, he found the sight amusing. The little guy had to tilt his head all the way back to look up at him, yet he somehow projected an air of domineering authority. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled at his own thought, crouching down to pat Xiao Hei. "Be good," he said with a smile. "I have something to do." "I'll be back before dark. I left you some buns and meatballs. Remember to eat if you're hungry." Of course, Xiao Hei knew Cheng Zhiyu was going out. The whole point of blocking him was to go with him. Xiao Hei had been secretly training his water element ability lately and had made good progress. He had gone from being able to conjure only a small ball of water to a large one. However, in his eyes, this progress was still too slow. He was not a true cub. He knew perfectly well that the only way to improve his ability was through actual combat. Staying in a safe place meant no heart-pounding dangers, but his ability would improve at a snail's pace. Xiao Hei did not have the patience for that. Even if Cheng Zhiyu hadn't been planning to go out, he would have gone on his own. Of course, he could have just snuck out after the human left. But Xiao Hei glanced at the weak human. "Fine, I'll go with him." After all, the man had taken him in. He had no desire to see Cheng Zhiyu turn into one of those ugly things outside. However, Cheng Zhiyu was oblivious to Xiao Hei's thoughts. Seeing the puppy refuse to move, His tone grew a little stern. Xiao Hei, stop fooling around. It's dangerous outside. Stay home and be good. I'll be back soon. Dangerous? The winged clan has never feared danger. Xiao Hei scoffed internally. His jumping ability had also improved significantly. With an effortless leap, he used Cheng Zhiyu's leg as a springboard, landed on his shoulder, and then slipped down the collar of his shirt. The space was filled with Cheng Zhiyu's scent. Xiao Hei stiffened for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He rested his head against Cheng Zhiyu's chest and found it quite comfortable. Xiao Hei. Cheng Zhiyu fished him out and placed him on the floor. But the moment he let go, Xiao Hei zipped back into his shirt with lightning speed. He was a natural at it the second time, his movements fluid and incredibly fast. Cheng Zhiyu pulled him out again, and Xiao Hei dove right back in. After several rounds of this, Cheng Zhiyu was exasperated. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to leave before sunset. Giving in completely, he poked the dog pretending to be dead against his chest. I am warning you, he said, annoyed. It's dangerous out there. If you insist on going, then fine. But you stay inside my shirt and don't come out, you hear me? Although Cheng Zhiyu knew Xiao Hei was no ordinary puppy, he didn't think the little guy could protect himself. He was so small. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Hei was unusually intelligent, he would never have agreed to take him. Xiao Hei remained silent. I don't know about that. Unaware of Xiao Hei's rebellious thoughts, Cheng Zhiyu packed the buns and meatballs he had set aside for the puppy, otherwise they wouldn't have enough food. With the Xiao Tie cleaver in one hand and Xiao Er perched on his shoulder, he opened the door. The zombies just outside his apartment had already been cleared, so the hallway was empty. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment and headed upstairs. He took the stairs to the 6th floor and emerged into the corridor to search for zombies. There were none in the hallway, but he could hear the faint sound of zombies banging on doors from inside some of the apartments. It sounded like there was more than one. Cheng Zhiyu walked to the door of one such apartment and directly hacked the lock apart with his cleaver. The moment the door swung open, several zombies stumbled and lurched out. His reaction time was much faster now. Before Xiao Er could even attack one of them, he had already swung at the head of the foremost zombie. Its skull split open, and it fell silent instantly. Cheng Zhiyu wore a hat and a mask, with only his eyes showing. After killing the zombie, his expression didn't change as he swiftly moved to strike another one rushing toward him. He left the last one for Xiao Er to handle. Xiao Hei wasn't content to stay put. His head poked out from the collar of the shirt. Cheng Zhiyu pushed him back down, but he popped right back up. Pushed down, popped up. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He poked Xiao Hei's head. Aren't you scared? Xiao Hei thought to himself, more like disgusted by how ugly they are. Since Xiao Hei wasn't scared and wasn't causing trouble, Cheng Zhiyu let him be. Xiao Er had already dealt with the last zombie and hopped onto Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder. Together, they entered the apartment. With 3 zombies having been trapped inside, the place was a complete mess. Cheng Zhiyu only found a little bit of food. He wasn't picky, storing it in the system space before moving on to the next apartment. From then on, whenever Cheng Zhiyu heard noise from an apartment, he repeated the process. He only encountered zombies in scattered groups, and Xiao Hei watched lazily, never making a move to help. By noon, Cheng Zhiyu had reached the 20th floor. He found a quiet spot and had Xiao Er and Xiao Tai return to the system space to rest, giving them some water. After a morning of fighting, Xiao Er's colors looked much more vibrant, and Xiao Tai was the same. Cheng Zhiyu himself was exhausted. He pulled off his gloves, washed his hands, and took a bun from his backpack. It was already cold and didn't taste as good as when it was hot, but it was still delicious. As he ate, he also fed Xiao Hei, who had jumped out of his shirt. He stroked Xiao Hei's head. I told you not to come with me. Isn't it much more comfortable staying at home? Xiao Hei's ears twitched. It's boring at home. After a busy morning, Cheng Zhiyu was starving. He ate 7 buns and drank 2 bottles of water, he had just found before feeling satisfied. Xiao Hei ate a fair amount as well, finishing 5 buns and drinking quite a bit of water. Cheng Zhiyu frowned, picking Xiao Hei up and feeling his belly. He mumbled, "You ate so much, where did it all go?" Xiao Hei's stomach was still completely flat. Cheng Zhiyu had been worried about him overeating, but now he realized he'd been thinking too much. A thought struck him, and his brow furrowed slightly. He sighed, whispering to Xiao Hei, "I didn't find much water all morning. If I can't find any more today, we'll have to go outside tomorrow." There were supermarkets outside. He was sure to find water there. At this thought, Cheng Zhiyu's frown relaxed a little. Hearing this, Xiao Hai's ears flickered. Cheng Zhiyu hadn't mentioned it, so he hadn't known they were running low on water. But there was nothing to worry about. After all, he had a water element ability. With that thought, Xiao Hei leaped onto Cheng Zhiyu's lap and then burrowed back into his shirt. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, waiting for his stamina to recover. There were only 3 floors left above the 20th. By now, he was extremely proficient at dealing with zombies. He would kill them cleanly and decisively, then have Xiao Er incinerate the bodies to prevent the virus from spreading. After that, he went downstairs and cleared out the bottom 5 floors. Outside the building entrance, the zombies that had been banging on the door were gone, having wandered off somewhere. It was still early. Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hei finished the remaining buns, planning to head home after clearing the underground parking garage. As for the water problem, they would go outside tomorrow. Clutching the cleaver that was Xiao Tai, Cheng Zhiyu descended to the first basement level and immediately heard the roars of zombies. The number of zombies in the parking garage was clearly higher. They were probably people who had come down to go to work that morning, unaware of the situation, and had been bits. He estimated there were about a dozen of them. Cheng Zhiyu moved like lightning, felling one after another as if he were slicing watermelons. After a full day of fighting, Xiao Er's power had also grown significantly. What used to take 2 minutes to incinerate a zombie now took only 30 seconds. A dozen zombies seemed like a lot, but Cheng Zhiyu was so adept at handling them that soon only one remained. However, as he swung the cleaver at the last zombie, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His ears twitched, and his body instantly dodged aside. A zombie had appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was wearing a dress and must have been a woman before she turned. Her lifeless eyes were locked on him, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a genuine chill run down his spine. But Cheng Zhiyu didn't stop. Evading the female zombie, he tried to finish off the last remaining one first. But just as he raised his arm, the female zombie lunged at him. As he dodged her while fending off the other zombie, he suddenly realized the 2 of them were coordinating. His impression of zombies had always been that they were mindless, charging forward without any intelligence. Even if you attacked them, they wouldn't know how to dodge. But this female zombie was not only much faster, but she also knew how to evade. Furthermore, after she appeared, the last remaining zombie, previously as clumsy as the others, seemed to have become much smarter. Its speed was still slow, but it now seemed to know how to dodge. As Cheng Zhiyu observed them, he realized they weren't just coordinating. It was as if the female zombie could control the other one. Zombies were evolving without him, even knowing it. His scalp tingled. With the female zombie's interference, the situation had become a stalemate, and Xiao Er was still busy incinerating another body. If that was all, it would have been manageable. Once Xiao Er was done, the tables would turn. But with his heightened senses, Cheng Zhiyu could feel more zombies approaching from a distance. This couldn't go on. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, Xiao Hei suddenly leaped out of his shirt. Panic seized him, terrified that something might happen to the puppy. "Xiao Hei, get back here. It's dangerous," he yelled. Xiao Hei glanced at Cheng Zhiyu with a complex look in his eyes. "Honestly, he's still worried about me at a time like this." Cheng Zhiyu was frantic. He kept an eye on Xiao Hei's position while backing away, trying to get close enough to scoop him back into his arms. But then Xiao Hei darted forward, rushing straight toward a zombie. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened. Xiao Hei, come back. However, the bite he had anticipated never came. Instead, a shocking scene unfolded before him. A ball of water materialized out of thin air near Xiao Hei and enveloped the zombie. The clear water instantly turned murky. The water ball directly crushed the zombie's head. Cheng Zhiyu stood in stunned silence. More zombies were rushing in from outside. Xiao Hei, however, looked almost leisurely. As each one appeared, he would unhurriedly churn its head into pulp. It was exceptionally brutal. The female zombie seemed enraged by the sight and let out a furious roar. Xiao Hei shot a look at Cheng Zhiyu, as if to say, "What are you looking at me for? I am leaving this one for you to practice on." With no other zombies to distract him, Cheng Zhiyu could now focus entirely on the female zombie. It was clear that this one was a higher level than the others and much stronger. The most obvious signs were her increased speed and her ability to dodge. Most importantly, she possessed a degree of intelligence and even knew how to use feints. But without the other zombies as a distraction, she was no match for Cheng Zhiyu. After she dodged one of his attacks and reached for him, he immediately swung the cleaver and chopped off her arm. Then, before the female zombie could react, her head was already on the ground. Her body twitched for a moment before collapsing with a thud. The head on the ground was still snarling, trying to bite him. Cheng Zhiyu coldly raised his hand and finished it off for good. He turned his head. Xiao Hei had, at some point, jumped onto the roof of a car and was casually wagging his tail. Every time a zombie entered, he would pulp its head as if churning a watermelon. Once the female zombie was dealt with, the relentless stream of zombies finally stopped. Seeing that Xiao Hei could handle the rest, Cheng Zhiyu relaxed and began to carefully examine the female zombie. This one was too different from the others. He wanted to find out what had caused these changes. Cheng Zhiyu found a stick and poked around inside the zombie's head, discovering that its skull was harder than a normal zombie's. He suddenly recalled novels he had read where evolved zombies had crystal cores in their heads. Bracing himself against the nausea, he searched inside the skull but found nothing. Was he wrong? Did evolving zombies not have crystal cores? Or had this one simply not evolved to that stage yet? It was possible. Although Cheng Zhiyu could clearly feel that this zombie was stronger than an ordinary one, it hadn't been particularly difficult to defeat. If this zombie hadn't reached that stage yet, just how powerful would a fully evolved one be? The thought made Cheng Zhiyu's brow furrow. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his hand. Startled, he looked down to see it enveloped in water. The water flowed gently over his skin, as if washing it for him. He turned and, sure enough, saw Xiao Hei standing nearby. Though he was just a small puppy, Cheng Zhiyu could have sworn he saw a look of disdain on his face. "I didn't touch it with my bare hands," Cheng Zhiyu explained himself. Xiao Hei's eyes widened. "And you were thinking of touching it with your bare hands?" Cheng Zhiyu understood his meaning and fell silent. After washing his hands, Xiao Hei also cleaned the cleaver for him. He inspected his work with satisfaction, and once he was sure it was clean enough, he stepped onto a floating ball of water, drifted over to Cheng Zhiyu, and jumped back inside his shirt. Cheng Zhiyu poked him. Xiao Hei popped his head out impatiently. "What?" Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "Nothing." Xiao Hei looked at his smiling face and felt inexplicably flustered. Honestly, why does he smile so much? It's actually quite nice looking. With the area cleared of zombies, Cheng Zhiyu piled up the corpses and had Xiao Er burn them clean. With Xiao Er perched on his shoulder and Xiao Hei nestled in his shirt, he headed home. He took off his jacket and disinfected himself thoroughly before finally stepping inside. Only then did Cheng Zhiyu finally have a chance to get a good look at Xiao Hei. The puppy felt uneasy under his gaze. What? Today, Cheng Zhiyu had truly witnessed how extraordinary Xiao Hei was. He knew the puppy meant him no harm. In fact, if it hadn't been for Xiao Hei, he would have had a much harder time dealing with that female zombie. So, while he was surprised by Xiao Hei's water element ability, he felt nothing else. He stroked the puppy's fur. Xiao Hei, are you a dog spirit? What dog spirit? How crude. Xiao Hei thought indignantly. I am of the winged clan. What does that have to do with dogs? But he didn't try to explain. For one, he couldn't speak yet. For another, he wouldn't even know how to begin explaining his situation. Let Cheng Zhiyu think what he wants. Seeing Xiao Hei's silent acquiescence, Cheng Zhiyu nodded in understanding. He asked curiously, so, can you turn into a person? Xiao Hei used to be able to transform into a human with ease. But now, he was just a pup. What do you think? Cheng Zhiyu read the expression on his face and understood. He figured Xiao Hei probably hadn't cultivated enough to take human form yet. He stroked Xiao Hei's head and offered comfort. It's okay, take your time. I can't afford to be slow, Xiao Hei thought. I refuse to stay this week. Cheng Zhiyu, oblivious to his thoughts, simply gazed at him with stars in his eyes. Xiao Hei couldn't help but take a step back, feeling inexplicably nervous under that look. What? Cheng Zhiyu scooped him up, so excited he wanted to kiss him. But Xiao Hei stretched out a paw and pressed it against his mouth. He just grinned. Xiao Hei, you're my lucky star. Xiao Hei quickly retracted his paw. For some reason, the pads felt scorching hot. And how could anyone be as mushy as Cheng Zhiyu? What? What good luck charm? Cheng Zhiyu was overjoyed. I was just worrying about our water shortage at home, and it turns out you can make water, Xiao Hei. It's not making water, Xiao Hei thought. It's a water element ability. Still, he felt a little guilty. His ability had been too weak before, so he had wanted to keep his water element ability a secret. He snuck a glance at Cheng Zhiyu's expression. Seeing no sign of anger, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Wait, why should he care if Cheng Zhiyu was angry? What was there to worry about? It must be because he still needed to stay by this human's side for a while and didn't want to make their relationship too tense. Yes, that was it. Having successfully convinced himself, Xiao Hei complied with Cheng Zhiyu's request and conjured a bucket of water for him. Cheng Zhiyu stared at the freshly produced bucket, still finding it miraculous. Xiao Hei was so tiny, yet he could create such a large volume of water. He reached out to pet Xiao Hei, asking with concern, will you be tired, Xiao Hei? Cheng Zhiyu didn't have any abilities, so he didn't know how they worked and was worried the puppy might overexert himself. Xiao Hei calmly leaped onto Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder. This height wasn't bad, though still a bit lower than his original form. Seeing him still full of energy, Cheng Zhiyu was reassured and patted him. Not afraid of falling. Xiao Hei sat perfectly steady, looking like he didn't need any worrying over at all. Cheng Zhiyu decided to just let him be. Although they hadn't found much water on their trip out today, they had managed to find some other supplies, including some dried, cured meat. After a long, tiring day, they could afford to have a slightly more lavish dinner. Cheng Zhiyu stir-fried the cured meat, steamed some eggs, and made a spicy stir-fry with the red and black cabbages. He also steamed rice. He had found several bags of it today, which would last them quite a while. Before the apocalypse, this would have been a very ordinary meal. Now, it was practically a luxury. Cheng Zhiyu had discovered that Xiao Hei also had a massive appetite. It seemed the puppy could eat however much he was given. Although Cheng Zhiyu didn't have any special abilities, he figured using them must consume a lot of energy, so he needed to make sure Xiao Hei was well fed. Coupled with his own large appetite, he cooked a huge amount of all three dishes, serving them in basins that were more than enough for the two of them. As the hero of the day, Xiao Hei boldly demanded to eat at the table. He wasn't a real dog, so there was no way he was going to eat on the floor. Cheng Zhiyu readily agreed. The coffee table was large enough anyway. He picked Xiao Hei up and placed him on the other side of the table with a small bowl in front of him. Worried that Xiao Hei might get his fur dirty, he even put a bib on him. It was a warm yellow color, something Cheng Zhiyu had found today and thought would suit Xiao Hei perfectly, so he brought it back. Xiao Hei glanced at the yellow bib, his entire body screaming rejection. Wow, Xiao Hei, you look so cute like this, Cheng Zhiyu gushed. Fine, Xiao Hei thought. I can't be bothered to argue with him about this. Xiao Hei's small bowl was filled with rice. As Cheng Zhiyu ate, he kept adding food to the puppy's bowl. He managed to eat his own food while keeping pace with Xiao Hei, and the two of them coordinated quite well. After dinner, Cheng Zhiyu rested for a while before beginning his boxing practice and mental method cultivation. He had been a little complacent about his improvements, but today made him realize that just as he was getting stronger, the zombies were also evolving. He had to stay ahead of them. After all, even with Xiao Hei, Xiao Er, and Xiao Tai on his side, an evolved zombie could directly control lower-level zombies. That meant facing them as a group. Only by constantly improving himself could he ensure their survival. Xiao Hei didn't rest either. He sat nearby, practicing his ability. The room was quiet, and the sight of the man and the dog was surprisingly harmonious. After what felt like a long time, Cheng Zhiyu guessed it was around 1 or 2 in the morning. Although he wasn't particularly tired, he picked up Xiao Hei and went to bed. Even training had to be done in moderation. Now that they had water, there was no need to worry about planting anymore. Early the next morning, Cheng Zhiyu watered the plants in the system space and finally prepared to claim his reward. System. Reward has been distributed. Host, please check for it yourself. Cheng Zhiyu clicked to view it and saw that the system had indeed granted him another plant. Compared to Xiao Er and Xiao Tai, this one looked much more ordinary. It was tiny, with 2 tender yellow leaves. It looked a lot like the vegetables he used to grow. Drawing on his previous experience, Cheng Zhiyu skillfully planted Xiao Huang. That's right, he had already given the new plant a name. Xiao Huang. After planting Xiao Huang, Cheng Zhiyu checked his other rewards. The land in the system space had expanded again, now measuring 3x3 meters. Honestly, you couldn't blame Cheng Zhiyu for wanting to plant vegetables. It was such a waste to have this much space for only 3 plants. Next was the storage space, which had also been upgraded. However, the upgrade offered 2 different paths. Please select an upgrade for the storage space. Preservation function or expansion to 2 cubic meters. Both options were tempting. With the preservation function, his food wouldn't spoil. But expanding the space would allow him to store more things. Right now, in his rental apartment, he didn't need a huge amount of storage, but it wouldn't be long before he would have to venture out, and that function would be crucial. For a rare moment, Cheng Zhiyu was conflicted. He wanted to pick both. He tried to bargain with the system. Hey system, can I really have both? System. The host is advised to stop having unrealistic daydreams. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He thought for a moment, then asked the system, is the preservation function the same as a refrigerator's freezer? System. The preservation function can perfectly maintain items in the exact state they were in when the host placed them inside. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened. That powerful. Compared to that, the preservation function seemed far more appealing than a larger storage capacity. Still, he didn't make his choice hastily. He thought for a bit longer and asked, if I choose the preservation function and the storage space expands later, will the entire space have preservation, or just this 1 cubic meter? This was clearly a critical point. System. The entire space, regardless of size, will have the preservation function. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes lit up. This meant he only needed to choose the preservation function once. He made his decision immediately. I choose preservation. System. Storage space is upgrading. Please check back in 5 hours. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu tried to retrieve something from his storage, but found he couldn't. It seemed he would have to wait 5 hours. Fine by him. Cheng Zhiyu cultivated for a while, then entered the system space with the leftover cabbage seeds. Only 2 of the red and black cabbages were left. He needed to harvest them quickly before they started to flower. He debated whether to let one flower for seeds, but ultimately decided against it for now. His food supply wasn't abundant, and he still had plenty of cabbage seeds. He could save seeds later. With that in mind, he harvested the cabbages and planted all the remaining seeds. This time, in addition to planting around Xiao Er, he also planted many around Xiao Tai after getting its permission. As for Xiao Huang, its condition was still stabilizing, so he couldn't let other plants compete with it for nutrients. The area around Xiao Huang remained empty. Even so, Cheng Zhiyu planted over a dozen cabbages, which would be enough to eat for a long time once they grew. He was also curious about what would happen to the cabbages planted around Xiao Tai. Would they become hard like Xiao Tai? If so, would they still be edible? Well, he would find out once they grew. Speaking of which, after fighting zombies yesterday, both Xiao Er and Xiao Tai had grown stronger. Looking at them, Cheng Zhiyu estimated they were close to reaching their second level of maturity. He petted both Xiao Er and Xiao Tai, praising them repeatedly. The now slightly larger Xiao Er happily nuzzled against him. Xiao Tai, perhaps out of jealousy, transformed into a cleaver on the spot and swung at Xiao Er. Not to be outdone, Xiao Er, who had been affectionately cuddling just a second ago, instantly turned into a fireball. A fireball and a cleaver clashed, fighting fiercely. Cheng Zhiyu watched on, expressionless. He was already used to it. He used to worry they might get hurt, but he later realized his concerns were unnecessary. The two of them knew their limits. They were just playing around. Seeing that their fight wouldn't end anytime soon, Cheng Zhiyu left the system space, not forgetting to give them a reminder. Be careful when you two fight. Don't hurt Xiao Huang or my cabbages. The two paused their movements, moving a little further away from Xiao Huang and the cabbage patch. In the afternoon, the storage space upgrade was complete. Cheng Zhiyu didn't notice any visible changes. He thought for a moment, then cooked a dish and placed it inside. When he took it out that evening, the dish was still hot, just as if it had come straight from the wok. Cheng Zhiyu's mind was blown. What kind of high-tech was this? Over the next few days, Cheng Zhiyu didn't stay idle. Besides eating and training, he took Xiao Hei and the others out to fight zombies every day. The zombies in his apartment building had been cleared out, so he moved on to the rest of the residential complex. Soon, there were almost no zombies left in the complex, save for a few stragglers that had likely wandered in from outside. During this time, Cheng Zhiyu's combat skills became much more refined. He could now easily handle even a group of zombies. On top of that, there was more good news. Xiao Er had leveled up. The timing of Xiao Er's upgrade was quite a coincidence. They had been surrounded by a horde of zombies that were emerging endlessly, leading to a stalemate. Cheng Zhiyu noticed a particular zombie hiding within the horde. It seemed inconspicuous, but he still spotted it. This zombie was clearly more agile than the others, and its body was less decayed. The surrounding zombies, while appearing to attack randomly, were subtly forming a protective circle around it. The horde was protecting that one zombie. Moreover, Cheng Zhiyu could sense that this zombie was likely stronger than the female zombie he had encountered before. It was possible that while the female zombie had been on the verge of the first tier of evolution, this one had already reached it. Cheng Zhiyu soon discovered that his guess was correct. When Xiao Hei tried to use a ball of water to pulp the zombie's head, he found that its skull didn't shatter like a watermelon, unlike the others. Xiao Hei narrowed his eyes. A metal element ability. The zombie had clearly consciously reinforced its head. His water element had no advantage against the metal element. The zombie seemed to realize it had been discovered and stopped pretending to be an ordinary zombie. The next moment, Cheng Zhiyu heard something slicing through the air as the surrounding metal objects hurtled toward him. Cheng Zhiyu reacted instantly, leaping aside. The metal pieces crashed into each other with a deafening clatter. Judging by the force, if he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been smashed into a meat paste. He grew vigilant, but the metal element zombie didn't launch another attack right away. Instead, it let out an angry roar, and more zombies charged at him. It probably can't attack continuously, Cheng Zhiyu said. If zombies were to be graded, This metal type was most likely only a level 1. Cheng Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief. If it could attack continuously, it would have been truly difficult to deal with. Not that the current situation was much easier. Xiao Hei leaped onto Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the metal element zombie. He narrowed his eyes. It was only level 1, but his own water element was still too weak. He lifted a paw and patted the hand Cheng Zhiyu used to grip the cleaver that was Xiao Tai. Cheng Zhiyu immediately understood his meaning. Are you saying Xiao Tai can cut open its head? Xiao Hei nodded. Xiao Tai was no ordinary metal. Even as a level 1, it could suppress a metal element zombie. Of course, if they encountered a level 2, it would be a different story. Now, he just needed to get close to the metal element zombie. But how? An idea flickered in Xiao Hei's mind. The next moment, Cheng Zhiyu found his entire body enveloped in a sphere of water. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei patted Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder with his paw, urging him to move quickly. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to maintain this for long. Cheng Zhiyu nodded and charged toward the metal element zombie. The ordinary zombies that tried to attack him were instantly shredded into pulp the moment they touched the water surrounding his body. The water turned murky for a moment before quickly clearing up again as it continued to shred the zombies that charged forward. Wow! Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened slightly in amazement, but his movements didn't stop. He made a beeline for the metal element zombie. The zombie clearly sensed the danger and grew agitated. It commanded more zombies to surround it, trying to hide from Cheng Zhiyu. However, faced with Xiao Hei's water barrier, no number of ordinary zombies could stop him. Just as he was about to reach the metal element zombie, it suddenly attacked again, sending more metal objects flying toward him. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. The metal element zombie obviously knew the water barrier wouldn't last much longer and was trying to stall for time. The water barrier couldn't block the incoming metal objects. Just as Cheng Zhiyu was about to leap out of the way, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Xiao Er has reached level 2 maturity. Please explore its new abilities on your own. For the first time, Cheng Zhiyu felt that the system's mechanical voice could sound so wonderfully pleasant. In an instant, Xiao Er transformed from a palm-sized fireball into one as large as a human head. As the metal objects flew toward Cheng Zhiyu, the large fireball immediately enveloped them, freezing them in midair. Before the metal element zombie could react, Cheng Zhiyu swung his cleaver at it. Its head was indeed harder than an ordinary zombie's, but it was clearly no match for Xiao Tai. The impact of the cleaver on its skull sent a tremor up Cheng Zhiyu's arm. He tightened his grip and brought the cleaver down hard, and the metal element zombie instantly went still. The next moment, the water barrier around Cheng Zhiyu dissipated, rushing toward the remaining ordinary zombies and shredding them to pieces. It was clear that Xiao Hei was quite angry. Cheng Zhiyu asked worriedly, Xiao Hei, are you tired? Xiao Hei had overexerted his ability and felt a little sick. However, besides the discomfort, overexerting one's ability was actually beneficial. Once recovered, the ability would become stronger. But few people push themselves to that point just to get stronger. The feeling was simply too unpleasant. Cheng Zhiyu could tell that Xiao Hei was drained. He quickly stroked the puppy and tucked him inside his shirt, patting him gently through the fabric. I am here. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Xiao Hei's barely open eyes slowly closed. It was strange. This was clearly just a weak human, yet he gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. The head-sized fireball floated over and bobbed in front of Cheng Zhiyu. He immediately understood what Xiao Er meant and praised it. Xiao Er, you're amazing. Thank goodness you were here at the critical moment. Xiao Er seemed embarrassed by the praise and wanted to act cute for Cheng Zhiyu, but it had just leveled up and needed to return to the soil in the system's space to stabilize. It could only retreat reluctantly. After it left, Cheng Zhiyu noticed Xiao Tai hovering around the metal element zombie, seemingly agitated. Cheng Zhiyu was puzzled. Did this zombie have something Xiao Tai wanted? A thought occurred to him. He found a tree branch and, with a frown, began poking around inside the zombie's head. Soon, he hit something hard. His expression shifted as he pried the object out and rinsed it clean with water. It was an irregular, thumb-sized silver crystal that glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. So there really are crystal cores, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but murmur. Who would have thought that such a beautiful crystal core could be found inside such a hideous zombie's head? This zombie was a metal element, and Xiao Tai could also be considered a metal element. No wonder Xiao Tai had been circling it just now. The crystal core was clearly beneficial for it. Cheng Zhiyu temporarily pocketed the thumb-sized crystal core. He would figure out how to let Xiao Tai absorb it later. Crystal cores are probably meant to be absorbed, right? He thought. He would try it later. If it didn't work, he could ask the system. Although the system often answered his questions selectively, it was usually forthcoming with anything related to the plants. After stowing the crystal core, Cheng Zhiyu used some water to clean Xiao Tai. A short while later, Xiao Hei stirred in his shirt and poked his head out. Cheng Zhiyu stroked his head and said softly, "Did I wake you?" Xiao Hei shook his head. After a short rest, he had already recovered. He wasn't comfortable leaving this human to face the zombies alone, even with those two plants. Of course, it wasn't for any particular reason. It was all because Cheng Zhiyu's cooking was so good, Xiao Hei thought awkwardly. Xiao Hei patted Cheng Zhiyu's hand with his paw. "Shouldn't we be heading back?" After the metal element zombie was dealt with, the residential complex fell quiet. There were hardly any zombies left, and the few that remained were scattered and posed no threat. Cheng Zhiyu understood Xiao Hei's meaning. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled and said, "No rush. There's a place I want to go." Xiao Hei's ears twitched. His body hadn't fully recovered, and he felt too lazy to move, so he just curled up comfortably in Cheng Zhiyu's arms and let him go wherever he pleased. Following his memory, Cheng Zhiyu weaved through the complex. Whenever he encountered a stray zombie, he would dispatch it with a single, unblinking slash of his cleaver. Finally, he arrived at the edge of a pond. If he remembered correctly, this was the community's artificial lake. He had heard that the property management had stocked it with fish and would even distribute some to the residents during the new year. After the apocalypse and the power outage, meat had become even harder to find. Any meat had to be frozen in a refrigerator, and by the time Cheng Zhiyu found any, it was already rotten and inedible. As a result, they hadn't eaten meat in some time. Now that he knew there were fish here, there was no way he was going to pass up the opportunity. Before coming, Cheng Zhiyu had worried the artificial lake might be contaminated, which would make the fish inedible. Fortunately, his worries didn't come to pass. A glance revealed the lake was still relatively clean, with nothing more than some fallen leaves and branches in the water. Xiao Hei glanced at the excited look on Cheng Zhiyu's face, hopped out of his arms, and walked to the edge of the lake to peer inside. With the eyesight of the winged clan, he could easily see fish swimming around. They were all quite plump too. He was engrossed in watching them when Cheng Zhiyu blocked his view. "Don't get so close to the edge. Be careful not to fall in." A rebellious thought crossed Xiao Hei's mind. "I am not an idiot. How could I possibly fall in?" Despite his thoughts, he still moved away from the lake's edge. Cheng Zhiyu had been planning to come catch fish when he set out today. He took a fishing net he found out of his storage space, crumbled some steamed bun into it as bait, and cast it into the water. His strength was much greater now, and he easily threw the net wide. The fish were probably hungry, as it wasn't long before they were eagerly jumping into the net. Xiao Hei thought this method was too troublesome, and was about to use his ability to catch the fish when Cheng Zhiyu quickly stopped him. "Be good. You've overexerted your ability and need to rest. Behave, and it'll make you grilled fish later." At the words grilled fish, Xiao Hei's ears twitched, and he reluctantly retracted his claws. The net quickly filled with fish. Cheng Zhiyu pulled it ashore with a heave, and dozens of flopping fish landed on the bank. The net's mesh was quite large, so all the fish were a decent size, the largest being as long as Cheng Zhiyu's forearm. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment and decided to process all the fish right there. That way, when it was time to eat, he would only need to give them a simple rinse, which would save water. Even though Xiao Hei had a water element ability, Cheng Zhiyu was used to being frugal. Besides, using an ability must be tiring, right? As he was thinking, an unlucky fish flopped over to where Xiao Hei was sitting. While cooked fish was delicious, this live one had a rather unpleasant smell. Given how much Xiao Hei valued cleanliness, he instantly blasted it with a jet of water, and the fish went still. Cheng Zhiyu just sighed. He decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. He took out the kitchen knife he carried for cooking, and, as if he'd been gutting fish at a supermarket for 10 years, ruthlessly slit their bellies, removed the innards, gills, and scales, and tossed the guts into the lake. Then he gave the fish a simple rinse in the lake water. Seeing Xiao Hei casually circling him, Cheng Zhiyu knew he must be getting hungry and decided not to make him wait any longer. He had found a portable stove today, and with all the other supplies on hand, he could have grilled fish right here. Cheng Zhiyu rinsed the fish again with clean water. He made a few simple cuts along its body to help it absorb the flavors, then marinated it with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Under Xiao Hei's expectant gaze, he lit the stove. After heating the oil, he pan-fried the fish until both sides were golden brown, added various seasonings, stir-fried them together, and finally poured in a little water to let it simmer. While the fish was cooking, Cheng Zhiyu gutted the rest of the catch. He thought for a moment and decided to keep the innards. They could be used as bait to catch more fish later. Although he had already caught over 20 fish, he wasn't sure how many would be left after he and Xiao Hei were done eating, given their appetites. He might as well catch more. The space had a preservation function, and he didn't have to worry about the smell transferring to other items. Since he was planning to leave, he needed to stock up on as much food as possible. Just as he was thinking, he felt a paw tap his hand. He turned to look at Xiao Hei and saw the puppy's eyes glued to the fish. Though Xiao Hei was trying his best to restrain himself, Cheng Zhiyu could tell he was drooling. He glanced down and saw the fish was just about ready. Smiling, he petted Xiao Hei. "Don't be impatient. This one shouldn't have any bones, but we still need to be careful. Wait a second, I'll pick out the meat for you." Because of Xiao Hei, he had specifically chosen a boneless variety of fish. As for the bonier ones, they wouldn't go to waste either. They would make an excellent fish soup. With a sense of ceremony, Cheng Zhiyu tied a bib around Xiao Hei's neck. Today's was blue. Xiao Hei was already used to this and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He took out Xiao Hei's little bowl and used his chopsticks to place several large, boneless chunks of fish inside. Seeing Xiao Hei start to eat, he began eating as well. After simmering for so long, the fish had absorbed all the flavors. Because it had been pan-fried first, it had a delightful crispy texture and a spicy, fragrant taste. It was absolutely delicious. Before long, the man and the dog had finished an entire large fish. Cheng Zhiyu washed the pot and started cooking another one. They ended up eating 10 whole fish before they were finally full. Cheng Zhiyu then simmered a pot of soup with just a pinch of salt. The resulting broth was incredibly savory. Xiao Hei drank several bowls, and Cheng Zhiyu finished the rest. Full and content, he washed the pot, put it away, and cast the net one more time. Xiao Hei had just enjoyed the delicious fish and was now acting like a little supervisor, hopping onto Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder to watch. This time the catch was bigger, about 50 fish. This haul took up about half of Cheng Zhiyu's storage space. He couldn't just fill the entire space with fish, so he had to stop. Xiao Hei seemed to think 50 was far too few. How long could that possibly last? "Well, get tired of eating fish every day," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Don't you want to eat other delicious things?" Xiao Hei's ears twitched. He was successfully persuaded. He burrowed into Cheng Zhiyu's arms, full and comfortable, and drifted off to sleep. Back in the rental apartment, Cheng Zhiyu consulted the system before burying the metal element crystal core in the soil next to Xiao Tai's roots. Xiao Tai swayed its branches and leaves with rare cheerfulness before quickly settling down to absorb it. The next day, Cheng Zhiyu received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Xiao Tai has finished upgrading and has unlocked the ability to switch forms. Please select a form. The familiar drawing board appeared before him again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Having been tricked by the system before, Cheng Zhiyu was much more cautious this time. He didn't start drawing immediately. Instead, he asked, instead of drawing it, can I use a picture? System. Yes. That was the answer Cheng Zhiyu was waiting for. His eyes lit up. He rummaged through his bedroom and produced a picture to show the system. This one. System. Apologies. Xiao Tai's current level is limited to cold weapons. It cannot switch to firearm form. Ah, Cheng Zhiyu said, looking down at the picture of the AK-47 in his hand, thoroughly disappointed. But it made sense. If it could take any form, that would be far too overpowered. He thought carefully. The encounter with the metal element, zombie, had taught him a lesson. Close-range combat alone wasn't enough. He needed a weapon that was also effective from a distance. In the end, he chose a crossbow. The back half resembled a pistol, firing when the trigger was pulled, while the front featured a horizontal bow-like structure. This time, the system confirmed the form without any issues and began the creation process. That evening, Cheng Zhiyu saw Xiao Tai's brand new form. It was, without a doubt, much cooler to hold than a cleaver. He tried pulling the trigger, aiming at a target, but the bolt went wide. Cheng Zhiyu. Xiao Hei, who was watching from the side, seemed to laugh. It was cool, yes, but for someone like Cheng Zhiyu, who had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, a crossbow was certainly not as easy to handle as a cleaver. He would just have to practice his aim. Fortunately, his senses were now sharp, which was a huge advantage for training. After a few days of practice, his accuracy had improved significantly. That afternoon, he pulled the trigger. An arrow shot out with a whoosh, slicing through the air and instantly piercing a leaf on a distant tree. The arrow then returned to the crossbow automatically. The entire sequence took less than half a second. Standing at the window of his apartment, Cheng Zhiyu slowly broke into a smile. Finally. My learning ability isn't half bad, right, Xiao Hei? Xiao Hei let out a slow yawn and gave a perfunctory nod. Cheng Zhiyu reached out to ruffle the dog's head, earning him a glare before he grinned cheekily. You're so cute, Xiao Hei. Your fur is so soft to the touch. Just looking at you puts me in a better mood. Xiao Hei. The same routine every time. But for some reason, he was rather susceptible to it, which was precisely why Cheng Zhiyu used it every time. With a thought, Cheng Zhiyu sent Xiao Tai back into the system space. He smiled. That's about it. We'll set out tomorrow. 3 months had passed since the apocalypse began. It was time to leave this apartment and see what the outside world was like. Speaking of which, the Chinese cabbages planted in the system space had also matured. The ones surrounding Xiao Er had changed just like before, turning into red cabbages. But the ones around Xiao Tai, why did they turn black? They were the same color as Xiao Tai. Cheng Zhiyu picked one. To his surprise, the black cabbage had a metallic texture. He tapped it with his hand and felt how hard it was. Had he grown a metal cabbage? Was it even edible? After some thought, Cheng Zhiyu decided to split it open to see. However, a regular kitchen knife couldn't even leave a scratch on the black cabbage. In the end, he had no choice but to use the Xiao Tai brand cleaver. Xiao Tai could now switch between 2 forms. Cleaver and crossbow. The Xiao Tai cleaver easily split open the black cabbage's shell. That's right, it was a shell. The outer layer was just a thin sheet of metal. Inside, it looked just like an ordinary cabbage. Cheng Zhiyu tasted it and found that it tasted like one, too. Unlike the red cabbages, it didn't generate warmth when eaten. However, the black cabbages did have the effect of rapidly restoring stamina. Since they were edible, that was for the best. As for the tough outer shells, Cheng Zhiyu thought they might be useful later, so he kept them instead of throwing them away. Both Xiao Er and Xiao Tai had now reached their second stage of maturity. Apart from being a bit larger, their appearance hadn't changed much. As for Xiao Huang, its life state had stabilized, and it was now in the process of maturing. Cheng Zhiyu discovered that Xiao Huang had already started to flower. Standing only as high as his calf, Xiao Huang had produced 10 blossoms. It was clear that Xiao Huang was completely different from Xiao Er and Xiao Tai. Since it could flower, it would probably bear fruit as well. He just didn't know what kind of fruit it would be. He had a feeling that once Xiao Huang's fruit ripened, it would reach its first stage of maturity. Since he was preparing to leave the apartment, he had to be fully prepared. Cheng Zhiyu used all the remaining flour in his home to make steamed buns, which would be convenient to eat on the road when he couldn't cook. He didn't have many vegetables left, but he packed them all. Perishable items like these were all stuffed into his storage space. As for his clothes, he only brought a few changes. He could always have Xiao Er dry them after washing, so he wasn't worried about running out. He didn't need to bring thick clothes either. He had the red cabbages. If he felt cold, he could just eat some. He packed the clothes into a backpack, which was also filled with Xiao Hei's little bowl, bib, and small blanket. These items took up most of the space. Without realizing it, Cheng Zhiyu had completely transformed into a doting dog owner. Cheng Zhiyu's current plan was to first head to the neighboring district to find his childhood best friend. He and his friend, Tian Qiao, had been neighbors. They were about the same age, born just 10 days apart. You could say that Cheng Zhiyu had known Tian Qiao for as long as he'd known his own parents. Later, they went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, and by some coincidence, they were always in the same class. They ended up at different universities, but both schools were in Province A, so they would often meet up on weekends. After they started working, they both stayed in Province A, but in different adjacent districts. They didn't see each other as often because of their busy schedules, but they would always go home together for holidays and complain about their shitty bosses. A week before the apocalypse, they had made plans to have dinner together. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived before they could even eat. After the world ended, apart from his family, Cheng Zhiyu's biggest worry was Tian Qiao. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to call him at the time. He didn't know how Tian Qiao was doing now, only that he hoped he was safe. So, the first thing he wanted to do was go to the next district to find him. Before leaving, Cheng Zhiyu had thought about finding a car to make the journey faster. But once he left the residential complex, he realized he was still thinking with a pre-apocalyptic mindset. Before the apocalypse, the roads were clear and everything was orderly. But now, it was complete chaos. The streets outside were filled with wandering zombies, overturned debris, and cars blocking the way. Some cars had shattered windows, their occupants either dead from injuries or already turned into zombies. These people had probably sensed the danger and tried to drive away, but instead, they met their end on the road. Cheng Zhiyu sighed, his exposed eyes filled with pity. It was likely a feeling of shared sorrow for a similar fate. Some of the bodies were already starting to stink, which was to be expected in this heat. Leaving them piled up on the road was not a solution. It would surely lead to the outbreak of other diseases. Cheng Zhiyu murmured an apology and had Xiao Er burn them. As for the zombies, he had them burned as well after they were dealt with. From the looks of it, most of the zombies on the road were ordinary ones, which brought Cheng Zhiyu a sense of relief. It meant that evolved ones were rare exceptions. He hadn't encountered a single ability-wielding zombie all day, whereas back in the residential complex, he had run into one on the verge of evolving and another that was already a metal element user. He couldn't tell if his luck was good or bad. Summer had now arrived. The days were still scorching hot, but at night, the temperature dropped dramatically, estimated to be around -10-something degrees Celsius, just like in the dead of winter. The weather was truly bizarre. That night, Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hei ate a stew of red cabbage and cured meat with glass noodles, served with steamed buns. They ate until they were completely full. With their bellies full, he held Xiao Hei and went to sleep. They had found a place that resembled a clinic, which had a bed for patients. After Xiao Hei cleaned the bed with his water element ability, Cheng Zhiyu laid a blanket on it, and they slept there for the night. Xiao Hei was curled up on his chest, asleep. In the middle of the night, a barely perceptible sound came from outside, and Cheng Zhiyu felt a gust of wind blow in. He snapped his eyes open to find that Xiao Hei was already awake, sitting by the window and watching alertly. Cheng Zhiyu quickly summoned Xiao Tai and Xiao Er. Gripping the crossbow in one hand, he walked to the window. The scene outside immediately gave him goosebumps. The wind howled, and a horde of zombies was slowly shuffling toward them. Logically, so many zombies should have made a lot of noise, which would have been impossible for Cheng Zhiyu to miss. But the wind was so loud, it completely masked the sound of their movements. If they hadn't been so vigilant, they might have died in their sleep. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Working in tandem with Xiao Hei, he took down several zombies one after another, but as soon as they fell, others immediately took their place. Cheng Zhiyu instantly came to a conclusion. There's an ability-wielding zombie. Looking at the abnormally strong wind outside, Cheng Zhiyu asked, "Is it a wind element user?" Xiao Hei nodded. The zombies were indeed making noise as they walked. The wind element zombie was just clever enough to use the sound of the wind to conceal it. Cheng Zhiyu had just assumed it was a windy night and hadn't sensed anything was wrong. He frowned, feeling that this wind element zombie was stronger than the metal element one he'd encountered before. It could actually sustain the simulated wind. While dealing with the ordinary zombies, Cheng Zhiyu, Xiao Hei, and Xiao Er carefully searched the horde for the ability-wielding one. A level 1 ability-wielding zombie had to be nearby to control a horde, and there was a limit to the number it could command. They already had experience dealing with them. Finding this wind element one was the key. Just then, however, sand and pebbles were whipped into the air, severely obstructing their vision. It was obvious the wind element zombie was trying to hide itself. Aside from Xiao Er, both he and Xiao Hei were somewhat affected. They could handle the ordinary zombies, but it was clear that failing to find the wind element zombie was not an option. Their stamina would eventually run out. Xiao Hei suddenly shot out a paw and slammed the clinic window shut, sealing everything outside. Cheng Zhiyu spat twice, his mouth full of dirt. They hid inside, and soon a barrage of thuds echoed against the door. The banging grew more frantic, but fortunately, the clinic's iron door was of good quality and didn't budge. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. That zombie can't keep this up for long. A level 1 zombie can't use its ability continuously. As he finished speaking, Xiao Hei suddenly opened his mouth and bit his fingertip. Cheng Zhiyu felt a sharp pain. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei licked his finger. Cheng Zhiyu looked at the spot where he'd been bitten and almost thought he'd imagined it. His finger was perfectly fine, without a single wound. Cheng Zhiyu was bewildered. Then he heard a voice in his mind. "This way, you can hear me speak." Cheng Zhiyu was stunned. "Xiao Hei, is that you talking?" He looked at Xiao Hei, who nodded and continued, "The clinic's door won't hold for much longer." Cheng Zhiyu frowned and nodded. Hiding inside clearly wasn't a long-term solution. The wind element zombie seemed to have guessed their intentions and began attacking the clinic door even more fiercely. The force of the wind was immense, and the door was on the verge of giving way. "The problem now is that we can't pinpoint where the wind element zombie is," Cheng Zhiyu said with a frown. "It's too cunning. It knows how to block our line of sight. The winged clan doesn't always need their eyes to see." Xiao Hei said, "What if I can pinpoint its location?" "Without being able to see, how confident are you that you can hit it?" Cheng Zhiyu's aim was good, and after practicing the mental method, his 5 senses had grown sharper. But he had never tried to hit a target without looking, so he wasn't sure. Xiao Hei patted him with a paw. "Just try. The worst that can happen is we run." The little dog was exceptionally calm at that moment. Cheng Zhiyu smiled, nodded, and tore off a strip of cloth. Xiao Hei leaped onto his shoulder. The next instant, the clinic door was violently thrown open. A fireball the size of a human head smashed into the charging zombies, while a sphere of water shattered the skulls of another group. Cheng Zhiyu himself cut down a swath of them with his cleaver. During the brief moment of respite, he jumped onto the roof with Xiao Hei, quickly tied the strip of cloth over his eyes, and plunged his vision into darkness. In contrast, his other senses became even sharper. The cleaver in his hand transformed into a crossbow. He heard Xiao Hei's voice in his ear. 5 o'clock direction. A little to the left. Downward. Yes, right there. Fire. Cheng Zhiyu pulled the trigger without hesitation, the sound of an arrow cutting through the air reaching his ears. He gripped the crossbow nervously. Then he heard the howling wind around him die down. Xiao Hei's voice came through. You hit it. Cheng Zhiyu reached up and removed the blindfold. Looking down at the zombies below, he saw they were no longer charging at them in an organized fashion. Without the wind element zombie, they had instantly fallen into disarray. Xiao Er was happily incinerating zombies, one fireball at a time. Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hei leaped off the roof in unison and charged toward the horde. In no time, the seemingly large group of zombies was completely wiped out. Cheng Zhiyu found the wind element zombie, split its head open, and pulled out the crystal core, washing it clean. Although neither of them was a wind element user and they couldn't use it for now, crystal cores were clearly valuable. Perhaps he could trade it later for one they could use. After finishing up and clearing the zombies in front of the clinic, Cheng Zhiyu took Xiao Hei and found a new place to stay. The clinic's door had been blown off, making it uninhabitable. Once they reached a safe spot, Cheng Zhiyu scooped Xiao Hei into his arms. Xiao Hei stiffened. What? What are you doing? Xiao Hei, it's all thanks to you today, Cheng Zhiyu said. Otherwise, that wind element zombie would have been really tough to deal with. Xiao Hei awkwardly wagged his tail. This human was always spouting such mushy things. He turned his head away, avoiding Cheng Zhiyu's gaze. Cheng Zhiyu poked him. Xiao Hei, why aren't you talking? Say something to me. He was surprised at how quickly he had accepted the fact that Xiao Hei could talk, but then he figured it wasn't a big deal. Xiao Hei was a dog spirit, so what was so strange about him being able to speak? Even if his powers weren't strong enough to let him take human form, it didn't mean he couldn't talk. Besides, setting aside the shocking aspect of it all, wasn't this actually a good thing? Cheng Zhiyu hadn't met a single living person so far. He knew it was impossible that he was the only survivor. He just hadn't run into anyone yet. But humans are social creatures. How could he not feel lonely? He used to be a man of few words, but now he'd become a chatterbox, seizing every opportunity to say a few more sentences. Although he had Xiao Er, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Hei with him, he was always the only one talking. They responded with their actions, but they couldn't communicate with him through words. But now Xiao Hei could talk. He had been too busy dealing with the wind element zombie earlier to feel properly excited. Now that he finally had the time, Xiao Hei was completely silent. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei. Cheng Zhiyu chanted his name incessantly. Unable to stand it any longer, Xiao Hei frowned and snapped impatiently, What? A wide smile spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face. He cupped Xiao Hei, who had turned his head away, and planted a loud smack on his fur. Nothing. I just like talking to you. Xiao Hei froze. Why is Cheng Zhiyu like this again? What's with this habit of putting his mouth on things all the time? Xiao Hei decided to have a serious talk with him. From now on, don't. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Xiao Hei, confused. Don't what? Nothing, Xiao Hei finished lamely. Forget it. It wasn't a big deal, no need to make a point of it. At worst, he could just dodge the next time Cheng Zhiyu tried to kiss him. By the way, Xiao Hei, how come you haven't grown at all after all this time? Cheng Zhiyu had been worried about this for a while, but with no way to find out, he had suppressed the concern. Now that he could communicate with Xiao Hei, he quickly asked what was going on. Xiao Hei flicked his tail guiltily. Because he wasn't a dog at all. Before Xiao Hei could come up with an excuse, Cheng Zhiyu said, "Is it because you're a dog spirit? Do dog spirits just grow more slowly?" Xiao Hei cleared his throat. Something like that." Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "That's good. I was starting to think you'd stopped growing." Xiao Hai's ears twitched, and he shot Cheng Zhiyu a dissatisfied glance. Cheng Zhiyu gently pinched his ear. "What's wrong?" "You're very cute like this, Xiao Hei. But I still hope you'll grow up. I want to see what you'll look like then." Xiao Hai's mood improved considerably. "What cute? Who calls a member of the winged clan cute?" However, he was, grudgingly, somewhat satisfied with what Cheng Zhiyu had said. Cheng Zhiyu yawned. Having been woken up halfway through his sleep, he was now quite drowsy. He tucked Xiao Hei into his arms. "Let's get some more sleep." Xiao Hei was also a bit tired, so he didn't object. He calmly let Cheng Zhiyu hold him, finding a comfortable spot in his embrace to lie down. Even he didn't realize how fluid and natural this series of movements had become for him. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes, but he still didn't sleep too deeply, remaining ever vigilant for a surprise zombie attack. This time, they slept peacefully until dawn. After breakfast, Cheng Zhiyu discussed their plans with Xiao Hei, and they decided not to travel during the day. The daytime temperatures were just too hot. Cheng Zhiyu suspected it was close to 50 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, he had been practicing the mental method Xiao Hei had given him, which had greatly improved his physical constitution. Such heat wasn't unbearable. But not being unbearable didn't mean it wasn't uncomfortable. The sun had just risen, but after a short walk outside, Cheng Zhiyu felt like the soles of his shoes were about to melt. Compared to the day, the night was much more suitable for travel. Although it was cold, they had the red cabbages. After eating them, the nighttime temperature actually felt quite comfortable. Though they weren't in a rush to travel, that didn't mean there was nothing to do. Traveling on foot was far too slow, so Cheng Zhiyu decided to use this time to find a vehicle. While the current road conditions weren't suitable for cars, other options might work. Cheng Zhiyu planned to find a motorcycle. "I've been here before the apocalypse. I remember there's a market that sells motorcycles up ahead. Let's go take a look," Cheng Zhiyu said, calling to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei stretched languidly and leaped onto his shoulder, patting it with his paws as if to signal they should set off. "Hang on, let me get an umbrella." The sun outside was so intense it felt like it could fry his skin. An umbrella would still be hot, but at least it would block the worst of the sun. Besides, Xiao Hei was covered in black fur. Black absorbs so much heat. He was surely more uncomfortable than Cheng Zhiyu. Xiao Hei was about to complain about what a hassle it was when he heard Cheng Zhiyu say, "Is that better, Xiao Hei?" Xiao Hei awkwardly kneaded Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder with his paws. Cheng Zhiyu didn't press him for an answer. After speaking, he started walking toward the place he remembered. Even with the umbrella, the sun's heat wasn't completely blocked. Cheng Zhiyu frowned and quickened his pace. Just then, a fine mist of water appeared around him, just beneath the umbrella. As the mist touched his skin, it brought a faint coolness, instantly dispelling some of the oppressive heat. Cheng Zhiyu was slightly surprised. "Xiao Hei, was that you?" Xiao Hei gave an aloof amen. Cheng Zhiyu reached up to pet him, smiling. "I never would have thought a water element ability could be used like this." Xiao Hei flicked his tail. "There's a lot you don't know. You're so thoughtful, Xiao Hei. You were worried I was hot, weren't you?" Cheng Zhiyu said, with the classic self-absorption of a pet owner. "I was just trying to improve my control over my water element ability," Xiao Hei thought. "I am already at the threshold of a breakthrough. Once I advance, I can awaken my next ability." With Xiao Hei's cooling mist, the journey became much more pleasant. Soon, they arrived at the place Cheng Zhiyu had mentioned. A few wandering zombies were gathered there, but their numbers were small and they were dealt with in a flash. Before them were rows of brand new motorcycles. Even Cheng Zhiyu, who wasn't particularly into vehicles, had to admit they looked pretty cool. Before the apocalypse, these motorcycles would have cost tens of thousands. He never would have been willing to spend that kind of money, but now he could take his pick. Still, if given the choice, he would rather the apocalypse had never happened. Shaking his head to clear the useless thoughts, Cheng Zhiyu began to browse through the rows of bikes. He didn't forget to ask for Xiao Hei's opinion. Xiao Hei, which one do you think is good? Xiao Hei swayed his tail lazily, looking completely uninterested. Cheng Zhiyu stopped asking and eventually chose a slightly smaller, more lightweight model that wouldn't consume as much gas. Being new, the motorcycle had no fuel. He searched the shop and found some cans of gasoline to add. There wasn't much, and it probably wouldn't last long, but there was a gas station nearby where they could get more. The motorcycle shop didn't seem to have living quarters. The roof was made of sheet metal, so one could only imagine how hot it was inside. Cheng Zhiyu didn't linger. He had Xiao Hei hop back onto his shoulder and took the bike for a quick spin. It felt pretty good. They didn't return to the temporary shelter from the previous night. That had been an emergency choice, the only requirement being that it had a door, windows, and was secure. Now, Cheng Zhiyu wanted to find somewhere cooler. He remembered there was a shopping mall nearby. That would be their destination. Xiao Hei had no objection. With the motorcycle, Cheng Zhiyu moved much faster, and they reached the mall in no time. It was indeed much cooler inside the mall. Surprisingly, the lights were on. Cheng Zhiyu figured it must have a backup power supply that kicked in when the main power went out. If there was a backup generator, then there should be meat. Cheng Zhiyu voiced his speculation. Xiao Hei didn't say anything, but Cheng Zhiyu could feel him sit up straighter. Cheng Zhiyu suppressed a laugh. Of course, there would be zombies in the mall. Smelling fresh blood and flesh, one immediately rushed toward them. Before Cheng Zhiyu could even act, the zombie was torn to shreds. The ever-fastidious Xiao Hei even washed the floor clean afterward. Xiao Hei looked at Cheng Zhiyu. Where's the meat? Although they had fish to eat, just as Cheng Zhiyu had said, eating fish every day would get boring. But making Xiao Hei eat vegetables every day. How could a member of the winged clan eat only vegetables? He thought. Back when supplies were tight, Xiao Hei hadn't complained, but now that he heard there was meat, he was determined to have a feast. Cheng Zhiyu's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Meeting Xiao Hei's confused gaze, he quickly said, it's nothing. They soon found the meat section. The items in the refrigerated displays had long since gone bad, but the freezers held plenty of meat. Frozen meat might not taste as good as fresh, but at a time like this, who could afford to be picky? Unfortunately, Cheng Zhiyu's storage space was only 1 cubic meter. It was too small. Even with the space he had recently cleared, he couldn't take much. So painful. Cheng Zhiyu lamented internally. Painful or not, they had to eat. Since they couldn't take it with them, they might as well eat their fill right here. Cheng Zhiyu turned to Xiao Hei, who was pretending to be indifferent while his tail swished back and forth behind him. Xiao Hei, what kind of meat do you want to eat? Xiao Hei leaped gracefully onto a freezer case and stopped above the chicken. This one. I haven't eaten this meat before. He wanted chicken, a request that was easy enough to grant. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment and came up with an idea. How about pot-stewed chicken? Xiao Hei's ears twitched. He didn't know what pot-stewed chicken was, but it sounded delicious, so he nodded. Cheng Zhiyu took out 5 or 6 chickens to thaw and looked around, eventually finding the staff break room where they usually cooked their meals. Although he had a portable stove, it was better to save fuel when possible. Since they could cook here, they might as well. The pot was a little small, though. But this was a supermarket. How could it not have pots? Cheng Zhiyu found the largest one available, but even that couldn't cook 5 or 6 chickens at once. He'd have to do it in batches. At that moment, Cheng Zhiyu found himself missing the large iron wok back home. It could have easily handled 5 or 6 chickens in one go. But there was obviously no large wok here, and even if there was no earthen stove. They would have to make do. Pot-stewed chicken usually only contained chicken, but right now, authenticity didn't matter, as long as it was delicious. Cheng Zhiyu also found some palm-sized river shrimp and, to his surprise, some abalone. The abalone was quite large, about the size of his palm. Cheng Zhiyu had only eaten it once before, at a wealthy relative's wedding banquet, and the taste had been incredible. No wonder abalone was always mentioned when talking about delicacies. With the ingredients gathered, Cheng Zhiyu chopped the thawed chicken into pieces. He heated oil in the pot, stir-fried the prepared side vegetables, then added the chicken pieces and various seasonings to enhance the flavor. In no time, the color of the dish became incredibly appetizing. Standing on Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder, Xiao Hei stretched his neck, drawn in by the fragrant aroma. Cheng Zhiyu gently pushed him back, afraid he might fall into the pot. "Be patient, the chicken needs to simmer for a while." Xiao Hei pulled his head back. "I am not that impatient." Cheng Zhiyu poured boiling water into the pot. 10 minutes later, he added the river shrimp and abalone. Then he took the dough he had just prepared, stretched it into thin, small flatbreads, and placed them over the stew. After covering the pot and letting it simmer for another 5 minutes, it was ready to eat. The aroma was simply too enticing. Forget Xiao Hei. Even Cheng Zhiyu himself was swallowing repeatedly. Cheng Zhiyu took out Xiao Hei's small bowl and filled it with chicken, river shrimp, and abalone, placing a small flatbread on top. "Dig in." Xiao Hei glanced disapprovingly at the flatbread on top, but ate it with some reluctance. He had to admit, the flatbread was actually quite good. It had soaked up the rich broth and had a nice, chewy texture. After finishing the bread, he finally got to the meat. Perhaps because of the abalone, the chicken had a unique umami flavor beyond its own savory taste. Xiao Hei took one bite and immediately retracted his thought that the bread was good. The meat was so much better. He ate with his head down, completely absorbed. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't faring any better. The chicken was tender and flavorful, so soft it fell off the bone at the slightest touch. He had deveined the shrimp before cooking, so they could be eaten directly. The natural sweetness of the shrimp, combined with the aroma of the chicken and abalone, made Cheng Zhiyu close his eyes in pleasure. Finally, Cheng Zhiyu reached for the abalone, the part he had been anticipating most. Chicken and shrimp were relatively common before the apocalypse, but abalone was a rare treat. As someone who had just started working, he couldn't have brought himself to spend money on it. The abalone he couldn't bear to buy before the apocalypse was now plentiful in his pot, with more than enough for him to eat his fill. Cheng Zhiyu was so engrossed in eating he didn't even look up. He even forgot to refill Xiao Hei's bowl until Xiao Hei swatted him with an insistent paw. Snapping back to reality, he quickly served Xiao Hei another portion. When the pot was empty, neither of them was full. Cheng Zhiyu cooked another 2 pots the same way, and finally, they were satisfied. With his belly full, Xiao Hei stretched out lazily on a stool and began to doze off. Cheng Zhiyu stroked his fur and said, "I'm going into the system space for a bit. If you need anything, just call out." "I can hear you." Xiao Hei flicked his tail in response. The next moment, the ground beneath Cheng Zhiyu's feet turned to soil. Xiao Er came over to act cute, and Cheng Zhiyu reached out to pet it. Not to be outdone, Xiao Tai rustled its leaves until it too received a pat, at which point it settled down. The two of them didn't get into fights as often as they used to. At most, they would swat each other a couple of times with their branches. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head with a helpless smile and went to check on Xiao Huang. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered that Xiao Huang had just completed its first stage maturity. The system's mechanical voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. Plant Xiao Huang has reached first stage maturity. Please complete the harvest. The reward has been distributed. Please explore it on your own." As soon as the system's reminder finished, Cheng Zhiyu was amazed to see Xiao Huang's 10 fruits rapidly turn a vibrant golden orange, emitting an alluring fragrance. He knew these couldn't be ordinary fruits. After all, Xiao Er and Xiao Tai had never been ordinary. He first checked Xiao Huang's information. Plant name: Xiao Huang. Current status: first stage maturity. Skill: consuming its fruit will block the perception of zombies of the same level for 5 minutes. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes widened slightly when he read about Xiao Huang's skill. This ability was incredible. Since Xiao Huang was at its first stage, it would work on level 1 ability zombies. This meant that if he encountered a level 1 ability zombie, he could eat one of these fruits and become undetectable to it. 5 minutes was more than enough time to take care of an ability zombie. He couldn't help but think how much easier things would have been if he had this when he faced the metal and wind element zombies. However, Xiao Huang didn't produce many fruits. He would have to use them sparingly, saving them for critical moments. But Xiao Huang's skill wasn't an attack. So how was it supposed to level up? Cheng Zhiyu posed this question to the system, only to receive the usual reply. Host, please explore on your own. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Fine. He already had an idea, inspired by Xiao Tai. Xiao Er had leveled up its abilities entirely through combat, but Xiao Tai had used a crystal core. If that was the case, Xiao Huang should also be able to enhance its ability with crystal cores. The only issue was that Xiao Huang's skill was too unique. It probably belonged to the psychic type. Crystal cores like that were probably rare. It seemed that Xiao Huang's skill was so overpowered that, consequently, upgrading it would be very difficult. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. It was fine. He would take it one step at a time. Even at first stage maturity, Xiao Huang was still a bit smaller than Xiao Er and Xiao Tai. It was quiet, like an ordinary plant, only moving slightly when Cheng Zhiyu patted it. Cheng Zhiyu stepped outside for a moment. Seeing Xiao Hei sleeping soundly and no danger lurking about, he felt relieved and returned to the system space to check his rewards. The first reward was another expansion of the system space. It was now 4x4 meters. While it still didn't look very big, it was a significant improvement. There was also more free space to plant some vegetables. The supermarket had seeds, so he would go look for some later. The second reward was another plant. Cheng Zhiyu chose to extract it and was immediately shocked. The plant's life status was unprecedentedly low. It was only at 5%. Fortunately, Cheng Zhiyu was experienced. He had already prepared a spot for planting while checking the rewards. He quickly planted the tiny seedling, but even with his speed, its life status had dropped to 4% in that short time. It looked completely wilted. He watered it, but its life status didn't improve, which made him worry. Besides water, plants needed fertilizer. But Xiao Er and the others had grown exceptionally well without any, leading Cheng Zhiyu to believe the system's black soil was fertile enough on its own. Now it seemed that wasn't always the case, at least not for this new plant. He made a mental note to find some fertilizer later, and then gave the new plant a name. I'll call you Xiaoqiang. I hope you can grow up strong and healthy. System. Although Xiaoqiang still looked wilted, its life status had at least stopped dropping. This brought Cheng Zhiyu a small measure of relief, and he moved on to check the reward he was most excited about. Congratulations, host. Storage space has been expanded to 5 cubic meters. The space is now upgrading. Please check back in 1 hour. Cheng Zhiyu was stunned. He had thought the storage space would expand to 2 cubic meters at most, since the planting space was always doubled. He never expected the system to be so generous this time, upgrading it all the way to 5 cubic meters. 5 cubic meters might not sound like much, but it could hold a lot of things. The storage was a true volume, meaning it could genuinely fit 5 cubic meters of items. Cheng Zhiyu shared the good news with Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's response was a simple, "Oh." Cheng Zhiyu chuckled and rephrased his announcement. We can bring a lot more meat now. Enough to eat meat every day for a long time. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. Seeing the human-like delight on Xiao Hei's face, Cheng Zhiyu ruffled the fur on his head. Hurry and see what you want to bring. Oh, right, I should cook some ready-to-eat meals, so we'll have something for when I don't feel like cooking. Xiao Hei couldn't help but make a request. I want that dish from just now. No problem, Cheng Zhiyu said. Go find some larger containers, and I'll pack it up after I cook. Xiao Hei nodded and eagerly went to search. A moment later, he returned with a water bubble containing a large stack of big food containers. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea where he'd found them. They looked like the ones the merchant had used when Cheng Zhiyu bought fish, very large capacity. One container was enough for a full meal for either of them. Cheng Zhiyu praised Xiao Hei and then got busy, cooking dozens of containers of pot-stewed chicken. He even creatively made pot-stewed fish and pot-stewed pork. He also steamed a few containers of rice, but not too many. It was mainly for convenience, as rice expanded when cooked. It was more space-efficient to carry it raw. There was still plenty of meat left in the supermarket. Cheng Zhiyu stuffed it all into the storage space until it was mostly filled with various foods. He also packed a good amount of Xiao Hei's favorite snacks. As the two of them were busy packing supplies, they heard a noise from a short distance away. Cheng Zhiyu immediately went on alert. He heard Xiao Hei say, "It's your kind." Cheng Zhiyu was confused for a second before he realized Xiao Hei meant the noise was from humans, not zombies. The realization that it wasn't zombies brought a wave of relief, and he actually felt quite happy. He hadn't encountered a single person since the apocalypse began. Now he finally had. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's cheerful expression, Xiao Hei felt a strange sense of discomfort. You look so happy. Don't tell me you're thinking of going over to them. He started to sow discord. I don't think those two humans look like good people. How can you tell just by looking? Cheng Zhiyu asked, amused. Xiao Hei glared at him. Cheng Zhiyu ruffled the dog's head and whispered, "Don't worry, I am not stupid." He was just happy to see other humans in the apocalypse. After all, they were his own kind. But he also knew that just as not everyone was a good person before the end of the world, it was even less likely now when survival was at stake. So, happiness aside, he had no intention of going out to say hello. Those two were obviously here for supplies. He couldn't take everything with him anyway, so it was best if they just minded their own business. From a distance, Cheng Zhiyu saw two burly men. One had a large red birthmark on his face that looked a bit scary, while the other had a knife scar across his eyebrow, giving him a fierce appearance. The man with the scar called the other one Red Face, and Red Face called him Lao Dao. There aren't many zombies here. Looks like it's been cleared out, Red Face said, holding a knife as he scanned the surroundings. Lao Dao's eyes greedily scanned the shelves. Even better if there are none. This is our lucky day. With that, he eagerly tore open a nearby bag of chips and began to wolf them down. A flash of disgust crossed Red Face's eyes, but he was hungry too. He swallowed and started eating as well. The two ate whatever they saw. Sometimes, they would be halfway through something when they spotted another tasty snack. They'd immediately toss what they were holding and grab the new item. Before long, the area around them was a complete mess. Xiao Hei's paws clenched. He loved all those snacks. These two annoying guys were really. Cheng Zhiyu also frowned. His thinking was simple. Resources were scarce now, and every bite of food was precious. How could they be so wasteful? Even if they couldn't take it with them, couldn't they leave it for the next person? After the way Red Face and Lao Dao had trashed the place, the food thrown on the ground was clearly inedible. Finally, the two men had eaten their fill. They lay down comfortably on the floor, looking at the abundance of food left in the supermarket as if they had arrived in paradise. I feel like staying here and never leaving, Lao Dao said. But Red Face countered, didn't you hear the boss? We're supposed to go to the bread base. Lao Dao snorted dismissively. What's the point of going to a base? Does a base have this much to eat and drink? Red Face was clearly the more rational of the two. At least a base is safe. Besides, we're both ability users. Do you think we'll starve there? This supermarket has a lot of stuff, sure, but can you guarantee no one else will find it? Will we be able to defend it? We might end up losing our lives instead. Hearing this, Lao Dao gave up on the idea of staying. He changed the subject. Then should we go back and tell the boss about this place? He'll definitely reward us handsomely. Red Face was obviously more cunning and had his own plans. No way, he said immediately. If the boss and the others find out about this place, do you think we'll still be able to eat whatever we want like we just did? Lao Dao thought about it and agreed, though he was still conflicted. So what do we do? Let's just take less stuff back and say it was all we could find. Didn't the boss say we're holing up here for a few days? We can come over every day and eat our fill. Of course, that wasn't Red Face's only reason, but there was no need to explain everything so clearly to Lao Dao. Lao Dao was purely malicious, but not very cunning. Hearing Red Face's suggestion, he thought it was a great idea. You're the smart one. Let's do that. As he spoke, he started complaining again. I don't know why the boss insists on bringing so many ordinary people along. They're just dragging us down. If it weren't for them, we'd have reached the bread base long ago. Red Face clearly knew more than he did and replied vaguely, the boss has his uses for them. Don't overthink it. Not far away, Cheng Zhiyu had been listening for a while and had gathered some useful information. At the very least, he now knew there were safe zones, and this group's destination was likely that bread base. According to them, the bread base treated ability users very well. It seemed the current survivors were divided into ability users and ordinary people. Ability users probably had all sorts of powers, just like the evolved zombies, while ordinary people were no different than they were before the apocalypse. Cheng Zhiyu knew that his situation likely didn't fall into the category of an ability user. It looked like he would have to minimize contact with these people in the future to avoid them discovering anything unusual. Even if he had to interact with them, he would need to hide his secrets. His plants were just too special. After Red Face and Lao Dao left, the sky had pretty much darkened. Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hei also exited the shopping mall, found his hidden motorcycle, and set off to find Tian Qiao. The motorcycle was much faster. Cheng Zhiyu's current goal wasn't to kill zombies, and he wasn't too far from Tian Qiao's district to begin with, so he should be able to get there quickly. The small scooter he had chosen didn't make much noise. Its design was more akin to an electric scooter, and certainly didn't roar through the streets like a conventional motorcycle. If it had, Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't have ridden it. After all, besides being drawn by scent, zombies were also attracted to sound, and he had no desire to draw every zombie in the vicinity to him. As he drove, Cheng Zhiyu made a little nest for Xiao Hei in the storage compartment in front of the handlebars. While the space wasn't large, it was more than spacious enough for Xiao Hei, who was currently only a bit bigger than a person's palm, to lie down comfortably. Unfortunately, Xiao Hei refused to lie down, choosing instead to perch inside Cheng Zhiyu's jacket with only his head peeking out. A smile touched Cheng Zhiyu's lips. You're not lying down, Xiao Hei. You want to keep me company, right? Xiao Hei turned his head away petulantly. Of course not. Since he didn't verbally deny it, Cheng Zhiyu took it as a yes and showered him with a torrent of compliments. Things like Xiao Hei is so thoughtful, and how could there be a little dog as good as Xiao Hei? Flowed effortlessly from his lips. He praised him so much that Xiao Hei finally ducked his head back into his jacket and refused to come out. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. How hot. So cheesy. Xiao Hei thought. Riding the motorcycle was significantly faster than walking. Whenever they encountered zombies, Cheng Zhiyu didn't even need to act. Xiao Hei would casually toss a water ball, and the zombie would be shredded to pieces. Sometimes, when Xiao Hei was too lazy to do it himself, he would have Xiao Er do it. He had, without any instruction, learned how to command Xiao Er, and surprisingly, Xiao Er listened to him quite well. The dog and the plant cooperated seamlessly. If there were any obstacles on the road, Xiao Hei would clear them with a water ball as well. In short, all Cheng Zhiyu had to do was drive. He didn't need to worry about anything else. The journey continued smoothly, and soon, they finally arrived at the district where Tian Qiao lived. However, they were still some distance from his actual residence. Cheng Zhiyu hesitated, wondering if he should wait until daytime tomorrow to continue. Knowing Tian Qiao, if he was okay, he would definitely come looking for him. He was afraid that if he traveled at night, he might miss Tian Qiao. In this apocalypse, with no communication tools, if they missed each other, it would be incredibly difficult to find one another again. Just as Cheng Zhiyu was deliberating, Xiao Hei patted him with his paw. "There's a zombie horde ahead." Cheng Zhiyu immediately snapped back to attention and stopped the motorcycle. Sure enough, he saw a large group of zombies up ahead. From the way they were gathered, it didn't look like a spontaneous cluster. There was probably a level 1 zombie among them. Judging by the horde's formation, it seemed someone was trapped inside. Cheng Zhiyu didn't hesitate. Since he had come across it, he might as well help. He summoned Xiao Tai, and a crossbow instantly appeared in his hands. At that moment, in the center of the horde, Tian Qiao was on the verge of exhaustion. The apocalypse had come too suddenly. Fortunately, he had been at home and survived the initial outbreak. Afterward, he developed a high fever, and when he woke up, he had an ability. Tian Qiao's was an ice element ability. He was shocked when he first discovered it, but after gradually accepting his new reality, he began to practice using it. He spent 2 months getting the hang of it, and finally decided to leave his rental apartment to find Cheng Zhiyu first. Who would have thought that the journey from his place, fraught with zombies, would take him a whole month? The days had been getting hotter and hotter recently, and even though he had an ice element ability, he still found it unbearable and decided to travel at night. He never expected to run into such terrible luck tonight. In Tian Qiao's experience, zombies were slow, stupid creatures. His luck had been pretty good. He hadn't encountered a single level 1 zombie on his entire journey. And since he had little contact with others, he hadn't even known about their existence until today. But it seemed his luck had finally run out tonight. He hadn't been walking long before he ran into zombies. He killed one, and a whole group appeared. As more and more zombies swarmed the area, Tian Qiao finally sensed that something was wrong. He had no choice but to keep killing, but the zombies seemed endless. He was utterly exhausted, yet the number of zombies was still terrifyingly high. He was surrounded, and the circle was closing in. Tian Qiao had a sinking feeling that this was where he was going to die. He thought of his parents. He was their only child. They would cry their eyes out if they knew. And then there was Cheng Zhiyu. That kid might not talk much, but he had a soft heart. He'd probably bawl his eyes out too. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Tian Qiao looked at the horde and cursed, "Damn it. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." Obviously, the zombies weren't going to be so honorable. Tian Qiao gritted his teeth and stared at the hideous creatures. If he got bitten, he would become one of them. He'd rather take care of it himself. Just then, an arrow shot through the air, piercing straight through the head of a zombie in the horde. The creature seemed to realize it was under attack and shot a fireball toward the incoming arrow. But unfortunately for it, an arrow made from Xiao Tai was immune to fire. It passed through the flames unaffected and struck the fire element zombie, finishing it in one shot. The horde surrounding Tian Qiao immediately loosened its formation. Tian Qiao's eyes widened. He wasn't going to die. He wasn't going to die. Who would want to die if they could live? He had to stay alive to repay his savior. Cheng Zhiyu remained vigilant. He didn't have Xiao Hei or Xiao Er attack, instead taking out Xiao Tai, who had transformed into a cleaver, and charged forward to deal with the zombies himself. He moved with incredible speed, cutting them down like watermelons. One swing, one kill. Tian Qiao, who had been freezing the zombies' heads and then smashing them with a pipe, watched, completely dumbfounded. With only a few zombies left, Tian Qiao looked at his benefactor, whose figure was both familiar and strange, and managed to strike up a conversation. "Benefactor, thank you so much. I was a goner just a moment ago. By the way, you're amazing, aren't you? It's like you're chopping watermelons. I feel like a total rookie next to you." Cheng Zhiyu had recognized Tian Qiao moments ago, but he was bundled up from head to toe, with only his eyes showing. In the dim light, it was hard to see clearly. Plus, his whole demeanor had changed drastically over the past few months, so it was no surprise Tian Qiao didn't recognize him. Seeing Tian Qiao, it was impossible for him not to feel a surge of emotion, but he waited until he had finished off the last zombie before speaking. Tian Qiao, it's me. You really didn't recognize me. He let out a soft laugh as he spoke. Tian Qiao's eyes went wide. If he had some doubts before, he was sure now. If he still couldn't recognize that voice, he'd have to be an idiot. Cheng Zhiyu pulled down his mask, revealing a handsome, refined face. It's me. I never thought it would be you. He felt incredibly fortunate now that he hadn't been able to just stand by and watch. My bro is a freaking master. Cheng Zhi, you're too awesome. Tian Qiao was stunned. Seeing a familiar face from before the apocalypse, he could no longer hold back his emotions. Wow, Cheng Zhi, I missed you so much. When the apocalypse started, it was impossible not to worry, but he had forced himself not to dwell on it, telling himself that a smart guy like Cheng Zhi would definitely survive. But sometimes he'd have terrible nightmares, and, though it was embarrassing to admit, he would wake up with his face covered in tears every time. Now, seeing Cheng Zhi standing right in front of him, safe and so powerful, how could he not be emotional? Sobbing, Tian Qiao moved to hug Cheng Zhiyu, but before he could, a dog's head popped out from the collar of his friend's jacket. The dog stared at him with an eerie intensity. Tian Qiao was so startled he jumped. Holy crap! Where did that dog come from? Cheng Zhiyu was wearing gloves and couldn't pet Xiao Hei, so he just smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Hei. Dude, you're seriously amazing. In a situation like this, you can still raise a dog, and a chubby one at that." Tian Qiao was so shocked he forgot to cry. It wasn't a good time to explain, so Cheng Zhiyu didn't correct him. Tian Qiao would find out the truth eventually. Xiao Hei's glare at Tian Qiao intensified. Where am I, chubby? Tian Qiao sighed. I was just about to give you a big hug, but your dog scared me half to death. Cheng Zhiyu replied, better not. I got zombie brains splattered on my clothes just now. Tian Qiao recalled Cheng Zhiyu's watermelon chopping stance. No wonder he was covered from head to toe. Suddenly, I feel like my way is pretty good. He would freeze the zombie's head into a block of ice and then shatter it. Clean and sanitary. Tian Qiao said, hey, let's find a place to talk. Standing out here isn't a good idea. Cheng Zhiyu nodded and walked toward the fire element zombie. Wait a second. Tian Qiao was confused. What are you doing? Cheng Zhiyu took out his cleaver, split open the fire element zombie's head, and started rummaging inside with a wooden stick. Tian Qiao watched, feeling disgusted. Seriously, Cheng Zhi, what are you doing? This is an ability zombie, Cheng Zhiyu explained. There's a crystal core inside its head. A crystal core. Having read his share of novels, Tian Qiao instantly understood that these crystal cores were valuable. Damn, good thing you're experienced. I would've just killed it and left it. After saying that, Tian Qiao remembered, oh right, I can't even deal with ability zombies yet. He rubbed his nose, just as he saw Cheng Zhiyu pull something out and rinse it clean with water. It was a red crystal core, glittering like a diamond under the light. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at it. This is just a fire element one. You can't use it. I'll find an ice element one for you later. Tian Qiao scratched his face. Huh, do we really need to split hairs like that? Besides, you're the one who took care of this zombie. But wait, zombies have different abilities. Cheng Zhiyu nodded and gave him a simple explanation. So far, I've only encountered metal and wind element ones. Tian Qiao immediately thought those two sounded even harder to deal with than the fire element one inside. After I got my ice element ability, I thought I was pretty powerful. I never expected the zombies were evolving too. It's fine. People's abilities also improve the more they fight, Cheng Zhiyu said as they walked. Tian Qiao kept pace with him. That's true. I am much stronger than when I first started. He perked up, his spirits lifting. Looking at Cheng Zhiyu, he muttered, I've noticed you talk a lot more now. You used to be so quiet. I haven't seen another person in 3 months, Cheng Zhiyu replied. Tian Qiao understood immediately. The two found a safe and relatively clean place to stay. Once the door was closed, Tian Qiao relaxed. I am dead tired. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't tired, having slept well during the day. He took off his jacket and searched the room, finding a desk lamp that finally brightened the space a little. Tian Qiao slumped down bonelessly. Having no electricity is so inconvenient. Cheng Zhiyu nodded in agreement. There's nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, solar panels can generate electricity. It's so hot during the day now, it'd be great to have a solar power system. Tian Qiao looked at him. Do you know how to make one? I sure don't. Neither do I, Cheng Zhiyu admitted. Tian Qiao thought for a moment. We could try looking in those big hotels or supermarkets. They might have generators. Think about it, before the apocalypse, if places like that lost power, the losses would have been irreversible. They must have had generators in addition to backup power. Cheng Zhiyu thought that made a lot of sense. All right, well, look for one later. Tian Qiao yawned. Cheng Zhiyu said, if you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll keep watch. Tian Qiao was deeply moved. It's so good to have you here. I haven't felt this safe in a long time. Dark lines appeared on Cheng Zhiyu's face. Don't be so sappy. Xiao Hei, off to the side, thought, even you think that's sappy. But this Tian Qiao guy really is cheesy. Tian Qiao chuckled happily. He was so glad to be reunited that even being teased by Cheng Zhiyu felt good. He patted his stomach. I am more hungry than tired. I'll eat something first. After saying that, he asked Cheng Zhiyu, is there anything you want to eat? Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. You have food. Tian Qiao declared grandly, of course. I have everything you could want. Just name it. All right, I'll place my order then. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. Do you have tomato beef brisket? Got it. Tian Qiao brought over his backpack, and while unzipping it said, not only do I have tomato beef brisket, but I also have chicken soup, braised beef, spicy beef, tonkatsu ramen. The more Cheng Zhiyu listened, the more familiar it sounded. Then he watched as Tian Qiao pulled out all sorts of instant noodles from his backpack. He was speechless. Tian Qiao waved his hand dismissively. I know supplies are scarce, but I've got plenty. Don't be polite with me. He saw that Cheng Zhiyu only had a backpack and nothing else, and the pack didn't look like it contained food. He naturally assumed his friend probably had nothing to eat. Sigh, how tragic. Look, his face has gotten thin from hunger. If Cheng Zhiyu knew what he was thinking, he'd be completely baffled. For now, he just said, I'm not eating that. Xiao Hei, who had been quite interested when he first heard Tian Qiao had so much delicious food, was instantly filled with disdain when he saw him pull out a pile of instant noodles. Instant noodles might taste all right, but they don't even have meat. Huh? You don't have to save any for me. If we run out, we can just find more. As Tian Qiao spoke, he pulled out a large metal basin and started dropping noodle bricks into it. He grew a bit nostalgic. Didn't we used to make instant noodles in a basin back in high school? Sigh. Is there any hot water here? It's so hard to find. I have a lighter, I'll go heat some up with firewood outside in a bit. Eating instant noodles once in a while was a nice change of pace, but eating them every day was just miserable. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him with pity. I have food. Do you want some? Huh, what could you possibly have? Tian Qiao said. Bread. A change of flavor would be nice, but bread isn't as good as instant noodles. Before he could finish, Cheng Zhiyu pulled out a large container of steaming hot Dijuo chicken. The moment he opened the lid, an enticing aroma wafted out. Then he took out a container of rice, which was in a regular lunch box. Tian Qiao was utterly shocked. Holy crap, buddy, who taught you magic tricks? This smells incredible. Am I dreaming? He even pinched himself hard, making Cheng Zhiyu not know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed the Dijuo chicken toward him. Go on, eat up. I can see you're starving. Cheng Zai, I must be the luckiest guy alive. How did I get such a great brother? Tian Qiao's handsome face was filled with emotion. He eagerly took a bite of meat and closed his eyes in bliss. It was still hot, as if it had just been cooked. As he ate, he lamented, "Don't even get me started. I've been eating instant noodles every single day. I feel like I'm going to puke just looking at them, but what can I do? Having instant noodles at all is considered a luxury these days." Watching Tian Qiao wolf down his Dijuo chicken, Xiao Hei felt a pang of heartache. He tried to jump onto the table, but was held back by Cheng Zhiyu. Be good now. Let him eat. He sold out his friend without a second thought. Well, make him work to pay for the meal later. Tian Qiao didn't even look up from his food. No problem at all. If I can get food this good, I'll do anything. Xiao Hei thought about it, then seized the opportunity to say to Cheng Zhiyu, "Then I want potato chips." It was probably because of that drop of blood that Cheng Zhiyu could hear Xiao Hei speak, while others couldn't. Because Cheng Zhiyu considered potato chips junk food, he didn't let Xiao Hei eat too many. The dignified crown prince of the winged clan actually had to ask for permission just to eat some chips. Xiao Hei himself didn't know why he so willingly let himself be managed like this. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. Xiao Hei hadn't eaten many chips today, so he generously gave him a bag. This is the last one for today. Got it. Xiao Hei replied telepathically. After finding Tian Qiao, Cheng Zhiyu felt a great sense of relief. There was no rush to travel now. After all, their hometown was a long way from here. They wouldn't be able to get back anytime soon. That being the case, there was no point in rushing. It was better to rest for a couple of days. Tian Qiao might have looked fine, but he had been surrounded by zombies yesterday and almost died. He was definitely shaken up. Tian Qiao was too embarrassed to say anything, and Cheng Zhiyu didn't point it out, but he decided to give him time to recover. Huh. Speaking of which, you're just wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Aren't you cold? Tian Qiao reached out and touched Cheng Zhiyu's bare arm. Hey, it was still warm. He was a little envious, guessing that his friend's resistance to cold might be because of an ability. Tian Qiao himself was very sensitive to the cold. Even with his ice element ability, nights were still tough, which was why he was wearing a down jacket. Cheng Zhiyu saw what he was thinking and explained, "It's not because of an ability. Besides, I don't have one." Tian Qiao, who had been feeling sleepy, was instantly wide awake. He thought Cheng Zhiyu was joking. How is that possible? Cheng Zhiyu didn't explain further. You'll understand eventually. If you're cold, eat something. He didn't plan to hide what had happened to him from Tian Qiao. His friend was someone he could trust. He had been so happy about finding Tian Qiao that he had almost forgotten how cold it gets at night, a temperature many people couldn't tolerate. He slapped his forehead. Wait for me. With that, he vanished right in front of Tian Qiao. It was the first time Tian Qiao had ever seen something like that. His eyes went wide with shock as he looked around. Where'd he go? He couldn't help but call out a few times, Cheng Zai. Cheng Zai. Xiao Hei, lying nearby, glanced over impatiently. Tian Qiao noticed his gaze, which clearly said, "Shut up." Tian Qiao was speechless. He didn't know why, but even though it was just a small dog, its glare was a little frightening, and he instinctively shut his mouth. Remembering that Cheng Zhiyu had told him to wait before disappearing, he finally calmed down a bit and waited patiently. A moment later, Cheng Zhiyu reappeared in front of him, holding a strange-looking cabbage. Why strange-looking? Because this cabbage was red. Cheng Zhiyu said helplessly, "I don't have any cooked red cabbage right now." "You can eat it raw. Just make do and have a few bites." Tian Qiao was confused. He didn't understand why Cheng Zhiyu was suddenly telling him to gnaw on this weird cabbage. Where did you just go? And how did you come back with this? So Cheng Zhiyu explained the system space. After listening, Tian Qiao had a look of disbelief. I thought people having abilities was already beyond the realm of common sense. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Since the apocalypse began, has there been any common sense left? Hearing that, Tian Qiao nodded. You have a point. This red cabbage, can it really warm you up just by eating it? If Tian Qiao hadn't been so full, he might have just hugged the red cabbage and started gnawing on it. It was a vegetable, after all, and vegetables were a scarce resource now. But his stomach was already stretched to its limit. Still, after hearing what Cheng Zhiyu said about its effects, he picked up the red cabbage and opened his mouth. Just then, Xiao Hei padded over from somewhere and slapped Tian Qiao on the forehead with his paw. Ouch! Tian Qiao clutched his head. Cheng Zai, why did your dog just hit me? Cheng Zhiyu looked at Xiao Hei, confused. Let him tear off one leaf at a time to eat, Xiao Hei communicated. Cheng Zhiyu laughed. Xiao Hei was worried about the red cabbage. If Tian Qiao took a bite out of the whole head, the rest would be ruined. He explained this to Tian Qiao, who didn't hold a grudge over the light tap from Xiao Hei and instead tore off a leaf to chew on. He had to admit, it tasted surprisingly good, crisp and sweet. If this had been available before the apocalypse, it could have easily broken into the high-end market on taste alone. Beyond that, the juice from the red cabbage was slightly warm. It felt like a warm current flowing down his throat and into his stomach. A moment later, his stomach felt pleasantly hot, and the warmth began to spread throughout his entire body. Tian Qiao got so hot that he quickly shed his down jacket, his eyes shining as he stared at the red cabbage. Cheng Zai, this stuff is amazing. Not only does it make me feel warm, but my whole body feels incredibly comfortable. I was exhausted just a minute ago, but after eating this, I don't feel nearly as tired. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. The energy contained in the red cabbage is quite substantial. It can definitely help restore stamina. Gazing at the red cabbage, Tian Qiao realized it wasn't just his imagination. He felt like he should build a shrine for it. With this, he marveled, he'll never have to worry about running out of energy after freezing just a few zombies. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He didn't know how to put it, but Tian Qiao's fighting style left him feeling perplexed. Though he wasn't an expert, he had a strong feeling that wasn't how one was supposed to use an ice element ability. Xiao Hei chuckled telepathically, clearly mocking Tian Qiao. Cheng Zhiyu tweaked his ear. Xiao Hei, you know how to use an ice element ability, don't you? Can you tell me? Xiao Hei shook his ears. What is it with him? Can't Cheng Zhiyu keep his hands to himself? As he was thinking this, Cheng Zhiyu saw his twitching ears, found them adorable, and leaned down to give him a quick kiss. Come on, tell me. Xiao Hei's body went rigid. This is. Tian Qiao burst out laughing. Why are you using such a cutesy voice with your dog? Oh, I can't, this is killing me. Ha. Cheng Zhiyu ignored him, because Xiao Hei had started speaking to him. Let him practice like this for now. He can figure out the rest on his own. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Okay. Thanks, Xiao Hei. I really wouldn't have thought of that otherwise. And next time don't. Xiao Hei said awkwardly, trailing off. Get so handsy. What? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Xiao Hei glanced at him. Nothing. Cheng Zhiyu was puzzled. He shrugged and turned to Tian Qiao, who was still doubled over with laughter. Are you sleepy now? Tian Qiao shook his head vigorously. Not at all. Not even a little bit. So Cheng Zhiyu led him outside and explained the training method Xiao Hei had suggested. The more Tian Qiao listened, the brighter his eyes grew. Although he hadn't tried it yet, he had a gut feeling that Cheng Zhiyu's idea had potential. It was definitely a lot better than just trying to freeze a zombie's entire head. Cheng Zai, you've got a quick mind. Tian Qiao clapped him on the shoulder. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. It wasn't me. Xiao Hei told me. Haha, sure. Your Xiao Hei is amazing, Tian Qiao said, not taking his words seriously. Xiao Hei just looked like a normal little dog, albeit a particularly clever one. Tian Qiao quickly began to train according to the method Cheng Zhiyu had just described. It sounded easy enough, but putting it into practice was quite difficult. The goal was to transform solid ice into countless ice blades and control them simultaneously to pierce through a zombie's head. But that was the final objective. For now, he'd be happy if he could just create a single ice blade. With that in mind, Tian Qiao activated his ability and produced a perfectly round ice ball. His second attempt resulted in an ice ball that was slightly pointier. While Tian Qiao was busy training, Cheng Zhiyu kept himself occupied, practicing his fist techniques several times before starting on his mental method. This mental method was profound. Every time he practiced, he gained new insights. Speaking of which, Cheng Zhiyu asked Xiao Hei, can Tian Qiao use this mental method? It's not suitable for him. The mental method he had given Cheng Zhiyu wasn't just some random technique. He had specifically sought it out for him, which was why Cheng Zhiyu's practice had progressed so smoothly. Of course, it also had to do with Cheng Zhiyu's high aptitude. The average person could never adapt to the winged clan's mental cultivation. Hearing Xiao Hei's reply, Cheng Zhiyu nodded and didn't press further. He closed his eyes, entering a deep, mysterious state of cultivation. Over the next few days, Tian Qiao finally managed to create sharp icicles and could simultaneously control 3 ice arrows to pierce through a zombie's head. He was still a long way from what Cheng Zhiyu had described, but it was a start. Compared to his previous clumsy methods, this was a massive improvement. During this time, Tian Qiao also met Xiao Er and Xiao Tai, which left him utterly stunned. He had never seen such miraculous plants before. Of course, what shocked him even more was Xiao Hei. One day, his hands were itching to feel Xiao Hei's fluffy fur. But before he could even make contact, a single drop of water struck his finger. Tian Qiao yelped and snatched his hand back. Only then did he learn that Xiao Hei actually had a water element ability. But later, during a battle, Tian Qiao was left even more speechless. Seriously, how was a dog so much more powerful than him? Tian Qiao almost cried. What could he do? He had no choice but to accept it. Both he and Cheng Zhiyu planned to return home, since their families were there. There was no debate on this point, so after resting for 2 days, they set off. There's a small supermarket over there. Let's go take a look, Cheng Zhiyu said. They had wanted to find a generator, but generators were bulky and impossible to carry around. In the end, they decided to put that search on hold. Cheng Zhiyu and Xiao Hei were already big eaters, and now with Tian Qiao added to the group, their food supply was dwindling even faster. Cheng Zhiyu wanted to restock. As soon as Xiao Hei heard the word supermarket, he immediately craned his neck to look. Cheng Zhiyu smiled and patted his head before he and Tian Qiao went inside. The supermarket had clearly been visited before. Not much was left. Only a few items remained, probably things the previous visitors couldn't carry. Cheng Zhiyu packed some snacks that Xiao Hei liked. There was no meat, but fortunately, the meat in his space would last a while longer. He could find more eventually. Brother Hei, here are some potato chips for you. At some point, Tian Qiao had started calling him Brother Hei, acting like a complete sycophant. Xiao Hei wagged his tail, then shot a sidelong glance at Cheng Zhiyu, who was a short distance away. He gestured for Tian Qiao to crouch down and patted his backpack. Tian Qiao gave him an okay sign. Got it. I'll carry them for you. I promise not to tell Cheng Zai. Satisfied, Xiao Hei wagged his tail again. This guy is reasonably perceptive. Seeing the two of them huddled together, Cheng Zhiyu was about to ask what they were whispering about when he heard a noise from outside the supermarket. Xiao Hei instantly darted over and leaped onto Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder. Tian Qiao's expression also turned serious as he became vigilant. Xiao Hei's ears twitched. It's people outside. A moment later, Cheng Zhiyu saw the figures outside and raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. There were several people, and one of them was Lao Dao, whom he had met before. Lao Dao was walking behind another man, clearly his subordinate. Lao Dao glanced at the few ordinary people behind him with disdain in his eyes. When he turned back to the man in front of him, his expression switched to one of reverence and flattery. "Boss, the small supermarket I found is just ahead." In reality, a good portion of the supermarket's contents had already ended up in his stomach. He had eaten his fill and left a little behind before bringing his boss here. The man he called boss was in his 20s, slightly overweight with a greasy look. Even in the apocalypse, he had somehow managed to get his hands on hair gel and had slicked his hair back. Before the apocalypse, he was just a minor employee at a company with a stable job, but no prospects for promotion. Then, he woke up one day to find the world had ended. He had panicked at first, but that changed when he awakened an ability. Upon discovering that the old rules no longer applied in the apocalypse, he had become excited. The apocalypse? Wasn't it also an opportunity? He took a drag from his cigarette and nodded, evidently pleased with Lao Dao. Just as he was about to enter, he seemed to sense something and frowned. Tossing the cigarette aside, his eyes sharpened. "Friends inside, no need to hide anymore." Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. While he had no intention of hiding, it was clear this boss was worthy of his title, far more vigilant than the others. He exchanged a look with Tian Qiao, tucked Xiao Hei inside his jacket, and the two of them walked out of the supermarket. When Lao Dao saw people actually emerge, a fierce look crossed his face, which intensified when he saw the two pretty boys, Cheng Zhiyu and Tian Qiao. "You two blind fools. Don't you know I got here first? This is my territory." Several other ability users, standing next to Lao Dao, glared at the pair. Resources were already scarce in the apocalypse. People would fight to the death over a single piece of bread, let alone the stash of food Lao Dao had promised. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu and Tian Qiao's bulging backpacks, their expressions soured. "Leave your things, and we'll let you live." Tian Qiao had a short fuse as well. "What is your name written on this place? How did it become your territory? By that logic, I say the weapon in your hand is mine. Are you going to give it to me or not?" "You." One of the ability users snarled, looking ready to strike. The boss, however, watched Tian Qiao with a flicker in his eyes. He raised a hand. "Stop. This young brother has a point. It's not easy for anyone in these times, especially for two young men like them, surviving alone. What kind of impression do you make, shouting about fighting and killing the moment you see someone?" After being reprimanded, the man could only retract his hand, unwilling and resentful. The boss, a smile on his face, walked up to Tian Qiao and extended a hand. "My name is Li Renee. Among this group, I have some say. Their attitude just now was poor, and I apologize to you on their behalf." Seeing his decent attitude, Tian Qiao's expression softened, and he reached out to shake the man's hand. Li Renee then turned to Cheng Zhiyu, though he didn't offer his hand. "Little brothers, meeting here is a kind of fate. Our group is heading to the bread base to seek refuge. The two of you are all alone. Why don't you join us?" For some reason, Tian Qiao had a rather good impression of this Li Renee. He was about to agree but held back, turning to look at Cheng Zhiyu instead. "Cheng Zi, what do you think?" Cheng Zhiyu replied with a hint of apology, "I don't have any abilities. I'm afraid it'd just drag everyone down." "We'd better not." Tian Qiao didn't say anything. He could tell Cheng Zhiyu didn't trust Li Renee much. The favorable impression he just formed of the man immediately gave way to wariness. Cheng Zi had always been smart. He definitely had his reasons. Tian Qiao had been a bit simple-minded his whole life, but there was one truth he always understood. Listening to Cheng Zi was never the wrong move. Before Li Renee could speak, a skinny ability user next to him chimed in with a smile, "Hey, what's the big deal? We have plenty of ordinary people on our team." Cheng Zhiyu feigned surprise. "Really?" He put on a dejected look. The ability users I've met before all look down on ordinary people like me, even though I can kill zombies on my own. It's just. He then affected an angry expression before turning to Li Renee, deeply moved. Mr. Li, you're the first ability user I've met who doesn't look down on ordinary people. The skinny ability user said, of course. Our boss welcomes everyone, whether they're ordinary people or ability users. He says we're all survivors in this chaotic world and should help each other. Cheng Zhiyu's face instantly filled with admiration as he looked at Li Renee. Mr. Li, you truly live up to your name. So benevolent and righteous. Standing nearby, Tian Qiao almost burst out laughing. Li Renee, however, remained quite calm. Every time he allowed ordinary people to join the team, they all had this same look of profound gratitude. Cheng Zhiyu's reaction wasn't even that exaggerated. Some had even kneeled before him. Li Renee accepted the praise with a smile. Our camp is nearby. You can come back with us later. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. As long as you don't mind having us. Li Renee looked at Tian Qiao. I can see you must be an ability user. Would you like to join us as well? Tian Qiao had no idea how he could tell. Without any instructions from Cheng Zhiyu, he just improvised sure. I'll go wherever Cheng Zi goes. Li Renee glanced at Cheng Zhiyu. Are you two very close? Of course, Tian Qiao said. We're brothers who grew up sharing the same pair of pants. Li Renee just smiled without saying anything. Being close didn't matter. Xiao Hei asked Cheng Zhiyu telepathically, why would you share pants with him? If you don't have any, I can give you some. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He gave Tian Qiao a meaningful look. Tian Qiao went over to the ability users surrounding Li Renee, while Cheng Zhiyu walked toward the ordinary people behind them. The ordinary people were easy to identify. Compared to the well-fed, robust ability users, they were much thinner, their faces etched with a faint sorrow. They walked with little energy, looking as if they hadn't had a full meal in a long time. It was the first time since the apocalypse that Cheng Zhiyu had seen ordinary people in such a state, and it was impossible not to be shocked. He sighed inwardly. A few of them looked at Cheng Zhiyu warily, seeming none too pleased about his arrival. After all, one more person meant one less share of food for them. However, although Cheng Zhiyu wasn't burly, he at least looked like a young man with some strength. So, despite their dissatisfaction, no one started a conflict with him. Of course, there were some friendlier ones. A woman holding a child's hand offered him a strained smile. Young man, if you follow Mr. Li, at least you won't have to live in constant fear anymore. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the little girl the woman was holding. She was rail thin, which made her eyes seem exceptionally large as she looked at him timidly. Cheng Zhiyu gave her a smile. She stared for a moment, then smiled back. My Yanyan seems to like you. She doesn't usually pay attention when other people talk to her, the woman said, stroking the girl's braids. Though the little girl was thin, her hair was neatly combed, and her clothes were relatively clean and tidy compared to the others. It was clear the woman was doing her absolute best to take care of her daughter. The big brother is handsome, the little girl said in a soft, small voice. The woman smiled and shook her head. Don't mind her. Yanyan has always liked good-looking people. She can't take her eyes off them. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. How could he laugh at her? The little girl was adorable. He walked alongside the mother and daughter, learning that the woman was called Sister Hong and the little girl was named Yanyan. Cheng Zhiyu felt a pang of nostalgia. His own sister was also called Yanyan, and he couldn't help but feel a greater affinity for the little girl. They entered a small supermarket, where the ability users began stuffing all the edible items into their bags. The ordinary people just stood there foolishly. Even with biscuits just within reach, none of them moved, though their faces were masks of undisguised craving. Cheng Zhiyu frowned and asked Sister Hong, why aren't you taking anything? It's a rule of the team, Sister Hong said. The ability users bring the supplies back, and then they distribute them to us. But surely if the ordinary people helped, they could gather everything much faster. Ah, you can't blame the ability users, Sister Hong explained. Before, there was an ordinary person who used scavenging as an excuse and ate half the supplies himself. That's why the team made this rule. At the time, some of the ability users had cursed them out, saying they were worse than pigs and dogs, good for nothing but eating, completely ungrateful. But what could they, the ordinary people, do when they were scolded? They could only endure it. It was one of their own who had made the mistake. If they left the team, they had no way to protect themselves. They were already fortunate that these ability users were willing to take them in. What happened to the person who stole the food? Cheng Zhiyu asked. He was kicked off the team. I never saw him again, Sister Hong said. She glanced around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, she whispered, it wasn't really his fault. He was just too hungry. Cheng Zhiyu looked at the ability users. Some were already stuffing food into their mouths, while the ordinary people didn't dare to even move. These ability users brought ordinary people along, but didn't let them touch the supplies. What then was their purpose? Cheng Zhiyu asked Sister Hong, do they take you with them every time they go out? Sister Hong nodded. They always take a few people. The rest stay behind at our temporary shelter to clean up and do other chores. Xiao Hei scoffed telepathically. These ability users are not as benevolent as they appear. Cheng Zhiyu gently patted Xiao Hei through his clothes, indicating that he understood. He looked at the skinny little Yanyan and couldn't bear it. He took a loaf of bread from his backpack and handed it to her. Yanyan stared at Cheng Zhiyu in disbelief, hesitating to accept it. Go on, eat, Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile. Sister Hong quickly waved her hands. We can't possibly take this. Let Yanyan eat. She's hungry, Cheng Zhiyu insisted. Hearing this, Sister Hong couldn't say another word. She turned her head away and wiped at her tears. Once Yanyan was sure that Cheng Zhiyu was really giving it to her, she carefully unwrapped the bread, swallowed hard, and held it up to Sister Hong's mouth. Mommy, you eat. It smells so good. Sister Hong swallowed instinctively, but shook her head and dodged away. Yanyan, you eat it. Yanyan persisted, holding the bread out for her mother. Just then, an ordinary man nearby suddenly shouted, Honorable ability users. This little brat is stealing bread. The smile vanished from Cheng Zhiyu's face as he shot a cold glare at the man who had spoken. No wonder this group of ordinary people didn't dare touch the supplies, even when no one was watching. The man who had shouted was hunched over, with a pair of triangular eyes and a sleazy demeanor. When Cheng Zhiyu looked at him, he trembled but forced himself to put on a fierce expression. What are you looking at? I am telling the truth. Sirs, this mother and daughter dared to steal supplies. I say they should be kicked off the team. He could see that Cheng Zhiyu wasn't someone to be trifled with, and his friend was apparently an ability user, so he didn't dare provoke him. He could only bully Sister Hong and Yanyan. Although Yanyan was young, a child in the apocalypse could never be as naive as before, especially when the man's malice was so blatant. Yanyan's eyes instantly turned red, and she stood there at a loss. Sister Hong was even more frightened and was about to stand up and speak when Cheng Zhiyu cut in first. They didn't steal the team's supplies. I gave them the bread. It's my own food. Hey, don't test my temper. What do you mean, your own? You've joined us, so your things belong to everyone. An ability user shouted, walking over with his gangster logic. Today, I am gonna teach you a lesson and show you who's the boss. Sister Hong looked at Cheng Zhiyu with worry. Little Cheng. Cheng Zhiyu didn't speak, just watched the approaching man with a cold stare. The cursing ability user was a wind element user, but unfortunately for him, he didn't seem very strong. He conjured a small wind blade and sent it slashing toward Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu narrowed his eyes, holding back Xiao Hei, who was about to lunge out from his jacket. Wielding Xiao Tai's cleaver, he easily deflected the wind blade. In the next instant, an ice blade shot toward the ability user who had attacked Cheng Zhiyu. Tian Qiao roared in anger, "You son of a bitch, how dare you bully Cheng Zhi?" The wind ability user couldn't dodge in time, and the ice blade sliced a deep gash in his arm. Seeing this, Sister Hong let out a breath of relief and gently patted Yan Yan, who was in her arms. "It's okay, Yan Yan. It's okay now." Li Renyi seemed to have only just noticed the conflict. He hurried over and patted the furious Tian Qiao, telling him to calm down first. "Little brother Tian, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out calmly. I'll find out what happened and make sure you get justice." With that, Li Renyi frowned, his expression turning displeased as he looked at the wind ability user. "What's going on?" The wind element ability user felt he had done nothing wrong, but since he couldn't beat Tian Qiao, he could only force down his anger. Moreover, he hadn't expected his wind blade to be so easily blocked by Cheng Zhiyu. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Cheng Zhiyu was clearly an ordinary person, so how could an ordinary person block an ability user's attack? The guy must have just gotten lucky. That had to be it. The wind element ability user comforted himself with this thought as he recounted what had just happened in a self-righteous tone. As Cheng Zhiyu listened, he sneered. "Mr. Li, I wasn't aware your team had such a bandit's rule. If I'd known, I wouldn't have joined. I was better off on my own." Tian Qiao raised both hands and feet in support. "Cheng Zi, if you're leaving, I don't give a damn about this team either." Hearing Tian Qiao say this, Li Renyi shook his head helplessly. "Little brothers, what's the rush? Our team has no such rule. If anything, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Don't worry, I'll deal with this bully who throws his weight around later." With that, he appealed to them with both reason and emotion. "You two, I know you're both capable and talented young men, but you also know how difficult it is to be out there alone in these times. It's much safer when everyone sticks together." Cheng Zhiyu's expression wavered slightly. Li Renyi continued, "Rest assured, I promise nothing like this will ever happen again. Can you do me this favor, little brother?" Cheng Zhiyu relented. "Fine. Since Mr. Li has said so, well, let it go this time." Tian Qiao went along with whatever Cheng Zhiyu decided. Li Renyi smiled and said a few more words before turning to the wind element ability user, his expression turning serious. "Go and receive your punishment." Cheng Zhiyu had expected the man to show some reluctance, even if he obeyed. To his surprise, there was no trace of unwillingness on the man's face. He went to accept his punishment obediently, as if Li Renyi's word was law. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed Li Renyi's control over these people was much stronger than he had imagined. But why were they so obedient to him? The man with the narrow eyes who had tattled earlier clearly hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so lightly. When Cheng Zhiyu glanced his way, he shrank back and scurried off to another spot, trying his best to fade into the background. Sister Hong, however, looked at Cheng Zhiyu, wanting to say something but hesitating. He pretended not to notice, squatting down and smiling at Yan Yan. "Go on, eat up." Yan Yan looked at him with worship in her eyes and whispered, "Big brother, you're so amazing." Then, very sensibly, Yan Yan carefully offered the bread back to Cheng Zhiyu. He shook his head. "No, thank you. I ate a lot just now, and I am not hungry. You can share it with your mom." Yan Yan then broke off half for Sister Hong and began to eat her own portion in tiny, delicate bites, her eyes closing from time to time in a picture of pure bliss. The sight made Sister Hong's nose tingle. She didn't eat right away, instead saying worriedly, "Little Cheng, you just offended Liu Qiang. I am afraid he'll cause trouble for you later." Cheng Zhiyu wasn't the least bit concerned. With Liu Qiang's meager skills, what was there to worry about? He wasn't sure what Liu Qiang's standing was within the team, so he asked Sister Hong. She replied, "Liu Qiang is considered one of the powerful ones. He's highly favored by Mr. Li. That's why I was so scared just now. I never expected Mr. Li would actually punish him." Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. This was considered powerful. He was starting to get confused. Logically, this group of ability users had been active out in the world, so their abilities should have been honed and improved. How could they possibly be at such a low level? No wonder Li Reni had been so desperate to keep Tian Qiao when he threatened to leave. If someone of Liu Qiang's level was considered powerful, then Tian Qiao probably had no rival in this team. What Cheng Zhiyu found strange, however, was Li Reni's reaction. When he had blocked the wind blade, Li Reni had clearly been shocked. But after the shock, a flicker of regret had appeared in his eyes. What was he regretting? Also, if Li Reni was so eager for strong people to join his team, why did he still seem so indifferent towards him? Cheng Zhiyu didn't think he needed to be fawned over. In fact, he would find it uncomfortable. But he found Li Reni's actions very strange and illogical. Was strength really judged solely by whether or not one had an ability? He couldn't figure it out for the moment, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He would find out eventually. Soon, the ability users finished gathering the supplies and led everyone back to their temporary encampment. They were relatively lucky, encountering only scattered zombies along the way. Cheng Zhiyu observed that Li Reni had no intention of making a move from beginning to end. He wasn't sure if the man was simply used to giving orders or if there was another reason. He didn't find it particularly problematic. It was normal for a team leader to rarely take action themselves. The other ability users activated their powers to deal with the zombies. Cheng Zhiyu saw that Sister Hong hadn't been exaggerating. Although these people had abilities, their strength was mediocre. They were clearly terrified when facing zombies, yet they had no choice but to fight. And these were just ordinary zombies. They could handle a few scattered ones, but what would they do if they encountered a horde? Judging by their performance, there was no way they could escape unscathed. Tian Qiao also took action when he saw the zombies. He sent out 3 ice blades in quick succession, and 3 zombies fell to the ground. Li Reni's gaze on him grew even more fervent. He showered Tian Qiao with praise, so much so that Tian Qiao wanted to laugh. Was that supposed to be impressive? Cheng Zi is way stronger than me. Hell, even that dog of his is stronger than me. This Li Reni, he really is blind to true greatness. But since it seemed Cheng Zi didn't want to reveal his strength, he kept his thoughts to himself. Xiao Hei had been nestled inside Cheng Zhiyu's jacket and was starting to feel stuffy. He popped his head out for some fresh air. Several people stared at him in surprise. After all, since the apocalypse began, none of them had seen such a small, fragile-looking animal. And Cheng Zhiyu was actually keeping one as a pet. Moreover, the little black dog looked plump and chubby, radiating an aura of never having missed a meal. Xiao Hei twitched his ears, annoyed by all the stares. Cheng Zhiyu reached out and stroked his ears soothingly. Want to go back inside? He meant back inside his jacket. No, Xiao Hei replied telepathically. You just shoved me in there a minute ago. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. So he was holding a grudge. He lowered his voice and mumbled, "It's not convenient right now." It wasn't convenient for Xiao Hei to make a move. Cheng Zhiyu was extremely wary of this group. Xiao Hei naturally understood. He had just been complaining for the sake of it and wasn't truly holding a grudge. Cheng Zhiyu bent down and kissed his ear, whispering, "Be good now." Xiao Hei fell silent. His ears burned. He really was not used to Cheng Zhiyu kissing him every now and then. "Big brother, your puppy is so cute," Yanyan said, her big eyes fixed on Xiao Hei's little head. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "His name is Xiao Hei." Yanyan nodded and asked timidly, "Can I pet him?" Xiao Hei sent a warning to Cheng Zhiyu. "If you dare let anyone else touch me, I'll never speak to you again." Cheng Zhiyu stifled a laugh. Xiao Hei was just too adorable when he made threats. He turned to Yanyan with a look of regret. "Sorry you can't." Xiao Hei doesn't like being petted by other people. Yanyan could only nod, sensibly saying no more. Sister Hong gently squeezed her little cheek. The group arrived at their temporary residence without further incident. It was a small 2-story villa. Upon entering, Cheng Zhiyu noticed it was very clean, practically spotless. The ability users at the front, however, strode in without a care. Having been outside, the soles of their shoes were obviously not clean, and they left a trail of black footprints on the floor. A woman in her 30s was mopping. Seeing the mess, she seemed accustomed to it. After the ability users went upstairs, she silently resumed mopping. Li Renyi invited Tian Qiao to go upstairs. Tian Qiao waved a hand. Cheng Zhiyu, hurry up and follow. An ability user beside them spoke up. We're going upstairs to discuss important matters. Ordinary people aren't allowed. Tian Qiao was not happy, and he especially disliked the man's condescending tone. So what if you're an ability user? Cheng Zhiyu could beat you until you don't know which way is up. Tian Qiao, you go ahead, Cheng Zhiyu said. I'll stay downstairs. Hearing this, Tian Qiao glanced at Cheng Zhiyu and said reluctantly, fine. Cheng Zhiyu, call me if you need anything, okay? Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Sister Hong said from the side, you have such a good friend. Sai, it reminds me of a while back. There were two brothers, biological brothers I heard, who joined the team together. But within a few days, they had a falling out. The older brother was an ordinary person. One time he went out with the team and met with an accident, never came back. His younger brother didn't even ask about him. Really? What has this world come to? She sighed again. And when those two brothers first arrived, they seemed so close. After hearing her story, Cheng Zhiyu frowned and asked, do people die in this team? Sister Hong nodded. Sometimes ordinary people go out with them, and fewer come back. The ability users say they were too weak and got bitten to death by zombies. What about the ability users? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Have any of them not made it back? Yes, but very rarely, she said. Since I joined the team, I think it's only happened 2 or 3 times. Sister Hong had been with the team for a long time, so 2 or 3 was a very small number. Cheng Zhiyu thought about the meager strength of this group of ability users. For their mortality rate to be so low was extremely strange. Sister Hong changed the subject. This encampment was chosen by Mr. Lei. He said it's easier to manage if everyone lives together. The small villa was larger than other houses and could accommodate more people. Cheng Zhiyu had seen about 15 ability users in the team so far. Including the ones he hadn't met, he estimated there were around 20 in total. There were far more ordinary people, a good 50 or more. Although the villa was spacious, it only had about 10 rooms, so it was impossible for everyone to have their own. Most of the ordinary people stayed outside, in the living room or hallways. Some had a blanket, but most had nothing and simply slept directly on the floor. It was fine during the day when it was hot. Lying on the floor was actually cooler. But at night, the wind was bone-chillingly cold. Sleeping on the floor could freeze a person to death. So they all slept during the day and stayed up at night. Even if they wanted to sleep, they couldn't. Tian Qiao came down from upstairs and told Cheng Zhiyu that Li Renyi had assigned him a room and wanted Cheng Zhiyu to stay with him. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head and refused. I'll just sleep out here. The group has its rules. Tian Qiao scratched his head and whispered, I don't think Li Renyi treats ordinary people very well. I know it's a big deal that he even takes in ordinary people in times like these, but something about it just feels weird to me. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Tian Qiao in surprise. His childhood friend had always been a bit dense, so for him to feel that something was strange. What did they say when you went up there just now? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Not much, Tian Qiao said. Just that some of the other scavenging teams came back. They said 5 ordinary people died. At the time, Li Renyi had frowned at the team leader. What happened? How did so many people die? The leader had his own excuse. We had terrible luck today. We ran into a zombie that could actually breathe fire. The brothers couldn't handle it, so Li Renyi shot the man a look, and the leader fell silent. He slowly took a drag from his cigarette. The zombies are evolving. You're all getting too complacent. If this keeps up, things are going to get bad. The team leader listened, but it was clear the words weren't sinking in. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we don't have ways to deal with them. Enough, Li Renyi said with a frown. Dismissed. take stock of the supplies, and distribute today's shares. Tian Qiao had been standing to the side, listening to the whole exchange. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, but he still felt it was very strange. Li Renyi was asking about those ordinary people, and it looked like he was concerned, but in reality, it seemed like he didn't care about their lives at all, right? Cheng Zhiyu immediately put a finger on the source of Tian Qiao's unease. Tian Qiao nodded. Yeah, that's it. It's really weird. And to think, I actually had a pretty good impression of him. Not every leader can empathize with their subordinates, Cheng Zhiyu said. His reaction is normal. Although Tian Qiao understood, he could no longer fully trust Li Renyi. A seed of caution had been planted in his heart. Seeing this, Cheng Zhiyu felt a little relieved. Li Renyi managed to keep his ability users so obedient. He always felt there was something strange about the man. It was a good thing that Tian Qiao was now on his guard. Right, where are you sleeping tonight? Tian Qiao asked. On the floor downstairs, Cheng Zhiyu replied. I'll find a spot in a hallway where there are fewer people. Tian Qiao frowned. I can't believe this. This arrangement is so unreasonable. The ability users either get their own room or share with one other person. If they just squeezed in a little, the ordinary people wouldn't have to sleep on the floor. No, I have to talk to Li Renyi about this. Cheng Zhiyu tried to stop him, but Tian Qiao was already gone in a flash, so he just let him go. He tried to find a spot in a hallway, but they were already occupied. The people sleeping there immediately gave him wary looks when he approached, so Cheng Zhiyu had no choice but to find another place. In the end, it was Sister Hong who saw he couldn't find a spot and offered him a place next to her. I was lucky and managed to grab the elevator room. The elevator doesn't work anymore, so very few people pass through here. It's pretty spacious and quiet. If you don't mind, you can sleep over here. Cheng Zhiyu hesitated, mainly because it was just Sister Hong and her daughter, which could be inconvenient. Sister Hong laughed. It's nothing. I am over 40. Besides, no one treats this place like their own room. We all sleep with our clothes on, so what's there to be afraid of? Some people have been wanting to kick my daughter and me out of here for a while now. Hearing her last sentence, Cheng Zhiyu finally nodded. Then thank you, Sister Hong. She smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. The elevator room was indeed quite spacious. Sister Hong and Yan Yan slept on the left, while Cheng Zhiyu held Xiao Hei and slept on the other side, with a good amount of empty space between them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Sister Hong quickly got up and said to Cheng Zhiyu, they're distributing supplies. Hurry and get yours. Cheng Zhiyu had plenty of food in his space, but he obviously couldn't take it out under the circumstances. Besides, not collecting his share would be too strange and would inevitably arouse suspicion. He got up and went out with Xiao Hei. When Xiao Hei heard they were getting supplies, he immediately perched on Cheng Zhiyu's shoulder, eager to see. But after one look outside, he lost all interest and burrowed back inside Cheng Zhiyu's clothes. Cheng Zhiyu patted him. What's wrong? I don't want to eat that, Xiao Hei replied telepathically. Cheng Zhiyu looked over. 2 ability users were handing things out. A small bag of crackers and a cup of water. The water was only a few sips worth. He had guessed that the rations for ordinary people wouldn't be much, but he hadn't expected them to be this meager. They had found plenty of things in the small supermarket today. At the very least, they shouldn't be distributing so little. Cheng Zhiyu frowned slightly, and someone shoved him from behind. What are you standing there for? Don't hold up the line. Xiao Hei poked his head out and glared at the person who had pushed Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao Hei soothingly. It's okay. He's just desperate from hunger. With such tiny portions, it was impossible for people not to become frantic with hunger. With a soft sigh, Cheng Zhiyu walked over and received his crackers. As for the water, they didn't give him any since he didn't have a cup. After he left, the 2 ability users muttered, I saw he still has stuff in his bag from the supermarket today. The boss told us not to take it, but really. Let's see how long he can hold out. Tian Qiao came downstairs, looking dejected. He told Cheng Zhiyu, Mr. Li said that ability users have it tough every time they go out on a mission. Plus, their five senses are much more sensitive than ordinary people's, so they can't sleep well with others around. It could easily affect their pioneering efforts the next day. Pioneering meant going to a new place to find supplies. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't surprised by this outcome. There was no way Li Reni would so easily change a long-standing arrangement. What leaders liked to do most was maintain a balance of power, not make everyone happy. And what could the ordinary people do if they weren't happy? Here, even though they couldn't sleep in a room and had little to eat, at least they wouldn't be kicked out. If they were on their own outside, it would be a dead end. "Hey, Tian Qiao, come on up for dinner," one of the ability users called out. Tian Qiao answered, and after a final word with Cheng Zhiyu, went upstairs. He had seen that the ordinary people were only given crackers and water, and had assumed supplies were scarce. But when he got upstairs, he saw several large boxes. Li Reni announced, "We didn't get much this time." "Half a box per person." Tian Qiao frowned. Ability users did have bigger appetites than ordinary people, but this disparity was just too much. Thinking of the small bag of crackers Cheng Zhiyu was holding just moments ago, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. This time, however, he was smarter. He knew there was no point in questioning Li Reni, who would have countless excuses ready to shut him up. It was better to just take the supplies and share them with Zhiyu later. Li Reni saw how quickly Tian Qiao took his share, and a look of understanding flickered in his eyes. He must have seen what the ordinary people downstairs were given. Classes were different now. People of a higher class, especially, would unconsciously defend their own class. That was just human nature. Li Reni walked over to Tian Qiao, offering him a kindly smile. "Xiao Tian, it's your first day with the team. Are you getting used to it? Come, have a chat with me." Tian Qiao was thinking he wanted to go share some food with Zhiyu, but when Li Reni spoke, he felt an unconscious urge to hear what the man had to say and nodded. Downstairs, seeing that Xiao Hei adamantly refused to eat the crackers, Cheng Zhiyu had no choice but to eat them himself. It wasn't convenient to take out the meals from his storage space, not even in a secluded spot. The aroma was too strong. He thought for a moment and remembered he had stored some meat jerky. The jerky didn't have much of a smell, so he waited until no one was around to take it out for Xiao Hei. Sister Hong's elevator room was quite convenient for him to take things out to eat. She and Yanyan weren't there all the time. When they were away, Cheng Zhiyu took out the jerky and fed it to Xiao Hei. "Hurry and eat. You've barely eaten anything all day. Let me feel. Your little tummy is all flat." Xiao Hei tried to dodge but couldn't. "I don't have a little tummy," he retorted angrily. All right, you don't. Now hurry and eat," Cheng Zhiyu urged him. Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu was also eating the jerky, Xiao Hei began to eat as well. His teeth were no longer as weak as before. His bite was now strong enough for the jerky. After eating a large piece of jerky and drinking some water, Xiao Hei wagged his tail. "I want to eat potato chips." "No," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Potato chips have a strong smell. Will be discovered." Fine, Xiao Hei thought. It's not like he absolutely had to eat them anyway. As it grew dark, Cheng Zhiyu took out the red cabbage. He and Xiao Hei ate some, and their bodies quickly warmed up. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the ground, then stood up and wiped the floor clean before spreading a blanket near the doorway and lying down. Xiao Hei frowned, his face taking on a human-like expression. Seeing this, Cheng Zhiyu gently pinched his ear. "It's fine. You can lie in my arms." But Xiao Hei didn't lie in his arms. Instead, he curled up right next to Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile touching his lips as he closed his eyes. The nights were cold, so the ordinary people sleeping outside tended not to sleep at this time. There were always small movements and noises, but they didn't dare make any loud sounds, afraid of disturbing the ability users sleeping in their rooms. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't sleeping soundly either, just resting his eyes. Just then, the door was opened with a soft, cautious creak. It wasn't Sister Hong. He opened his eyes and met a pair of startled ones. The person tried to run, but Cheng Zhiyu was faster. He instantly grabbed the man's arm, pinned him against the wall, and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" The intruder was the man with the shifty eyes who had tattled on him earlier. Cheng Zhiyu's grip tightened unconsciously. The man winced in pain, but didn't dare cry out, terrified of waking the ability users. His expression was a comical mixture of fear and pain. I went to the wrong room. Don't need your eyes anymore," Cheng Zhiyu said in a low, chilling tone. "How about I gouge them out for you?" The man trembled and hurriedly stammered, Don't. Mr. Li made a rule. You can't hurt people." Cheng Zhiyu smiled. "You think I'd be scared?" Remembering how easily the other man had blocked Liu Qiang's wind blades earlier that day, the shifty-eyed man felt a surge of fear. He realized Cheng Zhiyu wasn't just trying to intimidate him and immediately started begging for mercy. "I was wrong, Grandpa. I was wrong." Filled with disgust, Cheng Zhiyu let go. The shifty-eyed man didn't dare run. He knelt before Cheng Zhiyu and kowtowed repeatedly. "Grandpa, I really wasn't trying to do anything. I was just so hungry, I thought I'd come see if that woman. No, if Sister Hong had any food. The mother and daughter weren't here, and I didn't expect to find you. I swear I wasn't up to anything. I was just starving." If this were the first time Cheng Zhiyu had met the man, he might have believed him. But his actions earlier in the day proved he was anything but a decent person. He might genuinely be hungry, but he certainly wasn't stealing out of desperation as he claimed. "Not up to anything," Cheng Zhiyu said coolly. "You take someone else's food, and they go hungry, maybe even starve to death. Isn't that doing something evil?" The man was completely cowed. He was the type who knew when to bow and scrape. With snot and tears streaming down his face, he wailed, I was wrong. Dad, what will it take for you to let me go?" Before Cheng Zhiyu could reply, the man quickly added, I know something. If I tell you, will you let me go?" Cheng Zhiyu didn't agree. "That depends on what you have to say." The man glanced around furtively and lowered his voice. "I only suck up to those ability users to survive. Do you think I was born a bootlicker?" Cheng Zhiyu's eyes seemed to ask, "Weren't you?" He replied, "To survive." "You mean you can't survive without flattering them?" The shifty-eyed man trembled, as if terrified. "I've noticed that whenever someone offends one of the ability users, they're taken along on the next mission. When the team comes back, that person doesn't come back with them. I suspect they're taken out there to be." He trailed off, making a throat-slitting gesture. Cheng Zhiyu's brow furrowed slightly. The man continued, "You offended Liu Qiang earlier. He'll definitely retaliate. You should be careful." Cheng Zhiyu remained silent. Retaliation? On the contrary, he was more worried they wouldn't do anything at all. He asked the man, "Where is Sister Hong now?" "I saw her cleaning the stairs," he answered honestly. "Oh," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Then you can go finish cleaning for her." The man was reluctant. He was a natural slacker who was always trying to push his own work onto others, let alone do someone else's chores. Cheng Zhiyu's gaze drifted meaningfully toward his hand. The man felt a chill on his wrist and shuddered. I'll go right now, he stammered. As the man stumbled away, Cheng Zhiyu closed the elevator door. Suddenly, he felt something cool on his hand. Looking down, he saw Xiao Hei meticulously washing his hand with a stream of water. A smile touched Cheng Zhiyu's lips. "Wow, Xiao Hei, why are you so thoughtful?" "So dirty," Xiao Hei said with disgust. Even from a distance, he could smell the foul odor coming from the shifty-eyed man. It was normal, really. Water was scarce, and the days were brutally hot, so people were bound to sweat. With no way to bathe, of course they would stink. It wasn't just the ordinary people. Even the ability users didn't smell much better. A short while later, Sister Hong returned, holding Yan Yan's hand. She looked surprised. "Xiao Cheng, Shunzi just came over and insisted on doing my chores. It startled me. It took me a moment to realize. It was because of you, wasn't it? Cheng Zhiyu realized the shifty-eyed man's name must be Shunzi. He recounted what had just happened. Sister Hong's expression didn't change much, as if she was used to it. That's just how Shunzi is, always up to petty theft. He's been beaten black and blue several times for stealing from others. If Mr. Li hadn't set rules forbidding them from hitting people too hard, he'd probably be dead by now. Shunzi also loves to suck up to the ability users. Of course, all the ordinary people here tried their best to please the ability users to make their own lives a little better. But Shunzi's method was just like today, targeting other ordinary people. As a result, none of the ordinary folks would have anything to do with him. In fact, they hated him to the bone. People like Shunzi were classic bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. He wouldn't dare steal from others who might beat him up, but seeing Sister Hong, a widow with a child, he thought he'd found an easy target. "I am not an idiot," Sister Hong said. "Why would I leave my things just lying around? Besides, they give us so little, there's nothing left to save." As she spoke, she looked at Yan, who was so thin she was practically skin and bones. A shadow of sorrow crossed her face, and she whispered, "Do you blame me?" Yan gently shook her head and snuggled against her affectionately. Sister Hong turned her head away, hiding the tears welling in her eyes. Watching them, Cheng Zhiyu felt a pang of sympathy, but he couldn't risk exposing his system. He could only let out a soft sigh. Xiao Hei saw his expression and knew exactly what he was thinking. Honestly, he reached out a paw and gently patted Cheng Zhiyu's hand. Cheng Zhiyu smiled, composing himself. He pulled a thicker piece of clothing from his bag. He had brought it along just in case, but thanks to the red cabbages, he never needed to wear it. He handed the clothing to Sister Hong. "Sister Hong, it gets cold at night. Let Yan wear this." Sister Hong glanced at the thin jacket Cheng Zhiyu was wearing and quickly refused. "No, you're dressed so lightly yourself. I can't take this. I don't get cold easily. Yan is young. We can't let her catch a chill," Cheng Zhiyu insisted, feigning annoyance. "If you refuse again, I'll get angry. Besides, if it weren't for you, it'd be sleeping out in the main hall. It doesn't smell very good out there." Cheng Zhiyu wrinkled his nose as he spoke. His expression made Sister Hong laugh. I really don't know what to say." Since the apocalypse began, she and Yan had encountered so much malice. It was rare to meet someone like Cheng Zhiyu, who still possessed such a pure heart. In the end, she didn't refuse again. When she tried to put the clothing on Yan, the little girl shook her head. "Mommy, you wear it. I'll cuddle up with you, and then we'll both be warm." "Wow, Yan, you're so smart," Sister Hong praised her. Yan giggled and burrowed into her mother's arms. Mommy's embrace is so warm. Watching the mother and daughter from the side, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but smile. The next morning, Tian Qiao came down with some food. "I was going to come find you yesterday," he told Cheng Zhiyu, "but the boss talked to me for a long time. After that, I just went back to my room to sleep. I don't know how I completely forgot about it." Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. "The boss?" Tian Qiao scratched his head. "Huh. Maybe I've heard everyone else calling him that, so I started doing it subconsciously." Cheng Zhiyu looked at Tian Qiao, feeling that something was off. "Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. I've got a lot of food here. The boss is really good to us. He gave us a ton of stuff," Tian Qiao said, singing Li Renyi's praises. Cheng Zhiyu frowned, finally pinpointing what was strange. Just yesterday, Tian Qiao had been telling him that Li Renyi was a hypocrite with completely different standards for ordinary people and ability users. But today, he had accepted it so easily, as if nothing was wrong at all. He said, "Is that so? Yesterday, all I got was a small bag of crackers." "Really? Then you should eat more." Tian Qiao quickly tore open a pack of instant noodles and urged Cheng Zhiyu to eat. Cheng Zhiyu took it but didn't eat. "They give you so much food, but they only give me one bag of crackers. Is it just because you're an ability user? Ability users have bigger appetites. Tian Qiao felt a flicker of strangeness himself, but his subconscious told him there was nothing wrong with it. His expression was conflicted. Maybe the boss just overlooked it. I'll talk to him later. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Cheng Zhi, why are you making that face? You're creeping me out, Tian Qiao said, rubbing his arms. Cheng Zhiyu asked, do you still remember where we were planning to go? Of course I do. We're going home. I still want to go back and find my parents, Tian Qiao replied, then added, but for some reason, I am a little reluctant to leave this place. Reluctant to leave the boss. Hearing the first half, Cheng Zhiyu thought things weren't too far gone. Hearing the second half left him speechless again. If Tian Qiao stayed here any longer, he'd probably forget his own parents and where he came from. Watching from the side, Xiao Hei said telepathically, that guy surnamed Li can manipulate people's minds, making them unconsciously support and be loyal to him. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Is that Li Renyi's ability? What do we do about Tian Qiao's situation? It's fine, Xiao Hei replied. Just smack him awake. The next moment, Xiao Hei leaped onto Tian Qiao's shoulder and smacked him on the head with a paw. Tian Qiao yelped, Brother Hei. Why'd you hit me? Xiao Hei had already jumped back into Cheng Zhiyu's arms, where he let out a calm yawn. Hiss. That hurts. Cheng Zhi, you have to stand up for me. Tian Qiao whined, rubbing his head pitifully. Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao Hei's fur. You can ask your boss to stand up for you. Tian Qiao was confused. What boss? Li Renyi, of course. A minute ago, you were calling him boss this and boss that. You were so happy here, you didn't even want to go home to your parents anymore. Tian Qiao's eyes widened. Cheng Zhi, you're joking, right? Cheng Zhiyu didn't say anything. Seeing his expression, Tian Qiao knew he wasn't joking. A chill ran down his spine, and he hugged himself tightly. Am I going to become one of Li Renyi's lackeys? No way, no way. Cheng Zhi, let's get out of here quickly. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. Do you think Li Renyi will just let us walk away? While they could certainly force their way out, the ordinary people here would be left behind. Following Li Renyi was likely a death sentence for them. Then what do we do? Li Renyi's ability is terrifying. Tian Qiao rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. It's fine, Xiao Hei said. Every time he sees Li Renyi, have him come find me. I'll smack him awake. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat and relayed Xiao Hei's words to Tian Qiao. Tian Qiao rubbed his still aching head and asked pitifully, isn't there any other way? No, Cheng Zhiyu replied. Tian Qiao was utterly disgusted by Li Renyi now. Don't let Li Renyi notice anything is wrong, Cheng Zhiyu reminded him. Didn't you acknowledge him as your boss? Keep up the act. Tian Qiao wore an expression like he'd just eaten something foul. All right, he said, his voice lacking energy. He grumbled, speaking of which, how come he didn't brainwash you? Is it because your will is too strong? Cheng Zhiyu found it strange, too. The other ability users were convinced by Li Renyi and obeyed him unconditionally, but the ordinary people were different. They feared the ability users and were grateful for being taken in, and they respected Li Renyi, but they didn't act like his followers. In a flash of insight, an idea struck him. He exchanged a look with Xiao Hei. It's because Li Renyi's ability only works on other ability users. No wonder Li Renyi had looked so regretful when he discovered that Cheng Zhiyu, despite having no ability, was a force to be reckoned with. He was lamenting the fact that Cheng Zhiyu wasn't an ability user, and therefore couldn't be influenced by his power. Damn, that makes perfect sense. Tian Qiao slapped his hand together. No wonder the division between ordinary people and ability users here was so stark. He had previously assumed it was based on strength. After all, ability users were indeed stronger than ordinary people. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. The ability users are his loyal followers, Cheng Zhiyu stated a brutal fact. In this group, the ordinary people are expendable. Tian Qiao felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? Every time they go out, they bring ordinary people along, claiming they can help. But they never let them touch the supplies. Based on the information he gathered over the past day, Cheng Zhiyu had guessed the truth. According to Sister Hong, she's been with this group for over a month. In that time, these ability users must have been in dozens of fights, yet their skills are still so weak. It's completely abnormal. Huh? You mean they make the ordinary people fight the zombies? No wonder so many of them die every time they go out. Tian Qiao exclaimed. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes. Something like that. Except they're feeding the ordinary people to the zombies. Feeding them to the zombies. The words made Tian Qiao shiver uncontrollably. Damn, these people are ruthless. Tian Qiao felt a cold dread creep up from the soles of his feet, and he shuddered. Why would they feed ordinary people to zombies? Are the zombies their parents or something? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Tian Qiao scratched his head. I get it. They take ordinary people out, and as soon as they run into danger, they push them forward. The zombies are drawn to the scent of their flesh and blood, so they stop chasing the ability users. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. That's also why their skills are so poor, yet so few of them have died. Tian Qiao found it horrifying. They were all human, ordinary or not. The apocalypse had only begun a few months ago, but it had already twisted some people beyond recognition. Seeing his expression, Cheng Zhiyu offered some comfort. Don't overthink it. A guy like Li Reni probably wasn't a good person before the apocalypse either. The end of the world just got rid of legal restraints and let his true nature show. Exactly. He must have been a treacherous snake before all this. Tian Qiao felt slightly better after saying that, joining Cheng Zhiyu in badmouthing Li Reni. It was easier to accept that Li Reni was already a bad person than to believe the apocalypse could so completely warp a person's humanity. Even so, they both knew in their hearts that the apocalypse truly could distort human nature. So what now? Do we tell the ordinary people what Li Reni has been doing and have them leave with us? Tian Qiao asked. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. This is all just our speculation. Why would they believe us? No matter what, at least they're safe here. Tian Qiao's spirits fell. That was true. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse. They couldn't tell truth from fiction. All they could do was lie cautiously. Perhaps even if they knew the truth, they would have to convince themselves that these ability users weren't so cruel. What other choice did they have? Then what do we do? We can't just watch them commit these atrocities, can we? Tian Qiao said, troubled. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes narrowed. There's always a way. Worst case, we just get rid of Li Reni. Tian Qiao's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Cheng Zhi, you always get straight to the heart of the problem. Cheng Zhiyu patted his shoulder. All right, stop thinking about it so much. Get back before Li Reni suspects anything. Tian Qiao nodded. I'll go undercover at his side. If I find anything, I'll come find you. Perhaps because Li Reni was so confident in his ability, he hadn't sent anyone to watch Tian Qiao, so no one paid any mind when Tian Qiao came to find Cheng Zhiyu. Wait, put on a little show on your way out, Cheng Zhiyu added, still a bit worried. Tian Qiao flashed him an okay sign, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He loved playing the role of an ungrateful villain. And so, a few people saw Tian Qiao storm out of the elevator room, his face flushed with anger. Unbelievable. And I was nice enough to bring you food. If it weren't for the fact that we grew up together, I wouldn't even bother with you. Liu Qiang walked over and slung a chummy arm around Tian Qiao's shoulders. What's wrong, brother? So angry. Tian Qiao pretended to angrily shrug off Liu Qiang's arm. Don't get me started. I am so fed up. He went on, questioning why I got so many supplies. I am an ability user, isn't that how it should be? We're the ones who have to go out and fight zombies, not like him. Liu Qiang laughed heartily. Isn't that the truth? Not to be blunt, but why do you even bother with someone who doesn't know what's good for him? Tian Qiao didn't reply, so Liu Qiang continued, "Want me to teach him a lesson for you?" Tian Qiao scoffed. "Forget it. I doubt you could beat him." Liu Qiang's expression instantly soured. That was no different from saying he was weak. "I am an ability user, and he's just an ordinary person." Enough with the bullshit, Tian Qiao snapped. "Listen here, we can argue all we want, but he's still my childhood friend. If anyone's going to teach him a lesson, it'll be me. It's not your place." With that, Tian Qiao turned and stalked off. Liu Qiang's face twisted into an ugly expression. He shot a vicious glare at Tian Qiao's retreating back, then glanced toward the elevator room with a smirk. It was fine. It wouldn't be long now. Word of the falling out between Tian Qiao and Cheng Zhiyu soon reached Li Renyi's ears. He wasn't surprised. Even blood brothers could turn on each other, let alone friends like them. Sister Hong looked at Cheng Zhiyu with concern. "Xiao Cheng, you and your friend." Cheng Zhiyu frowned, looking annoyed. "Don't mention him. I never thought he was that kind of person. In just half a day, he's been assimilated by them, thinking he's high and mighty," he said, his tone dripping with scorn. Sister Hong sighed. "Xiao Cheng, maybe you can't blame your friend." Cheng Zhiyu looked at her, his eyes flickering. It seemed Sister Hong knew something. "Anyway, you should stop fighting with him." Sigh. Sister Hong seemed helpless. She added another warning: the ability users will be going on a mission soon. "You'd better not go with them." Cheng Zhiyu's expression softened slightly. "Thank you, Sister Hong. I understand." Sister Hong said no more, lowering her head to stroke Yanyan's hair, her face full of worry. Yanyan looked up at her mother's eyes and whispered, "Mommy." Sister Hong shook her head. "Mommy's fine." If it were anyone else, she could have stood by and done nothing. Her heart had hardened enough since the apocalypse began. But a sincere young man like Xiao Cheng, how could she let him die an unknown death? But what could she do? How could she put her own daughter at risk? Sister Hong closed her eyes and held Yanyan tightly, falling silent. A commotion erupted outside. Cheng Zhiyu got up and opened the elevator door to see Red Face, whom he'd seen before, chasing a girl in her early 20s. Her hair was a mess, and her face was too dirty to make out her features. "I told you, stop following me." The girl cried out, on the verge of a breakdown. The people around them were curious, but no one dared to stare for long. After all, Red Face was an ability user, and a notoriously vicious one at that. "I already told you," Red Face said, "if you don't stick with me, sooner or later." He lowered his voice. "Do you really think you can make it to the bread base in one piece? Let me tell you, don't be so naive." The girl trembled. She shot Red Face a glare but repeated herself, "I told you, stop following me." Red Face ground his back teeth, the skin on his cheeks twitching, making him look particularly terrifying. The girl lowered her head and hurried away. He didn't chase after her, instead glaring viciously at the onlookers. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and it'll gouge your eyes out." Everyone shivered and quickly looked away. As Red Face walked off, Lao Dao, who had witnessed the scene, mocked him back. "Already, you big romantic. I say, we're ability users now, what's there to be afraid of? If the soft approach doesn't work, just use force." Red Face glared at Lao Dao. "I am warning you, don't you dare do anything to her or else it'll make you pay." Lao Dao held up his hands. All right, I was just saying." "Look at you." "I want her to come to me willingly," Red Face said. "Before, everyone avoided me, some even cursed me. But she was different." Lao Dao didn't get it. Was it really that serious? It was just a woman. Even if Red Face had known her before, they were only acquaintances. It wasn't like she was actually his wife. Suddenly, a smile spread across Lao Dao's face. He clapped Red Face on the shoulder. "Don't you worry, your brother will help you. You just want her to come willingly, right?" Red Face looked at Lao Dao with suspicion. Lao Dao chuckled. "Relax, I won't do anything rash. Just you wait, y'all be thanking me later." Red Face started to say something, but Lao Dao was already walking away, humming a tune. With a frown, Red Face fell silent. He thought about it. He was a loner, and among all the ability users, he was closest to Lao Dao. He knew Lao Dao's character. The man wouldn't dare do anything too out of line. So he let it go. Seeing that nothing else was happening, Cheng Zhiyu retracted his gaze. He looked down and gently flicked Xiao Hei's ear. It twitched back and forth. It was quite springy. Xiao Hei couldn't take the annoyance anymore and turned his head to glare. Cheng Zhiyu laughed and pulled his hand back. It's so boring. Whose fault is it for ignoring me? He was in the wrong, but acted completely justified. Xiao Hei's anger dissipated at his laugh. He pressed a paw onto Cheng Zhiyu's hand. Fine, I'll pay attention to you. Is that what you want? Cheng Zhiyu's heart melted at the gesture. He leaned down and kissed Xiao Hei's ear. You're the best, Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei. Here we go again. Forget it. After teasing Xiao Hei for a bit, Cheng Zhiyu's mood improved considerably. He closed his eyes and considered what to do next. This group. They won't stay quiet for long. Upstairs, just as Tian Qiao was about to return to his room, he ran into Li Renyi. Tian Qiao was thoroughly disgusted, but he put on a look of reverence. Boss. Li Renyi had heard about what happened downstairs and was in a good mood. Tian, I heard about the argument with your friend. AI, you can't be blamed. That's just how it is with ability users. The day you became one, you were already different from ordinary people. Even with friends, it's inevitable that their attitudes will become unbalanced. Tian Qiao fought the urge to roll his eyes. Afraid of revealing his true feelings, he lowered his head to hide his expression. I just didn't expect him to be like that. We used to be so close. AI, that's human nature. Li Renyi reached out and patted Tian Qiao's shoulder, acting like an expert on the human condition. If you must blame something, blame fate for toying with you, making one of you an ability user and the other just an ordinary person. Tian Qiao couldn't listen anymore. Boss, I'd like to go back to my room and be alone for a bit. Li Renyi wore an understanding expression. Go ahead. If there's anything you can't figure out, you can come find me. After Tian Qiao returned to his room, Li Renyi frowned slightly. Something felt a little off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He shook his head. His ability had never failed him before, so what could be wrong? He decided he was probably overthinking things. Besides, no matter what, that Cheng Zhiyu couldn't be allowed to stay. He seemed like a troublemaker, and even though he didn't have an ability, his skills were decent. AI, why doesn't he have an ability? What a pity. Cheng Zhiyu was resting with his eyes closed when a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Come on, everyone out here. We have an announcement. Cheng Zhiyu opened his eyes. Beside him, Sister Hong quickly pulled Yanyan to her feet and reminded him, we should hurry over, or we'll get scolded. Cheng Zhiyu nodded, tucked Xiao Hei into his jacket, zipped it up, and followed them. Several ability users were standing at the top of the stairs, Li Renyi among them. They stood high above, forcing the ordinary people to crane their necks to see them. Is everyone here? The ability user who spoke glanced around briefly before continuing. I have something to say. You've all had a couple of peaceful days, but this temporary stability hides countless dangers. The zombies outside are being left unchecked, and they'll only gather in greater numbers, eventually threatening everyone's safety. Therefore, the boss will lead us out to clear the zombies. We need to pick a few people to come along and handle the cleanup work. After he finished speaking, the ordinary people standing below exchanged panicked glances. They all knew that every time people were taken out, some never returned. They were terrified, praying silently that they wouldn't be chosen. They didn't say who would be taken, only that an ability user would come by later to personally pick people. The ordinary survivors dispersed, their hearts heavy with dread. These ability users had repeatedly embellished the horrors of zombies to make them willingly subservient. Now that they were being sent out, how could they not be afraid? Cheng Zhiyu's expression was knowing. Sure enough, a moment later, an ability user came over and said to him, "Get your things. Wait by the door." As it happened, Cheng Zhiyu's patience was wearing thin anyway. He nodded and said, "All right." The ability user was about to leave when Sister Hong suddenly spoke up. "Wait, we want to go too." Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Sister Hong. Sister Hong didn't look at him, keeping her eyes on the ability user. "Can we go together? We want to go too." It was the first time the ability user had heard such a request. He shrugged indifferently. "Sure. Come with him later." After the ability user left, Cheng Zhiyu looked at Sister Hong, confused. "Sister Hong, it's dangerous outside." "You?" Sister Hong sighed, stroking Yanyan's little braid. "Yanyan likes you a lot. She wants to go with you. Besides, is it really safe even if we stay here?" Cheng Zhiyu was instantly speechless. Knowing Li Renyi's character, there was no such thing as safety for the ordinary people left behind. He thought for a moment, then, pretending to rummage through his backpack, he took 2 of Xiao Huang's fruits from his storage space and handed them to Sister Hong, whispering, "If you run into danger, eat these and just run. For 5 minutes, the zombies won't be able to detect you." "This." Sister Hong's eyes widened, and she quickly tried to refuse. "How can we take something so precious?" "You should take it back." "Compared to a person's life, nothing is precious," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Just take it, Sister Hong. Consider it a gift for Yanyan." Sister Hong opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. If it were just for herself, she would have, but when Yanyan was involved, she couldn't say no. She carefully put the fruits away and whispered, "Thank you, little Cheng." Cheng Zhiyu smiled. He didn't think much of it. What was the point of hoarding life-saving items if you never used them? Perhaps hearing that Cheng Zhiyu was going out, Tian Qiao hurried over. Cheng Zhiyu shot him a look, and Tian Qiao quickly reined in his anxious expression. He turned to Li Renyi and said, "Boss, you're going on a mission. Take me with you, won't you? I've been cooped up here for 2 days. I feel like I am about to grow moss." Of course, Li Renyi wouldn't let him go. He smiled and said, "You just join the team, get some more rest. Besides, we need an ability user to stay behind and guard the place. You can stay this time. I'll take you next time." Tian Qiao wanted to say more, but he saw Cheng Zhiyu look over and waved his hand. "All right then, I'll stay." Li Renyi was satisfied with his obedience. He turned to the ability user beside him. "Okay, do a head count." "Let's go." Cheng Zhiyu noticed that about a dozen ordinary people were going along. Besides himself, Sister Hong, and Yanyan, there was also the girl who had been pursued by Red Face the other day, as well as Shunzi. He didn't really know the others. They all looked terrified, especially Shunzi, who could barely stand steady. Li Renyi frowned seeing him swaying back and forth. An ability user beside him kicked Shunzi. "Stand up straight. Swaying all over the place, you coward." Shunzi didn't seem to feel the humiliation at all, crying his eyes out. "Sirs, I'm a coward, I am useless. If I go, I'll just hold everyone back. Besides, I already went last time. Can't you just let me stay this time?" He'd been lucky last time and hadn't encountered many zombies. This time might be different. He had a feeling that if he went this time, he wouldn't be coming back. "Enough of your bullshit. If everyone was like you, we ability users would have to do all the work while you just sit back and enjoy the benefits." The ability user couldn't be bothered to argue. He was a fire element user and directly conjured a ball of fire. "Waste any more time with your nonsense, and I'll make you regret it." Shunzi was so scared he nearly wet himself and didn't dare say another word. Li Renyi said hypocritically, "Talk to our brother here nicely. You really are too short-tempered." Seeing no hope of staying behind, the ordinary people numbly followed the ability users. Their faces were sallow, their eyes vacant. They looked no different from refugees. They barely had the strength to walk, let alone complete a mission. They walked for some time, putting a good distance between themselves and the villa. Then, an ability user beside Li Renyi said, "Boss, it's just ahead." Li Renyi said, "Let's go." "Head over." The ability user said. "Boss, we can just make them go. Why should we follow?" Li Renyi shot him a look, and the man instantly fell silent. He wasn't worried about the other ordinary people, but Cheng Zhiyu's skills seemed decent. He wouldn't be at ease until he saw the man get bitten to death by zombies with his own eyes. After walking a little further, Cheng Zhiyu, with his sharp hearing, could clearly hear the roars of zombies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they saw a horde in the distance. There were at least 100 zombies, by his estimation. This time, it wasn't just the ordinary people who were scared. Even the ability users swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "Boss, are we still going forward?" Li Renyi was also a little afraid. His ability wasn't combat-oriented. Against zombies, he would be nothing but cannon fodder. He gave a meaningful look to a few of the ability users, who understood immediately. They turned to the dozen or so ordinary people and ordered, "You lot, go scout ahead." "Sirs, that's a horde of zombies up ahead." If we go, aren't we just going to our deaths?" "Yeah, sirs." "Didn't you say we were just here for support?" "Willa." "Sir, please spare me, I don't want to die. I am begging you, please let me go." The people were so terrified they dropped to their knees, trembling. Li Renyi's expression remained unchanged. From the day he became an ability user, ordinary people were no longer his own kind in his eyes. Who would feel pity for pigs and sheep destined for the slaughterhouse? The apocalypse had made them ability users, while these ordinary people who needed their protection were flawed products destined for elimination. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was merely accelerating the process of elimination. By paving the way for an ability user like him, they could be considered to have died a worthy death. Cheng Zhiyu scoffed. "Finally dropped the act, have you? This was your real reason for taking in ordinary people, wasn't it? To use them as cannon fodder when you run into zombies." Li Renyi took a slow drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Don't put it so crudely. You're contributing to the future of ability users. You could say you're dying a worthy death." Hearing his cold words, the ordinary people were first in disbelief. Then they questioned him like madmen. We're people too. What you're doing is no different from being animals.